on the streets, we split them. Yelling for the art sellers, man, come get him. Work from a hoe, he miss. I don't give a damn, nigga, you can go with him. You ain't tryna give her that low, wet. Pussy that hoe, but you must be with him. I ain't finna send out no threat, no. Catch him with that hoe, just know I'ma split him. All my niggas gon' ride. Quit playing in the middle, nigga, pick your side. All my niggas be ready. Coming on go when I hit they line. I ain't entertaining no raps, nigga. I ain't even much finna waste my time. None of my ops on shit, they pussy. Most on raps and the rest on dime. We get a drop, we rush. Left hand on the wheel, right hand be clutch. They skirt, I ain't going for nothing. By the drop every day, Jacksonville be bust. I lost 2 men of my niggas. Shit, 2021, I ain't going for nothing. First rap, I took my nigga. I'ma get back soon, you a fuck nigga Gus. You ain't heard about the last 2 niggas? Pulled up with a, had a whole block rush. Put a switch on my last 2 pistols. Nigga, had a whole block dust. These niggas don't want no smoke. Back 2016, shit, it wasn't no joke. These niggas ain't want no beef. 50K got down, that nigga won't tweet. For the odds, we ain't ducking no heat. Sales up, we gon' come sit DDO street. For the cops, we ain't copping no plea. I'ma get the ass here till my niggas let free. It can go either way in these streets. I can either go to jelly and put 6 feet. It can go either way when it's beef. Get hit with a shell or a nigga hit me.
A lot of these niggas be bitchin', niggas be lying for clout. We tryna kill, a lot of you niggas be flagging. We never sure I know how, nigga we with it. Niggas ain't get no chicken, niggas be running their mouth. We for the chain, nigga that hop us a brain, put this shot in his mouth, nigga. Lost too much of my nigga, yeah, now I ain't ducking no beef. Niggas be whooping, they stay on the net, till they get hit with that heat. Yeah, now I ain't dropping no this. I'ma pull up your street, chase me and fuck nigga down. You fuck nigga cover the sheet, nigga. All my niggas gon' go, all my niggas gon' score. Bro bought a mat, I'ma attack, and that bitch came to school. I ain't gon' never stop smoking my art, them niggas be making me choke. Bro, other Drake got hit in his face, 308 rip through his throat, nigga.
You don't get no fucks now.
Most definitely, y'all know what the business is, man. If you ain't shooting her, you ain't got no aim.
You know that it's up now. We don't get no fucks now. He done knock your lungs out. We beating blocks with drums now. We gon' do a nigga like one of these watches, they get bust down. And when we running in the field, trying to score a touchdown.
Time to bend windows tinted, we in skies. Pussy niggas throwing shots, we send them back. 48 and YPN bounce out with max. Do him like Ricky, try to run, eat up his bag. In the club, 50 deep and always high. Nigga play pussy, gon' get profiled. 308, knock a nigga out his saw. You ain't heard pussy, I been a block, nigga. And all that thuggin' on the ground, nigga know there ain't no stepper. Double on SG, pull up spinning in the Tesla. We been all the blocks, nigga, we push it on stretches. These bitches know what's up, drop that neck, don't want your spine. Run down on a nigga, 308, pierce through his eye. These niggas know what's up, edgy sensitive to the sky. You my nigga, you my brother, on the oath you tell a lie. If you ain't down to kill me, you cannot ride.
No, you cannot ride. Nigga tried to take out 308s, ripped up his spine. I don't fuck with Ninas, but I still talk to 9. On my neck, this shit be freezing, it be dripping like the 9. Okay, RIP's gon' eat up flesh. Left and shoot gon' need more vest. Put on their neck, don't need no breath. Pussy that nigga don't be no threat. Pussy that nigga don't be no problem. Pussy that nigga ain't seen no check. I got a drop, they ready to do it right now. They don't even need no rest. I don't even know what to say. My chopper's gay, it just be getting niggas wet. Bitches all over the place, they wanna get slayed. It ain't no time to relax. Baby back, I nutted all in the back. Wham, he gon' jump out with a mat. Glizz with the 50 is coming attached. Nigga, if we miss them, we doubling back.
Yeah, we doubling back.
Niggas already know what time it is, jumping out that splat. Yo, you know, all my niggas dressed in black. Got that glove on, ski on, you riding on.
When we spin, we double back, that's facts. When we spin, we double back, that's facts. Nigga know it's back.
If you ain't shooting her, you ain't got no aim.
Hey, try.
Yeah.
It feels good to be back, y'all. I swear to God. Let's go. We fucking back. No way, Jose.
It's like 12 o'clock in the morning right now, nigga. 12 o'clock in the morning. I'm gonna shit, my niggas on the block right now, though.
Turn that shit up.
You ain't gotta keep no beef on the low, nigga, tell me it's static. Nigga, let's do it. I ain't tryna go back and forth on no net, nigga, meet me in traffic. We can get to it. I ain't finna turn rest none of these niggas be capping. Tell me it's smoke, nigga, as soon as you do, I'ma go ahead and force them to deliver your casket. We ain't gotta be having no trip, fuck nigga, I'm packing. Nigga, I'm told. I got a free bit watching they low, these niggas be lacking. These niggas be bold. Let a nigga still be there when I come, I'ma let niggas have it. I just put a 33 under that switch while one these niggas disappear like magic. on the block right now. Tell the ops come make some shake. Tell them make some shake. I just had a brand new Mac, called the ops, and I bought me a Drake. We can get it to it right now. Fuck nigga, I ain't even tryna wait. Kirk calling my phone like, niggas better be safe. They wanna know about them bodies I touched. I say by four. Shit so crazy cause I hit plenty niggas and it could've been more. Terrorize all my ups, fuck 100 and double O. Niggas fuck double O. Boy, I be tryna catch me a body last time I hit me a throat. He was tryna get low. John Wall pop out that coat, that switch, nigga, where you gon' go? Nigga, where you gon' hide? 2 of your niggas got flipped in the old nigga, we ain't gon' scope. Nigga, we ain't gon' slide. I be on the block, posted up every day, heard it turn on scope, tell a nigga come try. Goofy did all that wolf my beer 2 or 3 months later. You ain't gotta keep no beef on the low, nigga, tell me it's static. Nigga, let's do it. I ain't tryna go back and forth on no net, nigga, meet me in traffic. We can get to it. I ain't finna turn around none of these niggas be capping. Tell me it's smoke, nigga, soon as you do, I'ma go ahead and force them to deliver your casket. You ain't gotta keep no beef on the low, nigga, tell me it's static. Nigga, let's do it. I ain't tryna go back and forth on no net, nigga, meet me in traffic. We can get to it. I ain't finna turn around none of these niggas be capping. Tell me it's smoke, nigga, soon as you do, I'ma go ahead and force them to deliver your casket. Force them to deliver your casket. You know what the fuck it is, man. Gang shit, no lame shit, nigga. WAWG shit, nigga. FOCK shit, nigga. 20K shit, nigga. 80KK shit, nigga. Gang. And free wall, too. Shit, nigga talking about beef shit. We get shit cooking right now, nigga. On phone them grave, nigga, right now, nigga. We get shit cooking right now, nigga. Oh, you waiting for? Damn, fancy. All that faking like nigga want beef, we can get shit cooking. All these niggas supposed to be on they block, tell they how we look. Capping that nigga ain't slaying no eye, these niggas be pussy. Soon as I catch fuck boys on sight, if you love your life, better keep shit pussy. I don't need help, just me and my scrap, all black in the hood. I ain't shooting out shit, I'ma swing my dope, nigga, I ain't no rookie. Most of these niggas ain't hitting on shit, niggas try to play hooky. All you gotta do is try to creep up slow, turn his ass to a ghost, nigga, this shit cooking. 2019, I call him a body, these niggas be late. 2015, I was hitting that shit, nigga, asking the cake. Army and Milk came through in the club with a black 38. Fell all right then, I was trying to go Spain, I said about a week, had to call me a case. 26 months, had to go at that road, boy, I had a little weight. Couldn't get no bomb face juvenile life, cause nigga went state. Goofy ass nigga try to take my stick, hit his ass in the waist. Pussy ass nigga try to take my shit, only held by 6, try to give his ass 8. I'll be a late, I done missed lifetime, but a young nigga back. When they killed Lil' Bib, I run through the city trying to catch me a hat. Wasn't nobody else, just me and John Wall was trying to get back. I catch a double old nigga or 1200 nigga, I'ma turn the bitch out to a pack. I'm in your right now, kicking shit, me then 2-4. Come to your block, we could be too deep, make a shit get low. I don't wanna hear about you smoking on 8-4 nigga scope. I ain't seen the niggas outside since the murder rate rise and the niggas got fit in the O. Ain't never been no cap in my rap, fuck nigga this fat. Tellin' I swear if you was, till the nigga got hit in his back. Niggas be in that thug, so I pull up with one in his hat. Somebody please that will start dropping them track, cause the pussy ass this be wet. I hate a cap ass rapping that nigga like Ben keep shooting. Pussy ass hoes tryna wreck that shit, dirty ass be boosting. Why the fuck nigga tryna cap for the net, how about we lose? Knowing that way he get caught anywhere, we could be at the field, fuck nigga we shootin'. All that faking like nigga want beef, we can get shit cooking. All these niggas supposed to be on they block, tell they how we look. Capping that nigga ain't slaying no eye, these niggas be pussy. Soon as I catch fuck boys on sight, if you love your life, better keep shit pushing. I don't need help, just me and my scrap, all black in the hoodie. I ain't shooting out shit, I'ma swing my dough, nigga, I ain't no rookie. Most of these niggas ain't hitting on shit, niggas try to play hooky. All you gotta do is try to creep up slow, turn his ass to a ghost, nigga, this shit cooking.
Damn, fancy.
When I wake up, gotta grab my fight, these niggas be waiting. What I look like getting killed by art, these niggas be fake. Pussy that niggas see me going up top, these niggas be hating. Till I hop out on the Z, hit them all black, turn it up, hockey man like Jason, nigga. What nigga at trying to get it right now? I done ran out of pace. Me and 2-4 been lurking too long, I ain't doing no way. Running your shit, fuck sitting outside, leave nigga shit vacant. Police that nigga trying to figure out beat, better stay with your heat, better worry about safety, nigga. Every damn day they play my song, they praying I make it, nigga. I got a feeling soon as a nigga do what I'm gon' take it, nigga. I don't give a damn how fat money runs, just know I'ma chase it. Never forget you sleeping in yo, me crack 2-4, make songs in the basement, nigga. We can talk streets all the way to a beat, nigga, know I'ma blow. Tryna pump fake like you really want beat, boy, you know you a hoe. One phone call, Kitty Kim on the way, hit his ass for the low. Niggas get hit and they still wanna diss season one that tough, hit his ass with some more. Nigga hell, now I ain't wasting my time back and forth on the net. Speaking on 8, we out these with a Drake, why does that get wet? I ain't gotta bite my tongue for a nigga, fuck your set. Say what you want when you miss 2-4, but a fuck nigga know he gon' get him a check, nigga. When I wake up, gotta grab my 5, these niggas be wait. But I don't like getting killed by art, these niggas be fake. Pussy that nigga see me going on top, these niggas be hating. Till I hop out on the Zag, hit him up all black, turn it up, hockey man's like Jason, nigga. What nigga at trying to get it right now? I done ran out of pace. Me and 2-4 been lurking too long, I ain't doing no way. Running your shit, fuck sitting outside, leave nigga shit vacant. Police that nigga trying to figure out beat, better stay with your heat, better worry about safety, nigga. We in the city, I'm double OK, tellin' nigga get back. Goofy that nigga put my name in the song, fuck boy, you a rat. Soon to be dead, that nigga don't know, fuck boy, you a pack. One gon' smash on his ass that first till he made that verse, fuck nigga is that. Every rapper spoken little bit, we gon' die, fuck nigga, let's bet. Pussy that nigga know he fit this dog, tell the free John Wall, send his ass to the vet, nigga. I'm gonna wait till his house right now, tell his ass he next, nigga. He don't even know I been ready to slide, the switches on deck, nigga. I don't give a damn how good a nigga rap, I don't feel no nigga. It's a girl out tryna whoop that shit, I ain't hearing that nigga. Tryna play games with a nigga like me, he ain't pulling that trick. I'ma clap heat on internet beat, and I like bit me, I ain't spraying that nigga. When I wake up, gotta grab my 5, these niggas be wait. But I don't like getting killed by art, these niggas be fake. Pussy that nigga see me going on top, these niggas be hating. Till I hop out on the Zag, hit him up all black, turn it up, hockey man's like Jason, nigga. What nigga at tryna get it right now? I done ran out of pace. Me and 2-4 been lurking too long, I ain't doing no way. Running your shit, fuck sitting outside, leave nigga shit vacant. Police that nigga tryna figure out beat, better stay with your heat, better worry about safety, nigga.
Gang shit. You know how you rock, nigga. 23K shit, ATKK shit, FOCK shit, Cool K shit, nigga. Gang, nigga. Let's get it. Free walk.
I just spent the bag on that hoe, she bout to drop your low. That boy gon' get smashed, bottle fast, and I hope he know. Make her drop that mask, that's your ass, better duck your flow. Can't get no pass, get that low, bitch, you better go. Anyway, hit that gas, speakers blast while I'm smoking smoke. I shot in his ass, lost these brothers, now that's how you smoke. He was talking bad, now he sad, cause he lost his bro. You done got him gas, that's your bad, you know he a hoe. Real shit, K-Spass never kill shit. They gon' keep on boosting up his head until he kills it. Oh, he think he's safer than his brothers, watch I still be. Niggas out here pointing out no murders on that wheel shit. Heard you told him everything he said, oh, you a real snitch. Tell him free looking out that cellar, bro, ain't did shit. When we lost 2 brothers back to back, oh, they was real lit. Then they lost 2 OGs in one day, they still ain't kill shit. Dead niggas, how about let that lead hit them? I ain't got no out, them niggas costin' they some lead hitters. Boy, I know the real you let you two get your head bigger. If I called y'all wall, he ain't gon' start, that boy a head hitter. Solo, hop out red niggas, we not out them head niggas. I remember Lee had dropped his nuts, now he a dead nigga. Right before he died, I told Lil Duce, watch that lead hit him. Now he tucked up nice in that tuxedo, plus his head bigger. All these full of dead niggas. I'm at that same trap. I can't be trusted, you get back though by that same doubt. He spoke on 8, that boy gon' die behind that same route. They say we still down on that score, you know that's plain cow. Big Mitch got here about 4 times, we call him James Town.
Hey, gang shit, no lame shit, you know what the fuck it is, nigga. Dead niggas. YBs, you ain't no killer neither. I'm no 10 murders. Dead niggas.
Luke, shut up.
Man, fuck Lee, beat down on fire. Y'all ain't gonna slide. Dead niggas, man. Dead niggas, man. Dead
Y'all know how we rock, man.
Dead niggas. Dead niggas.
Yeah. No, I'm on my head, feel
hard to sleep at night. I think about what I've done. Fucking bring me meds to make my bed.
Bruh, I ain't been live so long. Oh shit, my fault, gang. You still in this bitch? My fault, bro. I did not see this shit. Bro, I did not see this shit. My fault, gang. I'm live on too much shit. I got you, gang. Hold on. I'm gonna click this bitch right now. Dead niggas. How about let that leg hit him?
Phone up radio.
Yeah, bomb.
Whoa. I can't listen to this. I'm live on YouTube, bro. It's copyright. They gonna nerf my shit. I'm live on YouTube, bro. I can't even watch this joint. I will watch it, but you feel me? They gonna nerf my stream. No bullshit. They gonna ban me for some shit I ain't even do.
In attendance today, checking out the young prospect.
There's a lot of stars in the building. This is a monster game. It's an exhibition, but it is still a big game with the return of Bobby Hurley. BJ Freeman throws it high off the glass. That was affected by Malawach. And it'll be Duke basketball.
But you also see Malawach and Cooper Flagg both contesting that shot as we get a look at Grant Hill, whose jersey hangs beside Bobby Hurley's, was retired almost 1 year later, 364 and a half days, as you see the difference between February the 28th and 27th. Make sure it wasn't a leap year, because it could be 365 if it was a leap year.
Caleb Foster, the sophomore out of Harrisburg, North Carolina, he's one of those guys that I feel like he is flying under the radar as Malawach finishes inside. There's so many top guards in the country, but Foster does a great job running the show for the Blue Devils.
And Caleb Foster was injured the latter part of the season last year, so a resurgence for him getting back in the starting lineup. But he had big games for the Blue Devils last year, specifically against Michigan State, where he was the star in their win over the Spartans.
Bashir Jihad off the bench. He's the transfer from Ball State, and he will be fouled by Tyrese Proctor, his first. Jihad is a guy who comes over as a senior. He said he has a lot of great skills, high IQ. And Bobby Hurley, remember, he was a coach at Buffalo for 2 years. He said, I know how good the level is in the MAC. And he said the top players in the MAC, they can transfer over to big-time basketball.
Absolutely. And it's hard to imagine. It's been 10 years since Bobby Hurley was a coach in the MAC. I can remember going to Buffalo, hanging out with Bobby, doing a feature on him when he was the head coach at Buffalo. But this is the 10th year he's been at Arizona State. So, of course, going back to his MAC days and hitting the transfer portal to bring in Jihad.
4-point lead for Duke early on, opening minutes here inside Cameron Indoor Stadium. There's Knipple rising up, missing the three, and he gets his own miss. Freeman, the transfer from University of Wisconsin-Milwaukee, throws that one away to Foster. Foster with a man on his hip, and he lays it in.
That's the difference between being a freshman and being a sophomore. You saw the bump that Caleb Foster takes going to the basket. However, it doesn't throw him off his line. Still able to get his feet under him and finish it for two. He wouldn't have made that play last season.
Here's Miller, the only returning starter for Arizona State. A senior from Peoria, Illinois. Going against Cooper Flagg. Crossed him over, rising up. Too strong. And nothing but white jerseys on the rebound.
And that's Adam Miller's first missed three in this building. He played here as a freshman at Illinois, was 3 for 3 from beyond the arc. He told us about that today. So that's the first missed three from Adam playing against Duke in Cameron.
It's funny how players always remember what they do inside this building.
Absolutely.
Cooper Flagg, turnaround jumper. That's good D by Jaden Quaintance. What a night here in Durham, North Carolina. Bobby Hurley, his first return as a head coach, and he talks to Corey Alexander when we come back.
For our veterans, the end of their service is just the beginning. It may come with new careers and new chaos. There might be late nights, school drops, and even haircuts. That's where we come in, providing more than $1 million a year in career-building scholarship funds and discounts on every haircut for our veterans. Just trying to do our part to make their lives a little.
One time since you retired from playing basketball, tell me about that time first.
Well, it was a couple of years after I left Duke, and it was still too fresh, I think. I was still thinking like I was a player and not just a fan. It was hard to sit in the crowd and sit through a game. So I think it'd be a lot more natural and easy for me now to come back to Cameron Indoor and watch my my alma mater play. But unfortunately, I'm in season when they are, so I don't get a chance to come back here at all.
Well, a great chance for you to come back tonight and get a chance for really them to celebrate you. When you think about this, all that is Duke, you were one of the pioneers for this. You won the first national championship. You had it out and won back-to-back. So when you think about that and you see what Duke is now, how much pride do you have because you had such a large part of that?
Well, there was so much work done before I got to Duke, and we a lot of heavy lifting, and we were able to break through, and it was exciting times to put a Duke jersey on, that's for sure. And just playing with great players like Christian Laettner, Grant Hill, and Thomas Hill, Brian Davis, all the guys we had, it was special to play with that group. And so I take a lot of pride in that. And I think this is a great concept. I'm very happy that John did this for me. I get a chance to say goodbye to Cameron Indoor. And I think it would be something that Duke does in the future with former players that are still in coaching. It makes a ton of sense to do it. It's for a great cause with the Duke Children's Hospital.
He was so excited when we spoke to him in shoot around, just the experience for himself. His family is here, and his players, a lot of guys playing in Cameron Indoor for the first time, as that one is swatted by Quaintance.
And Arizona State actually brought a number of their fans and friends of the program over to tour Cameron Indoor. Had dinner with Coach K last night, and Duke pulled out all the stops for Bobby coming back, which they rightfully should. I mean, again, you're talking about one of the best players to ever play the game. And more importantly, left the game as the all-time leader, over 1,000 assists in his career. Now, mind you, he was playing with some great players, but you got to make some great plays to be able to walk away with that type of record.
Think about it. This is the man who was part of the group that started it all here at Duke, those first two national championships in 91 and 92.
And if Duke is going to get back to the national championship level, it's going to be some of these guys that are in the game right now. You see 3 guys out of the transfer portal for the Duke Blue Devil. Mason Gillis coming over from Purdue, Sion James, and then, of course, Malik Brown, who was all-ACC defensive team and led the ACC in steals a season ago at Syracuse, now in a Blue Devil uniform.
Well, the offense has been an issue for Arizona State to start this game. No field goals since the 1920 mark. As we take a look at the transfer list for John Shire and Duke, I had Sion James at Tulane for a bunch of years at the American. They used to call this young man the president because they feel like one day he is so put together, so composed that he is going to be the president of the United States.
Wow, that's high praise right there. But you consider the fact that when you look at this team, John Shire has a great mix of talented freshmen, returners. When you think about the starting backcourt, with Caleb Foster and Tyrese Proctor returning. But then you get someone like Malik Brown to come from Syracuse to Duke, an all-ACC defensive team member, someone who understands what it's like to be successful in this league, and, of course, a uniform swap, but now coming to what is one of the most talented teams in the country, if not the most talented team.
John Shire talked about that at shoot around with us, and he said all these guys who came over, they could get big minutes and a lot of shots at other places, but they chose to come to Duke and buy into the system. He said this summer for us was all about finding chemistry and building it, and he talked to each one of those guys, and they told him, Coach, we are bought in. We are here as a team.
And you have to be, because when you consider, I mean, right now they have 11 guys that could be stars anywhere. As Cooper Flagg comes off showing off that much improved shooting touch, but you can't play 11 guys. Well, at least John Shire doesn't think so. Leonard Hamilton might think so. But when you consider trying to play that many guys, and it's hard to play that many guys when you have someone this good. When you've got a guy like Cooper Flagg he needs 30-plus minutes a game. You got to have him on the floor showing off his ability to shoot the basketball. It's hard to play that many guys when you have such high-end talent at the top that you've got to get minutes for.
You know, it's also hard. They don't exactly have any leeway with their schedule to start this regular season for Duke. Normally you have, a few games you can kind of ease in and experiment and try to figure things out. That's not the case this year for Jon Scheyer.
Sink or swim, my friend. That's it. Let's jump in the deep end. Sink or swim. We're going to find out one way or another, but I believe it's going to benefit them down the stretch and will allow Jon Scheyer to understand who are the guys that he can play. You see this non-conference schedule. November 12th, you got Kentucky. Arizona, November 22nd. Kansas, Auburn. I mean, the list goes on and on and on. And again, you're going to play in a high-quality ACC regular season schedule. So we're not even talking about that yet because the first conference games will happen right after the Auburn game.
Early 6-point lead here for Duke. We played 6 minutes. As that one off the mark, pulled down by Knippel. Into the corner. As Mason Gillis, the grad transfer from Purdue, missing the shot. Arizona State brought in a ton of shooters, but Bobby Hurley said in their first scrimmage against UC Irvine, they did not show the touch from the outside, and he said they're still trying to find their identity offensively.
Well, again, when you think about this Duke defense, coming in, playing against all the switching that Jon Scheyer wants them to do, and there's a guy who doesn't have a hard time finding his shooting touch off on that one. But when you play against this Duke team defensively, and Jon Scheyer's first year, that's really what was their calling card. Their defense and their rebounding. They slipped a little bit last year from a defensive standpoint, but I believe they'll be back this year, considering that there will be no one that he puts on the floor under 6'5". And so you have the ability to switch everything and put a lot of pressure on the passing lanes, similar to the way it was done back in 1991, 92 when Bobby Hurley and Grant Hill were winning national championships. And I can never say that without mentioning Christian Laettner. I'm tripping for that.
That was 17-year-old Jaden Quaintance. He was a guy who originally committed to Kentucky, and then when Calipari decided to take the job, oh my goodness! Common Malawatch.
I just knew you were going to say, oh, my Malawatch.
There's time. It's still the preseason. There is time.
Okay, you warm it up.
There are athletes all over the floor for Duke. They are long, they are bouncy, and they are a problem defensively. Someone lost a shoe. That's Nunez behind the play as laying it in is Con Knippel, the freshman from Milwaukee, Wisconsin, who Jon Scheyer has been one of the top players in practice every single day. He has earned a starting spot.
And he's the guy. Con has a chip on his shoulder. He was not selected to be a McDonald's All-American, and they playing the game with Jaden Quaintance and Cooper Flagg and Isaiah Evans were in that game. So he's going to play with that chip on his shoulder all year long. I mean, you consider a young man who can absolutely shoot the basketball, but they have said he's even better than we thought he was coming in.
Ali from deep. And the cold shooting start continues. Missed layup there by Ali. And Knippel coming the other way. Nice pass finding Gillis all alone for the lay-in. Knippel sure doesn't play like a freshman.
He does not. And that's one of the things the coaching staff told us earlier. He just seems so far ahead from a basketball IQ standpoint. And he shows up every day and is consistent. And that's not something you often see with freshmen. Freshmen normally have their ups and downs, but they have two guys that they can count on at the freshman class consistently to show up every day.
Quaintance did a nice job staying on the ground as Arizona State finds themselves down by 10. And another turnover, a travel called against Mason. Sixth turnover in this first half by the Sun Devils.
If you don't know the name, Common Malo, watch me. Oh, watch me. You know what it is, Shrimp. You know what it is.
Corey Alexander will be here all night. Top recruit in the country, Cooper Flagg, showing off his moves early on.
Cooper attacking the basket, the strength to be able to finish through contact. But it hasn't been just about Cooper. The freshmen have accounted for 14 of the 18 points for the Blue Devils. You think Common Malawatch, you think about Conca Nipple. These guys have gotten involved in the offensive output for the Blue Devils here early in this one, but Duke's defense has truly been the star here for the first 9 minutes.
The #1 recruiting class in the country, and 3 freshmen already showing why here at Duke. A jump ball as Quaintance gets his hands in there to tie it up, and it'll be possession arrow going to Arizona State.
And one of the things you see right now, the 2 youngest players in Division I basketball on the floor, the youngest guy, Jaden Quaintance, and then Cooper Flagg, the second youngest. But Cooper is draft eligible this year because his birthday is late December. And so as long as you turn 19 within the calendar year as to when you're drafted, you can play in the NBA. Jaden Quaintance will not be draft eligible because he doesn't turn 18 until July of 2025, which means that he will be, we can't say he'll be in college for 2 years. We don't know where he'll be, but he won't be in the NBA for another 2 seasons.
Proctor rising up. Did not draw iron, so the shot clock continues to tick. It's at 10. In and out dribble, getting to the hole. Tough pass inside, and it stays with Duke. 6 on the shot clock.
A great job by Quaintance, sliding his feet, staying in front of the guard, and Proctor not giving him an opportunity to score in the painted area. And Jaden Quaintance will be a guy that's talked about a lot this year. He can be one of the elite freshmen in the country, ranked number 17. But remember, I'm really reclassed up 2 years. And so you're talking about a young talent that Bobby Hurley and his staff are so excited to have on their roster.
Knipple, head fake into the paint. But it's Miller coming away. Arizona State trying to get back in this game down 10. Freeman, as Malawatch just takes it over the top of Quaintance. Pick and roll, freshman to freshman. Another freshman, Cooper Flagg, 1 dribble, puts it up. You played inside this building so many times. What is it about Cameron Indoor Stadium that makes this place so special?
Well, I tell you this, and I was having the conversation with my guys, Nick Irvin, with Jarrett Howard, the assistant coaches for Arizona State early today. They asked me, they said, you win in this building? I was like, yeah, I won 2 out of 3 playing here. But the one I remember the most is the beating we took by the 1992 national championship team, and Bobby Hurley out there teaching me a lesson as to how to play the point guard position in this league. But what makes it so special is the educated fans. And you think about how much they love basketball, but more importantly, how much they love their team. And they know so much about them, what makes them work, what makes them click, as Caleb Foster's able to step up and knock down the 3.
Adam Miller trying to come back, but it's Darren Harris, the freshman from Herndon, Virginia, trying to go coast to coast, had it tied up, and he lost it. Duke on a 9-0 run right now. Nice spin move. Watch out. Jaden Quaintance, just 17 years old.
And that's why Bobby Hurley and his staff are so high on Jaden. You see his ability to handle the basketball and make plays, but with that size and frame, he is dangerous with the ball in his hands.
Foster with the penetration.
Jaden Quaintance with the spin move, splitting 2 Duke defenders and getting to the rim. No resistance there, able to finish it off. And that's a young man that you're going to hear a lot about as this season goes along, because he's going to continue to get better and better each and every time out.
So I was talking earlier how he was originally signed to Kentucky. Coach Cal decided to leave, and he got out of his letter of intent. Arizona State got in the picture. They said, we came up with the NIL money and got him here. And he's the top recruit, the highest recruit they've ever had at Arizona State.
When you first see Quaintance, you see how physically mature he is at 17 years old. But then you look at the 7'3" wingspan and the skill that he has on the perimeter that allows him to be so special.
Where's the offense going to come from for the Sun Devils? As a foul and a timeout on the floor. Grant Hill in the house, and he will be on the mic when we come back from this quick break.
For our veterans, the end of their service is just the beginning. It may come with new careers and new chaos. There might be late nights, school drops, and even haircuts. That's where we come in, providing more than $1 million a year in career-building scholarship funds and discounts on every haircut for our veterans. Just trying to do our part to make their lives a little easier. Sport Clips Haircuts, supporting veterans everywhere.
Welcome back to Duke alongside Corey Alexander. I'm John Schriffen. Both jerseys up on the rafter, Bobby Hurley, Grant Hill, and we are pleased to be joined by the legend himself, Grant. Thank you for spending some time with us. What is this like for you this night, experiencing the return of Bobby Hurley?
Well, it's incredible. I mean, obviously so many great memories here in this gym, and I had a chance to share with Bobby. And I was here the last time he was in Cameron, and I figured now coming back as a coach, I wanted to be here to support him. And but just great memories. We were able to do some incredible things, and just honored to call him a teammate and a friend.
And, G, you made a special trip to be here for Bobby, but also to come check out the prize freshman who you already have a relationship in, Cooper Flagg. Tell America what they're going to see with Cooper Flagg this year, because you know him very well.
Yeah, no, I live in Orlando. Cooper played the last few years at Mount Verde in Orlando, and got a chance to know him then. He played this summer with us with the Olympic team on the select team. He has the mentality of a great player, a guy who is competitive. He plays incredibly hard, super athletic, wants to be great. I'll let you in a little secret. He told me a while ago his favorite player was Christian Laettner. And I'm thinking, you're too young to know who Christian Laettner is, but he's here at Duke now, and obviously wants to do great things this year, and will have a great career in front of him after he leaves Duke as well.
Yeah, and Coops, of course, he loves Christian Laettner, but I can tell you Kelly Flagg is actually Christian Laettner's biggest fan, so you know Kelly very well, and she absolutely adores Christian Laettner. But we think about, and we talk about late, the first time I met Bobby Hurley, my first year at Virginia, yourself, Bobby Hurley, Christian Laettner, Brian Davis, you guys show up on grounds at UVA and walk in a football game like y'all rock stars. I mean, I'm going to need you to explain yourself. What about winning a national championship made you guys feel like y'all could just come on to everybody else's campus and take over?
I didn't know you were going there. But yeah, no, we showed up the fall of '91 right before practice started at UVA, and had a good time. And when we left, we said we'll be back here in a few months, and we'll have a good time then too.
You absolutely did. For the record, I can remember 2 whoopings that year from that 92 national championship team.
Hey, John, I just have a question. I mean, Corey never passed the ball. He shot the ball all the time. That's all I remember him doing is shooting the ball at UVA. And I can't believe he let me come on. He threw an assist by having me come on during this segment.
Well, so my role, I just throw it up for Corey and just let him take it wherever he wants. I know what happens.
But Grant and I were teammates in Orlando, believe it or not, but neither one of us were playing because we were both injured. So we didn't have to worry about passing each other the ball in.
Grant, I'm sure so many kids come up to you and ask, what does it take to be a special basketball player, a Duke basketball player? Can you describe what it takes to be one of the greats here at Duke?
Well, I think you have to win. I think you have to, have a commitment to excellence, hard work, discipline. Obviously, there's values that are important to this program, and we've had so many great players through the year. We talk about the brotherhood, and you go all the way back to Johnny Dawkins, who really got things going, that first big-time commitment to Coach K back in 1982, and just a list of great players who wanted to be coached, wanted to be challenged, wanted to play at a high level, and, it just continues. Cooper Flagg's here, and certainly this great young class, and I'm hearing there's another great class coming in next year. So the brotherhood just keeps on rolling.
And you speak of the brotherhood, you've got this brotherhood run that's happening tonight, but you also mentioned Johnny Dawkins and as well as Tommy Amaker, that backcourt from really the team, the class that saved Coach K, that DMV backcourt. Would you like to see this brotherhood run continue, bringing back Johnny, bringing back, Tommy?
I like what they're doing here, having this exhibition game, bringing back, Bobby Hurley, a really strong Arizona State team. There's so many former Duke players who are coaching now. I think having Harvard, having UCF, Chris Collins is out there. Obviously, Jeff Capel and Pitt, they see each other in the ACC regular season. But I like what they've done this year, raising money and getting a chance for some good competition early in the season.
Grant Hill, we appreciate you joining us, man. Enjoy the rest of this night. It is a special night here at Cameron Indoor Stadium.
I appreciate you guys. And, John, just, make sure Corey lets you talk a little bit more, okay?
Good advice from a legend. Corey, you hear that?
I hear it, but the worst thing is I'm normally saying his name because he's texting me while I'm talking during games. So I'm always talking to him when I'm doing Duke games.
That's true. I won't text you anymore during games, I promise.
No, don't promise, because you are still going to continue to do it.
All right, guys. Well, thanks for having me, man. I appreciate you guys. All right.
Grant Hill, one of the best to ever do it. Back door. Nice job. Adam Miller getting his hand on that one.
One of my all-time favorite Blue Devils, and we happen to be along the same era. He and Jeff Capel, of course, at the top of the list, but was at Big 12 Media Day on Wednesday. My favorite all-time Blue Devil, Johnny Dawkins. I mean, again, when you go back and you think about what Duke is today, Johnny Dawkins, Mark Allery, those were the two guys that really started. Tommy Amaker coming in the following year, and that backcourt of Tommy and Johnny together playing in the 1986 National Championship. That group right there is the reason why Duke basketball is what it is today. And so, Johnny Dawkins gets a lot of credit. I would love, and John Shire told us, he said, we got to get Johnny back. So we will hopefully see this brotherhood run continue moving forward, bringing Johnny Dawkins in the same scenario.
And the best part, it's for a great cause, as Cooper Flagg rising up his three off the mark. The proceeds for tonight's exhibition game go to Duke's Children's Hospital.
I left out a couple of guys on that list, too, by the way. Both my Oak Hill little brothers. William Avery, Nolan Smith, Quinn Cook. Got a lot of Duke favorites. I'm sure my UVA family's not happy to hear that.
The college basketball season tips off next Monday, November 4th. Wow, Corey, it is already here. And we have you covered with a triple header right here on the ACC Network and the ESPN app. Number 6 Notre Dame women that started off at 5 Eastern. They take on Mercyhurst. Then we'll have a men's doubleheader. Cooper Flagg leads number 7 Duke against Maine. He grew up in Newport, Maine. And we cap the night with the number 9 Tar Heels hosting Elon. The Nothing But Net crew will have all the highlights and analysis at 11 Eastern. What a way to tip off the season.
Absolutely. Me and my guy Wes Durham will be at Elon, North Carolina.
Tyrese Proctor knocking down the three, the junior out of Sydney, Australia.
And that's an area where they have to continue to get better with Tyrese Proctor. He's moved primarily off the ball this year, where he's been the point guard for the last 2 seasons. Now will be off the ball more, and John Shire wants to see him become even more of a shooter.
Foul called on Malik Brown. That is his third. As Bashir Jihad will go to the line, the transfer from Ball State. Duke is on a 16-2 run, and one of the concerns Bobby Hurley said to us in shoot-around was his offense. He said, we're still trying to figure things out, brought in a bunch of guys who were good shooters at their last stops, but in that scrimmage originally against UC Irvine, just haven't seen the touch from the outside early on in the preseason for Arizona State.
But Bobby's been coaching long enough, and of course being a great player in this game, he knows that the offense comes last. And again, when you look at this, with this high-powered Duke team, if you say we're going to come in to Cameron Indoor and with 4 minutes remaining, Duke's only going to have 28 points, I think you're happy with your defense from that standpoint. The problem is they only have 11 points. That's the concern. But the offense will come. In time, guys will become more comfortable in their roles. I believe Bobby will be happy with his defense here in this first half.
Arizona State shooting under 14% from the floor, 0 for 10 from beyond the arc. Tracking down the rebound is Jihad. He's been one of the best players on the floor this first half for Arizona State. Launching a three, and there's the first one knocked down by the Sun Devils. That's Amir Ali, the freshman from Little Elm, Texas.
I tell you what, Amir Ali was confident in knocking that down, too. He could pull up on transition, not even allowing Duke to get back and build a wall at that line.
Proctor lost his man, and the runner goes. We're seeing guys in the second unit getting some playing time, and John Shire said, I need to see some things out of the guys to see if they're going to be part of the rotation in the regular season.
Yeah, he wanted to make sure all 10 guys got some opportunities in the first half as we see the second made three go off glass. The pregame, we saw some legendary figures here in the Duke basketball program. Coach K, Bobby Hurley, John Shire, all embracing at midcourt, sharing a special night.
Insanity. Doing the same thing over and over and expecting a different result.
Would you have done something differently than President Biden during the past 4 years?
There is not a thing that comes to mind.
Kamala wouldn't change a thing. Their weakness invited wars, welfare for illegals, while Americans struggle. Now Kamala wants high.
Almost 17 minutes played here in this first half. The freshmen have come along very well, John Shrippen. Kaman Malawach with the finish on the first possession of the game, and then Cooper Flagg attacking the basket, going to the left hand, finishing through contact. Conca-Nipple getting in the passing lane, going down, using the strong frame to avoid defenders and finish with the offhand as well. And you have to say that the freshmen are doing just fine here in their final tune-up before the regular season starts next Monday.
Cooper Flagg, 2 of 6 from the floor. He's got 6 points. And Kaman Malawach, he's got 7 rebounds to go along with 6 points. He's one of those guys that John Shire said we're not looking for scoring out of him. He's a guy who can bring energy, rebound. He's only been playing basketball since he was 13 years old, grew up playing soccer. So he's got a very high ceiling.
You know, one of the things, and I'll be honest with you, is we see the 3 go down. Oh, forgive me, that's going to be a 2. But Kaman Malawach reminds me a lot of what we saw from Joel Embiid in college. He was only scratching the surface, didn't play much growing up, and, of course, got to Kansas and was very good defensively. His offense came along much more so once he got to the NBA level. I believe we could see that type of player in Malawach, who many say in a traditional year may be the number 1 pick in the draft. However, I believe Cooper Flagg and my guy Ace Bailey up at Rutgers are going to have a lot to say about that.
He's a very high IQ and got some very big-time experience playing for the Olympic team of South Sudan this summer in Paris. Look out behind you. Poked away by Knipple. And a lane on the other end by Tyrese Proctor.
But you got to have your teammates tell you something. And again, everyone was quiet here because you're in Cameron, so we could hear it because they didn't want to tell on their guy. But the teammates have to tell you something. When you've got someone chasing you down trying to back tap the basketball, your teammates got to let you know someone's behind you.
Offense trying to go for Jihad. Pull-up baseline. I like his game.
Yeah, strong finish right there, but more importantly, recognizing the help defender coming over, getting to a spot, raising up, finishing before the help can affect his attempt.
In double figures now, he's got 10 of the 21 points for Arizona State.
And Arizona State starting to pick it up a little bit offensively now, making 4 of their last 6 shots.
1 minute to play here in this first half. Cooper Flagg and a foul called against Quaintance.
C.J. Hod really facing up, but instead of attacking Malawach, getting to a spot and then finishing over top of Conca-Nipple with the back tap that leads to a nice find from Cooper Flagg to Tyrese Proctor for the easy lay-in.
Everyone around this Duke program talks about just how humble Cooper Flagg is. He's one of those guys who's just excited to be a student on campus. He said, I really can't wait to get to class, to meet my classmates and really experience and get this full college experience at Duke.
Starts at home. Kelly and Ralph Flagg have raised him very well. And again, I can tell you this, Kelly don't play. She is not the mom to be taken lightly. She does not play, and she makes it very clear that Cooper gets his basketball game from her. He gets the height from Ralph, but he gets the game from Kelly, who was an all-time great at Maine. Speaking of Maine, they are high on the list of another highly touted recruit in the North Carolina area playing at Greensboro Day by the name of Ace Flag, who happens to be the twin brother of Cooper, 1 minute older than Cooper. My guy Ace didn't make the trip down today. They had team pictures, so shout out to my young guy who's at home watching right now. And Cooper's probably his biggest competitor.
A family rivalry, nothing wrong with that.
Yes.
So they stop play on the floor as the officials come over to talk to Bobby Hurley.
I believe Jihad, I don't know if he has blood or...
But he got poked in the eye. So a break in the action as they check on Jihad. All right, let's see what happened.
Yeah, he's took a couple of elbows there, and one from his own teammate. As Amir Ali looked to be the culprit. There, guys just going for the rebound.
$51.8 to play here in this first half. Saturday morning, the ACC Huddle crew will get ready for the day from the campus at SMU with a 60-minute pregame show leading into Stanford versus NC State at noon. They'll also have halftime shows and pre- and post-game shows throughout the day. Then they're back at 6:30. Wrap up the afternoon with highlights and analysis and to get you set for Pitt versus SMU at 8 o'clock. After the game, stay right here on ACC Network for a full post-game show to wrap up the night. Was Arizona State has picked it up offensively. Started the game just 3 of 22 from the floor, but have hit their last 4 shots. Let's see what they come out here with coming out of the huddle.
And Duke going to a trapping defense, trying to force a turnover on the possession, force a quick shot, and come away with the stop.
It's Cooper Flag with the board.
Great job manipulating the screen and roll, and more importantly, using the clock by Caleb Foster there to get a bucket.
Rising up at the horn. One halfway down, but comes out for Alston Mason. It is Duke with a 37-21 lead over Arizona State here in this exhibition game as we take a look at the freshman for Duke. #1 recruiting class in the country, Corey.
And they've shown up here this evening so far. But the thing about college basketball, it's only one half. They've got to do it again in the second half.
John Shire in his 3rd season at the helm of Duke. The return of Bobby Hurley. What a first half for the Duke Blue Devils. We're at the half. Let's head into the studio with Justin Walters and Seth Greenberg.
Thanks, John. Welcome into this ACC Network Halftime Report. Alongside Coach Seth Greenberg, I'm Justin Walters. 16-point lead for the Blue Devils at halftime, 16 points by the freshman. The offense started out well, but they struggled as the game progressed with the pacing.
The defense is ahead of the offense. Their spacing offensively wasn't great, but I thought the Cooper Flag came out and did exactly what people expect to. First play of the game, they put the ball in his hands. They put him in a ball screen. They get an easy scoring opportunity. Defensively, I thought they were really good, connected, active. That guy, he's like a human backboard right there. I mean, like his awareness defensively, off the ball to block shots right there. And there's Cooper Flag getting downhill, playing to contact, keeping his chin on the rim and finishing. To me, I look at this Duke team. Look, they're 2 for 11 from the three-point line. They're a very good three-point shooting team. How they want to, as watching them in practice the other day.
We've got to talk about the freshmen. #1 recruiting class in the country for Duke, and the freshmen, they showed off in that first half.
They absolutely did, and it started with Kamen Malawach. You think we know the name Cooper Flag, but you got to see what the big guys doing, manning the paint on both ends of the floor defensively, then offensively finishing around the rim. Didn't start in the first exhibition game, but now making his presence felt in the starting lineup. Cooper Flagg, you know the name, you know the game. You're going to see a lot of it all season long. And then Con Knipple attacking, using the offhand to finish, the freshman finishing with 17 points for the Blue Devils in the first half.
On the other side, the 17-year-old freshman, Jaden Quaintance, we wanted to see what he could do. He also showed up.
Yeah, homecoming for Jaden Quaintance from nearby Raleigh, North Carolina, and he went to work in the first half, attacking off the bounce, showing off his ball handling ability and his ability to finish at the rim throughout this entire first half of the game. Look forward to seeing much more from Jaden Quaintance here in the second.
It's amazing how his body is just so put together for his age. He can bang with the best of them already here.
Yeah, you see two McDonald's All-Americans, Quaintance and Cooper Flagg, both having productive first halves in this game here so far. Jaden Quaintance going to need to get some help from his friends if they want to find a way to win this final tune-up exhibition game here against the Blue Devils.
Arizona State shot under 14% for most of that first half, but in the final 5 minutes, they started to put things together offensively to make this one a closer game.
And that's one of the things you and I talked to Bobby Hurley about it earlier today. When you walk into this building as an opponent, there is an awe about it. You hear about Cameron Indoor. You hear about Duke. I believe it took the Arizona State team a little bit of time to get settled in. So it'll be interesting to see how they attack this second half if they feel more comfortable against this Duke defense.
Bobby Hurley talked about that with his guys. He said, I tried to scare them. He said, in order to win this game, we're going to have to play harder than Duke in their building. Here's Caleb Foster, the sophomore, and he'll be fouled on the arm by Adam Miller and get a trip to the free throw line. For Miller, that's his first foul.
In my opinion, I believe Caleb Foster, Tyrese Proctor, they're going to be the X factors for the Blue Devils this year. I believe you know what you're going to get from Con Knipple and Cooper Flagg, because even though they're freshmen, they're very mature freshmen, and they're consistent in what they do. Caleb Foster has the ability to be a knockdown shooter, but more transitioning more so to the primary ball handler, where Tyrese Proctor has been that for the last 2 years. So moving him off the ball, allowing him to show off his shooting prowess, because if you think about with Con Knipple on the floor and those two guards, if they're firing on all cylinders, you're talking about a dangerous team from beyond the three-point arc.
John Shire told us he wants to see Caleb Foster play more instinctually. How does that show up on the floor?
Well, it just shows up by making quick decisions like what we saw in the last possession. When you catch the basketball, you just make a quick move in comparison to thinking about what you should be doing, which is what he did a lot as a freshman a season ago. Now you just go out and hoop.
Foul is on Phillips. That is his third, so he did not get many minutes in that first half, the 7-footer for Arizona State because of foul trouble. But he will stay on the floor with 3. Pick and roll with the freshman, throwing it up top. And that was the 7-footer. Phillips affecting that one. Here come the Sun Devils. Mason, the senior transfer from Missouri State, started his career at Oklahoma, played 2 years at Missouri State, led the team in scoring last season, and now finishing out here with Arizona State. Quaintance on the block, and that one is swatted. Malawach, another rejection, and he is fired up.
And you can see the resistance that the Blue Devils can have at the rim. Cooper Flagg is a good shot blocker, but it seems to be Common Malawach is a great shot blocker. And sitting in the paint, you don't know he's back there, but look at the wingspan, the timing, the ability to go up and affect shots on the defensive end of the floor adds a different dimension to this Blue Devil squad.
John Shire said we've had to simplify things for Malawach to make sure that he knows what his role is on the floor. As they find it to him inside, can't finish, gets his own miss and puts it back and in.
And as the year goes along, and most likely Duke only has Common Malawach for about 9 months, right? As the year goes along, he'll dunk the first one. He won't take the chance, they bother laying it up. He'll just go dunk it the first time and figure it out. And that's one of the things you see with freshmen as they become more mature and more confident, he'll make those plays.
Freeman with the shot clock winding down. It's at 3. Good defense by Knipple right in his grill. And he forces the miss. Flag steps into one. Out ahead, nice catch.
Hey, hold on, bro. Why is you watching me in school? You gotta be in school. Why are you watching me in school? Do your work. Do your work. Why is you in school watching? Do your work. Why you is right? Bro, you can't hear me? You can't hear me? Can you hear me? Let me talk to you. Yeah. Hold on. Yo. You in school. Why is you in school watching me? Why you not doing your work? Why you not doing your work? Like, that's the question. Why you not doing your work? Nah, I am OG. Bro, why you not doing your work in school? You should be doing your work. Yeah, we already know you're OG. We're family. We already know. We already know. You OG, triple OG. I am at lunch. What they got for lunch? What they got for lunch? What they got for lunch, Maddie? What they got for lunch? What's for lunch? What y'all eating for lunch? What's for lunch, man? What's for lunch? What y'all eating for lunch?
In traffic, but cannot finish his acquaintance. He gets the air ball and puts it up and in, plus the foul. That is something they talk about, an active motor for Jaden Quaintance.
Yeah, great job by Quaintance continuing to play on that possession. Missed the layup, but didn't put his head down and give up one to continue.
All right, what color milk did you get? What color milk did you get? What color milk did you get? Did you get strawberry, chocolate, or did you get the regular milk? What you want to get? Huh? Chocolate. All right. What kind of milk did you get though? The regular? I got the pink or the chocolate. Pink or the chocolate. You can't go wrong. Buzz. Oh God! In the morning time, the juices. I used to go crazy in school. I ain't gonna lie. Do your homework. I used to go crazy on everything. Do your research, man. What's wrong with me? And I had the free lunch card. What's wrong with you? Y'all niggas was paying for lunch. Y'all niggas was paying for lunch. I had the free lunch card. Do your homework, nigga. I had to get the free lunch, nigga. You was down bad. Do your research. You know what I'm talking about, Houston? You know what I'm talking about? The free lunch. No, I had free lunch, though. You know, niggas had to pay for lunch. I was in free lunch. Niggas was in the trenches for real. I'm allergic to strawberries. I don't drink the school milk. I'm allergic to strawberries. Damn. That is a sad situation. You don't even know what you're missing out on, gang. You don't even know what you're missing out on, bro. Strawberries is, them hoes are marvelous. Them hoes is marvelous. Do your homework on them strawberries, Maddie. Them bitches it. You feel me? Them bitches it. Them strawberry, your stream has delay. Has a delay on it. I mean, I ain't putting no delay on this bitch. It's probably because I'm on another platform. You said a lot. Like how many? Like how long? Like how many minutes? If it's 9:56, it's 9:56 for me. What time is it for you? It's 9:56. What time is it for you? How much delay? Yo, I don't fuck with that shit. Yo. What's up, Twitch? What's up, Twitch? What's up, Twitch? What's up, gang? I ain't doing shit. I'm in this bitch watching the game right now. What's up, Twitch? I ain't doing shit. What's up to my YouTube channel, gang? Gang, go sub to my YouTube channel. They gave us a full-size chicken. God damn. What the fuck? Yo, they got y'all eating good in that bitch. What the fuck? God damn, they got y'all niggas eating. I would say what school you go to, but we live. Don't even answer that question. You don't answer that question for streamers anyway. I was ready to ask, what the fuck? Full-size chicken. 10:57. Damn, it's gonna be like that anyway because we in 2 different locations. I need to put some hand sanitizer. I came from breaking down that weed. Let me do y'all research on that. Do y'all motherfucking research, man. It's good to be back though. Y'all already know how it is, bro. We back to streaming every day. I'm not going live with no more kids. I'm done with going live with y'all, bro. I can't go live with y'all no more. That shit be get me banned every time. Like that shit crazy, bro. I ain't going live with no more kids, bro. This bitch cool. What's good, Twitch? Hey, YouTube said what's good, Twitch. Bro ain't talking about shit. What you talking about, gang? Where you at, Kakashi? Sweet onion, hot chicken, pork belly, Boston baked, bean head ass. I'm finna get on your ass, nigga. Nah, let me chill. We back to this game though. Full-size chicken. Oh my god! We got the legend in this bitch. We got the fucking goat in this bitch. We got the fucking goat in this bitch. Hey, bitch ass nigga, where the fuck you been at, nigga? I thought gay boy. Hey, nigga, what the fuck you mean I stopped streaming? Nigga, I stream every single day, nigga. You just ain't been on my kick on my Twitch. You ain't been on my kick on my Twitch. Because I stream every day. Nigga. That's how I know y'all ain't no real fans. Y'all ain't no real fans for real. Because really, I've been on my kick in my Twitch. Hey, matter of fact, it's somebody in the kick chat right now. Know that shit harvest today my plants. Know that shit harvest today my plants. Nigga, what? Nigga, what? What? Know that shit harvest. What, bro? You got me, bro. I'm jumping through ropes trying to read that shit. Shout out to Twitch though, bro. Shout out to Twitch. Let's get back to YouTube chat. Hold on. Know that what you mean about your plants? You talk about your plants. What plants you got? I've been very busy. I thought you got a job. Man, what the fuck I look like getting a job, nigga? That's for broke people. That's for them broke niggas. We ain't getting no job around there, bitch. Fuck. We ain't getting no job, nigga. We gonna make it without a job. Fuck y'all talking about. We got to this PC, nigga. Y'all already know, nigga. We started on the phone, nigga. Fuck a job, nigga. We don't need no job, clearly, nigga. No bullshit. I should get the upping. I ain't even go up nothing. I'm broke. This all I got, y'all. This all I got. I'm broke. Psych, nigga. I ain't broke. But this all y'all gonna see. Yeah, fam. Humble rod. I ain't doing no more money. No, I ain't gonna say that, bro. But Let me chill. Let me chill, bro. I'm too happy to be back on this bitch. Man, lit. My favorite stoner. I have a job. Sitting on your butt is a job. Nah, this ain't no job. I'm a streamer. This my job. I know what my job is, nigga. I'm a streamer, nigga. Don't even play with me. My favorite stoner. I'm a stoner. Hey, bro, how much is delay? She said it's delay on this bitch. How much delay on this bitch, though? How much delay on this bitch? Cause I don't put delays on my stream. You feel me? I be feeling like I be right on the comments. Bro, cuz I miss y'all niggas so much, bro. I think my nigga Austin on motherfucking. Oh, you say it's no delay? I think Austin on motherfucking punishment or some shit. I ain't seen my nigga Austin in some shit. I ain't seen Austin in the couple. Like, no bullshit. Y'all gotta join my Discord too. Join my Discord, bro. That shit toxic as hell. Metal, you be acting Hollywood. You be acting like you me or something, nigga. You said for mediaries. Bro, I miss that nigga so much, bro. It's good to be fucking back, bro. I'm not gonna lie. This shit. Man, bro. And it's really because of that little white kid. What's that nigga name, bro? I forgot that nigga name already, bro. And really, we could react to that shit. No bullshit. Y'all want to see what got me banned, nigga? We could really react to it. No bullshit. What's that little nigga name? I forgot that little nigga name, bro. He be in this bitch all the time, though, bro. That little nigga I was streaming with that pulled out the gun. Austin got caught in the school shootout and died. Bro, don't say that dumb ass shit, bro. Don't say that dumb ass shit, bro. Do not say that dumb ass shit, bro. Your ass is tweaking. Bro, your ass is tweaking. Why would you say that, bro? Bro, you is a wild ass nigga. This shit not even funny, bro. Let's see what got me motherfucking banned, though, bro. I think it was this little nigga, bro, for real. I think I'm almost certain it was this little nigga. This nigga was doing everything on that bitch. This nigga was pulling out guns and some more shit. Who is this? I forgot this nigga name. Bro, what the fuck? Bro, Maddie, do you remember this? Oh, you got a costume for Halloween? Hey, look at your YouTube. I bet we gonna ready to smack Maddie shit. Fuck my YouTube. You going to Maddie. Your ass upload. You upload more than me, bitch. You gonna be better than me. I don't even be on this bitch. Who is that? Who is that? Maddie, who is that? Who is that, Maddie? Oh shit, my fault. I'm a rookie, bro. Y'all know I just got this PC, bro. I'm trying to make that shit bigger though. How do I make that shit bigger? This should be acting retarded. How do I make this shit bigger? Damn, that nigga can't see me. This shit retarded. Who is that though, man? Who is that nigga? That his name is Big John. What's so what's so funny, madam? What's so funny, madam? Emily, hey, what's up? What's up, Twitch? What's up, Emily? What's up, Emily? That boy look like his food. His name is Big John. Shout out to Big John, man. Shout out to motherfucking Big John. Do y'all research on Big John? Big John. That boy like his food. Bro, Big John, you do too. Bro, Big John beat your ass, Metal. You won't say that in real life though, Metal. Big John to do that to you. Yeah, Big John to really do that to you. Who is that? Who is that? Who is that though? Have you I'm from Richmond. I'm from Richmond. Um I don't want no fuck. What's them shit you trying to sell me? I don't want no services. No services. But I be playing the game sometimes with my subs, but not too much. Not too much. I be playing it sometimes. Yeah, I be playing it sometimes. This me and my friend. Ooh la la. Who are those sexy ladies? Yeah, Metal. You know you like what you see, nigga. Stop that hating, nigga. Okay. W selfie. W selfie. Okay. I was trying to zoom in on her shoes, but fuck it. Alright, who is that? Who is that, Maddie? Who is that? What y'all doing? Why do you still sell? I don't sell weed, bro. I don't know who told you I sell weed. I do not sell no weed, gang. They didn't lie to you. I don't sell no weed, bro. Yeah. I'm good. I'm good on all your services. I'm good on all your services. Thank you so much. You have a blessed day, Emily. You have a blessed day, Emily. And you spell good wrong. You spell good wrong. Maddie told me you sold her weed. Hey, tighten up. We was at the Red River Gorge. I mean, yeah, no, I never saw Maddie. No, I know, man, tighten up, bro. You have a great day, Emily. Okay. Shout out to you. There's some W pictures. W pictures. All right. Where your Halloween costume at? Where your Halloween costume? Who's that sexy Emily girl you talking about? Bro, she on my Twitch. She on my Twitch. You can't see my Twitch? Well, no, y'all can't see my Twitch chat. I gotta find a way. How do you pop up the Twitch chat? How niggas be having that shit on their screen? So like while I'm talking to y'all, my Twitch and my Kick chat, cause I'm live on Kick and Twitch too, bro. I want to have it so like all my chats popping up on the screen. I'm gonna do this shit eventually. You feel me? You did your sis hair. Where your Halloween costume at? Where the Halloween costume at? Oh my god. What the fuck? Oh my god, what the fuck? I thought that was a real knife. Man, it's tweaking. Maddie, what are you doing right here? What do you explain this? What is this? Is this your Halloween costume? Is this the costume you gonna wear? Is this the costume? What's the costume, nigga? I'm trying to figure out what the costume is. Oh my god! What the fuck are you doing? Bro, this shit is getting. Bro, what the fuck are you doing? What are you doing? Maddie, what are you doing? oh, all right, fuck it. You just be turning up in your grill. Fucking my mom would have whooped my ass. I would get my ass whooped. I would get my shit whooped. All right, what a costume man though? Where is the costume? Oh my god. Her ass is crushing. Her ass do not eat at home. Oh my god, her ass don't eat at home. Tell her ass the next time you see her, she do not eat at home. Her ass don't eat at the crib. You gotta go to class. All right, man, go do your work, bro. We gotta react to your YouTube channel. Fuck it. Tell her ass she do not eat at home. Her though, tell her she don't eat at home. I can tell. And what the fuck? Hold on, what the brackets? It look like she ain't had no brackets to her braces. She got bands but no brackets. You just be recording niggas at lunch. Hey, you a wild ass person. You dropped out of school. We can tell, Metal. We can tell that because you be still. Why did you steal that old man picture and put him on your profile pic? Like that is so disrespectful, bro. You were so disrespectful, bro. I'm not even gonna lie. You were so disrespectful. Like, why did you do that for? Like, you was a wild person, though. You eat that shit, nigga. Just chomp that bitch, nigga. You know you would have. A glad nigga. Oh my god, like, no, let me chill. Oh shit, this your grandma? Maddie, you still in this bitch? Or you went back to class already? This your grandma? Shout out to your grandma, Maddie. Shout out to your grandma. Shout out to your grandma. Do your research. Do your research on Maddie grandma. Who is this? That nigga said Gilf. Oh my god. Bro, what is wrong with you, bro? Something is mentally wrong with you, bro. Who is this? This your nephew or something? Your little brother or something? This what you be doing in school? That's why you in my stream right now. This what you be doing in school? Like, let me really. Y'all can see. Y'all can see what y'all can't see though. Y'all can see what y'all can't see though. I got y'all. Y'all gonna see me again. Yeah, motherfucker. we in this going crazy, chat. I don't care about school. Hey, you better care about school or you gonna fail. You gonna fail, you'll be looking stupid as hell. No bullshit. It ain't cool to be dumb. No bullshit. It's cool to get straight A's, get a scholarship so your parents don't gotta pay for college. That is cool. That's cool as hell. No bullshit. That is really cool. I'm not gonna lie to you. Go to college on a scholarship, you get a whole free ride. That is so cool. You get a whole free ride. You know how much content you could get out of college? Do you know how much content you could get out of college? You feel me? I'm gonna start doing some IRL things in some colleges anyway. You feel me? I want to start doing this. You feel me? My little sister just went to college. But do you know how much content? Like, bro, if I lived there every day, you feel me? Cause I'm telling you, I mean, I can still go to college. I'm saying it like I'm not young enough to go to college. I can still go to college, but like, you feel me? We ain't finna do that. I could just go to the parties, nigga. I made it already, nigga. All right, man. Go do your work, man. Go be smart. Don't be no dummy, bro. No bullshit. Cause you fail, you feel me? We gonna laugh at you in this bitch. I ain't gonna lie. You fail. What grade you win? Matter of fact, what grade you win? You gotta clarify that now. But bro, I'm gonna talk to you later. Go do your work. Go do your work. Yeah, Metal. Yeah, Metal. Why you drop out, Metal? Yeah, let's get back to you, Metal. Why you drop out for, nigga? What grade you dropped out in? How old you was, nigga? What grade you dropped out in, Metal? What grade you dropped out in? You ain't gonna make no YouTube channel and post yourself. You ain't be scared, nigga. You ain't gonna do nothing like this. That's what you really need to do. Make a YouTube channel, nigga. I could be reacting to your content just like I'm reacting to her content. You feel me? I graduated. Nigga, you just said you dropped out. Boy, your ass be capping, bro. Boy, why is you capping for, bro? No, you didn't. Stop the cap, bro. Stop the cap, bro. No, you didn't, bro. We don't believe you. We don't believe you. Man, bro, this not even. We're not reacting to this. We'll react, Maddie, when you get back. We're gonna finish reacting to your channel. You feel me? Let me know when you get back. You feel me? What that gas? I gotta order something to drink. Like, I'm tired of drinking water. Y'all gotta give me a break. Y'all gotta give me a segment. I ain't gonna lie, bro. This a real nigga stream. The fuck? This a real nigga stream, bro. This shit not fake. This shit not flaws. This shit is not staged. This shit is real. I cannot fake it. I cannot stress that enough. This shit is real. And I'm hungry. I'm hungry and I'm thirsty. I'm tired of drinking water, bro. I need something to drink. I'm tired of fucking drinking water. And I only drunk it for like 2 days. I need some fucking taste in my mouth. My mouth don't got no taste. I like having like a flavor. No, that's what I mean. My mouth don't got like a flavor or nothing. It just tastes like nothing. I don't like that shit. I do not like that shit. That shit tastes like nothing. That shit is crazy to even say. Grape? No, bro. I got grape juice though, bro. That's what I'm ready to get. I'm ready to get some grape juice. I bought a grape juice. I'm ready to get some apple juice, some orange juice. You feel me? I need some juice. I'm ready to spend like a whole like $40-$50 on straight juice. Oh God. Oh fucking God. Like I'm not even gonna lie. I'm ready to order straight juice. My shit dry. Fuck. Which I wonder more. Which one to react to though, bro? Hey, you be having the good shit. Metal, you be having the good shit, bro. You a mod, bro. You a mod. Anyway, you feel me? You already know you a mod. You feel me? What's something we could react to? Give me some funny shit, bro. You feel me? We trying to react to some funny shit, man. Give us some funny shit. I got niggas in here just watching that. Watching. You need to do your job. You need to do your job. Why is you here? I need something to react to, bro. What can we react to, bro? Make yourself useful, nigga. L mod. Y'all drop L mod. Y'all drop L mod. Bro, why Maddie just drop a video? Why Maddie just drop a video at school? Why she just drop a video at school? Do your work. Go to class, man. Go to class. Go to class, man. Go to class, man. That is not funny. She dropping videos at school. That is lit, bro. Imagine if I was dropping. I'm really jealous though. Cause imagine if I could drop some videos at school, bro. I would be fucking lit. If I could drop videos at school, bro, I would be fucking lit. I would have been blew up. I would have been blew up. Oh God. Bruh. I can't even listen to no music because I'm low-key scared. I forgot what I could listen to on this bitch. Y'all know sometimes they be nerfing me, sometimes they don't. But like that shit crazy, bro. For real, if I'm gonna listen to some Richmond shit. That's what I'm gonna do. Listen to some Richmond shit. I'm not even gonna do that. They might give me for that bitch. That song blew up too much. That bitch got 400K. I did not know that bitch had 400K. That bitch right here 500K. That RVA drill jump. That is crazy. That bitch right here 500K. I did not know that. That nigga lit. I ain't gonna lie. That nigga got 30. Oh my God. What the fuck? What the fuck is the song? Did this nigga delete all his songs? Is this nigga in jail or something? I don't even care, nigga. I got it on Apple Music. I got it on Apple Music anyway.
With that motherfucking beat. Same. This is getting crazy.
What do you mean? What do you mean? What do you mean?
Hold on. You better steady yourself, cause I ain't the one. You can get sent to the sun. Drop 2 3 with a fat ass drum. Hop out spanking the Glock, boy, you better not run. Hold on. This bitch holding the mic, I be feeling like dirt. You try to come out this one way, this shit won't work. I'm trying to catch bro killer and do him the work. That nigga like trying to sell him a purse, but you better get in the chop, go save some work. Bro Jack before his last one, knowing he hurt. She can't trip out of bitches, boy, I come first. Get rid of meat off tree, I ain't need me a perk. Might be a little too boo, but I'm still on alert. But nah, I'm really trying to put some in the dirt. The odds still have, but I'm trying to lurk, so fuck it, I'm right to stake out. Grill him, we turn this bitch to a steakhouse. We outside when them little niggas ain't out, so we already know what they thought. These niggas ain't on shit. If it ain't with the Glock, I'ma rock with the big boy Smith. I'ma lock for the head, I don't care who you with. The bro start smacking the Glock 23.
Yes, indeed.
You better humble yourself, boy, you know you a bitch. I'm snatching on IG, making me sick. I ain't talking no pistol, but I'm trying to flip. I get the aim in the map, make him limbo. I'm trying to beat on a nigga like Kimbo. I can't speak on no nigga, but I'm staying 10 toes. Something feeds me. I can't come in your party if it ain't no please with me. Lil' mom, give me that bottle like, please stop teasing me. I'm shoving that out, nah, this ain't no TNT. I can't hit the kill latch, I got a band on me. And then it's fat. Double joy, nigga. Just wanna blow that out and smoke on fire. Stand up down, be all ready to stand up. Yeah. With that motherfucking flip. Say, yeah, I be facing up. I mean, I'm the touch. I be facing up. Keep on putting that shit in their face. That's why them gurus hate. Shit get real, better stay out the way. Lot trying to chase this scat, bro. Doing the race, don't get too close, bitch. Give me some space. You got act like a hoe, get put in your place. Nigga don't want smoke with it, thought it was lace. I'm ducking and lost, they'll fight in the case. They try to give me a diss stroke. Them people tripping, you know that I can't go. Young boys let that spin your block like a diss stroke. Spanking them G's, boy, you better get low. Pop out like what the way it for. Ever go broken up, pulling me kick though. Play like a dumb, but you know how this shit go. And with this shit, we two in the mix over. Ski swung best out here. How niggas dipping. He trying to catch my victim. Glock 33 in the deal, got me feeling like pimpin'. Like these niggas really don't listen. Come through, nah, I ain't doing no missing. Nah, I ain't doing no dissing. I had them white boys out there fishing. You know I'm a lock for the finish the mission. You gotta take your risk. Posted on haze all day, niggas trying to get rich. You did not know that this bitch was a hoe and she steady on dick. Thought this tweet trying to eat up the meat, then go for a kiss. I cannot be with a nigga that's really a bitch. Know me, I ain't get locked in like Lilo and Stick. Hold on, I might be on a nigga with 3 sight. For a nigga playing, he meet me, leave with a knock out the lights. Lil' bro tell me he need him a sack and I'm getting them right. I smoke fat ass boys, I be high as a kite. Run on a big tray, fat that he can't even like. I heard this bitch wanna fuck, I'ma give her the pipe. Let's go home, putting that shit in their face. Yeah, that's why them gurus hate. Shit get real, better stay out the way. Not trying to chase this scat, bro, doing the race. Don't get too close, bitch, give me some space. You got act like a hoe, get put in your place. Nigga don't want smoke, with it thought it was lace. I'm ducking the law, still fighting the case. Yeah, ducking the law, still fighting the case. That motherfucking beat. Say, I got Mikey with me for sure. Yeah, I ain't gonna Hold on, nah, I ain't doing no ducking. Say you gon' kill me, but niggas be bluffing. I'm outside, come sliding this micro bus. 7.62's leaving them guts. Hold on, I can't hear the knock off the dome, I ain't doing no fussing. Full body K with thought it was rushing. Knock up his top, that's the end of this gun. I'm about to get active, I swear it ain't nothing. How the fuck is this smoke? You said to be running, how you standing? Charge you ain't got no money, niggas way too I'ma do it, bro. I'm shot with the feet, no, them prices be low. Niggas know why I be just keep me at the store. Auntie loving the word, but she keep trying to score. Who hit dude in this top down, nobody know. Who do get out that jail, I'ma do it for bro. Get out that jail, I'ma do it, bro. Can't even let many baby hoes.
Hey, Metal, you getting crazy.
Niggas know how it go. Yeah.
Bullshit, tell the guy in the back I could beat him. Well.
Between two BC medical employees. Edward says drug hotspots in areas like Haynes Avenue and the Oak Grove neighborhood along Richmond Highway were living
Lost to the micro, but I'm still clutching the minute. Might slap in the city, cause I'm trying to ride for a minute. No got no bitch like this, bitch hit like a tank. 12 on dick, got 3 weeks fighting the case, but I bet the bitch get spanked. These niggas living the lie, and I bet his ass gon' die being something he ain't. Let's get it, I heard what he said, but I swear I don't fit it. I'm on the post with a big boy drizzy, Columbo man can't do nothing with me. I love the way that the G thing glitch, that's why I keep telling them to switch it. We ready to go on this sweet ass lick, but you better not fold in the mess. These niggas really be bitch. These niggas really be triggered. He could've got it gone in the box, but these niggas really be breaking. Better keep it out your mental. You know I'm real trap living. Like, boy, I can give you sauce just list. I can show you how to get you some chicken. Like, get you a 448. Take 48 pools back to my gate and tell me you need 1/5 for the 28. It's 10 more zips on the plate. You can't kinda lane their ass in the way. If I don't do nothing, I'ma catch me a plate. I'm really chopped out. How can I fake? You go for the jack, your ass getting baked, but shit getting hotter than top. Bad bitch, I'm trying to beat up the pool like rock. Humble as ever, I can really be cocky. You know you ain't living like that, just stop. Up with the Drake thing, take out his knock. Me a bro locked in like Steven the Ross. Pop out and bang on something, bitch called. Fuck is a gas pump, bro, at the charge. Lost to the micro, but I'm still clutching the minute. Might slap in the city, cause I'm trying to ride for a minute. No got no bitch like this, bitch hit like a tank. 12 on dick, got 3 weeks fighting the case, but I bet the bitch get spanked. These niggas living the lie, and I bet his ass gon' die being something he ain't. Let's get it, I heard what he said, but I swear I don't fit it. I'm on the post with a big boy drizzy, Columbo man can't do nothing with me. I love the way that the G thing glitch, that's why I keep telling them to switch it. We ready to go on this sweet ass lick, but you better not fold in the mess.
Better not fold.
If it ain't right, get that shit away. Hold on, life for the stand on business. I ain't got a car, no nigga. You know I'm banging the feet, man, this shit weren't deep. I put on for all my niggas. You niggas know it ain't shit for the ghetto with me, but these niggas solving attention. If he got a problem, we solving it. It's to get hit with this compact pistol. Damn, minutes ain't long ass pistol. Clock to me one that's a big ass nigga. You play with one whole gang, come get it. How about the contract for this no pistol? Why is he talking like that in that butt ass song? Bro, it's never a killer. Bro, got to start telling it all. Getting that courtroom singing like Taylor.
Don't talk that one shit to me. I ain't tryna hear these niggas be weak. Always live by in my feet. Get your be harder than this beat. SIT, we riding G's. My past is a princess holding the gleam. She fine for me. It's time for me. I stay in the streets. You on one brick, I'm on 3. My young is time shit up in the east. Young trick, I'm running for me. You know fat boy, I'm banging the beat. They getting them jams.
Telling they G, I'm ready to play and we hop out that shit all day.
Like nigga don't play. I said maybe them nuts with a king. This shit was too big, now give me a dream. He reached for a dick and his ass getting big. I heard he a sweet lick, make him a king. But you can go get you a 448. You go for the jack and get shot in your face. Over this switch thing spread like me. But I'm still done in the case. Niggas be so picky with the page. Glad you getting the raise. Fuckin' with bro, I'm throwing the trade. I'm big TK. You gotta say you can't catch a play. You can't find a lane. Your ass get away, nigga. Like to stand on business. I ain't got to call no nigga. You know I'm banging the feet and this shit run deep. I put on for all my niggas. You niggas know it ain't shit for the ghetto with me. But these niggas solving attention. If he got a problem, we solving it. It's to get hit with this compact pistol. Damn, this ain't long ass pistol. Plot to me one that's a big ass nigga. You say one whole gang come get you. How about the contract for this no pitch? Why is he talking like that in that butt ass song? Bro, it's never a killer. Bro, got to start telling it all. Getting that courtroom singing like Taylor.
Let's talk about money on
why would I trip? When these niggas real like this, and I'm telling niggas bitch here with the switches. I'm so crazy, but I need a fit. And I'm in the top trying to run up a fit. No, I'm trying to run up 100. Come get a pill if you want some money. Say they got most, but niggas be friendly. We having 4 for the 8, 125, 28. And you can come get 2 or 224 for the 8. You really having that weight. Every that top talk, we do can't relate. Touch, let's stay out the way. Take you the 2 fight, come here to play. Getting my lane, no stacking the drink. You niggas really be sweet in the cake. Bro, we gon' get over, do just wait. I had some shots in the V, and if you see the flash, it's already late. Do too fast, no pump, you're trying to knock some off, we do the late. I see my iPhone, why would I fake it? 762 still do like a plate. Let's go. Why is it snack, you really a hoe? He keep on flat, no bucket his pole. I'm really thugging, so why would I fold? Hold on, well, yeah, it's best stay on your toes. Niggas be snapping, they blowing they pose. I'm in the top of this bitch, don't close. Hold on, like, why would I trip? And you niggas real like this. And I'm telling niggas bitch here with the switches. Bitch, I'm 30, but I need a fit. And I'm in the top trying to run up a fit. Nah, I'm trying to run up 100. Come get a pill if you want some money. Say they got most, but niggas be friendly. Say they got most, but niggas be friendly. I'm in the top trying to run up some money. Hold on, dude, that's really a bitch, Lil' Kim. How about the truck, Lil' Tim? Like, the fuck is a backboard? I'm trying to shoot at the rim. You don't got a question, they know I'm him. You here with this nick and he losing a limb. Fuck with his phone, trying to give him a 10. Drinking his dick, got walk with a limp. 762 shots, stopping the whip. Like niggas be broke, don't get it. We have emotion, we live in the bed. He try to jack him, I'm tough in the city. My boss faking the dripping. My head's leaving them shitty. You want to smoke, no with it. Only return to the walk down here to a city. This nigga ain't trading his glitches.
If you say that it's up, then nigga it's up. It's back to the track, gotta back something up. Don't try to luck. Come through fake and then you get plucked. These shots out the gear, they gon' fuck up the gut. Ain't no heels when we drop out the cut. First they get on that car and I'm catching it up. Better stop at that side, and you better duck. It's no C thing, bitch. She like the one that I about the B thing, bitch. We out the trap and clutching the G thing, bitch. Niggas be checking out the witness to shit. But I'm really living the shit. I ain't living the shit. Just when you get stopped, just a little bitch. I'm in the party, I'm jamming the shit.
With that motherfucking glee. It's a hold on. Nah, I ain't leaving the trap, this shit don't close. I'm leaving like go get some hoes. I'm taking you down to some hoes. Run through beats, I stay with some roads. Stay on the post, on campus, no. Young dude serving the rain and snow. You try to jack that thing, gon' blow, that's how it's gon' go. I'm on hang the medals. Come through swapping the tents, I make me a killer. They never out, but we keep spending and spending. Can't see in the views, the windows tinted. Throw me a beat on me, I'ma rip it. Call me a phone, I'm codeine sipping. Play with this shit, you end up missing. Go sleep with the fish. Bro, try to slide, let's go. But niggas be lying, try to get told. He try to tax, I'm fucking them low. I'm so in love with the girl, but I thought I was grown. Bringing the heat, get hit with this stove. Big no hill with 3 for the tag with his toe. I mentally south. Niggas be broke, can't get no guap. Hold on, niggas be broke, can't get no guap. You can get hit with this fat ass mob. Feel like I'm ski, cause you know I'm a lot. Remember them days in school, had to change some fat ass up. Sometimes stop, gon' put it in pop. You try to plan that thing on spot. Gang. We got chicken, this ain't KFC. Lots of lows, got plenty of tree. I post on hands, come shot with me. Or clear the smoke, get out with me. Hey, hold on. Man, now you gonna come like that, man. Fuck that. Hey, look. If he hop on it, you know it's a smoker. I see the album a smoker. I need a tennis chain, no a roper. Even like catch me rocking the choker. Get in the way and I'm running them over. Ain't shit changed, just got a little older. I put the Glock on, he like a toaster. Bang on dude, put him on the poster. Way back when, I was start hopping and making some ends. Went from a store to sliding the bench. These two bummies just threw back a 10. I'm out of touchdown, fucking with reds. He hopped out hitting niggas with pins. Trying to slide some hoes, I don't know it depends. But look, I'm out of state with Ski right down on this top, would've thought it was bingo. Roll out the rock with the ARP, but I'm thinking I'm needing the beef from Gringo. Oh, with the nigga, this RIP though. Hold on, I'm talking federal shit. I'm on hands with a federal stick. He tried to play and got shot in his shit. 3-0 bop, but it don't got a kick. Real deal roll it don't got a tick. I'm with you bitch trying to shoot me a flick. She in the spot trying to eat up a dick. No bout, walking on me get clapped. Ain't fucking with phone, the phone get out. I'd rather go post up at the trap. When I'm in the V, got a glitch in the lap. You better relax, go take you a nap. This shit out the top, won't need try snap. They fuck with future, go came back. Hold on, they was fucking with future, go came back. They like, what you do like that? They like, why cause dudes like that? If we okay. Big got me down there with the sauce in this bitch on game. What you say? What else? What else? Hold on. We come throwing your wicked. You ain't going your two, can't go on this bitch. Brush that glare on the market, I'm asking the ticket. This bitch hot as a oven, you can't take the heat, get the fuck out the kitchen. Bringing my sticks on the road, I'm a lock for the wrist. I'm waking them up, now they paying attention. To be honest, this shit that I don't like to mention. But I swear there ain't nothing to pop out, spanking and jiggling. She tryna pull up and hop out, handling business. My head come back to back with a thought it was timid. Say with my dog, would have thought I was dead as a menace. It's all for the gas, we come through here. We in the top, we need that bitch. Hey, down. Bro got 2 J's, nigga 2 face, I hit the jacked up, I play 2K, nigga 2 days, in the whip back, tied the shoelace, trying to know how to get your cool chase out there, free, wanna see how the cool taste. You know my niggas in lock for the shoe race, he try to run from Drake and he gon' need a new face. Tell me alright, he was speaking on Blue K, he try to run from this bitch, it was too late. I got some niggas that spit me by day. Alright, low, hop out, smack me in 19, I know he wants see a new day. And I'm trying to give me a new Drake, but bro, from this y'all already got 2 Drakes. Since you trying to have, we gon' slide with your bootleg. I'm trying to pop out, baby, keep it, I'm leaving my stock out. I'm trying to run, but it's bigger than God. Don't we fuck around, just swing out the U-Haul. We hop out, trying not to go on. I'm with shot, and she gave me blue ball. I'm stand up, fist back too tall. He ain't having no bad niggas too long. He in the whip with the AP, he trying to get off. Niggas be capping, that shit got me pissed off. The little rich drive, I know we gon' get off. I'm on the road with that key, catch him in that V, and I'm knocking this shit off. Catch him in that V, and I'm knocking this shit off. Bro got that AP, he trying to get off. Niggas ain't know how to get off. On that bus of the Chris Rock, can't tell what you done for. Nah, for real, the words of the biggest feet. Niggas be talking about FJ on your feet, you can't kill what you can't see. Learned that from my brother, he was the biggest feet. Play the game, you know it's first degree. Polo step until I DIE. Ain't no ducking, you know where we be. Come on that one way, mini glees and ARPs. Niggas be all buck, I'm trying to turn a nigga into a tree. Ain't been the same since they took my cousin. Permanent scars every day, I just be thinking about buzzing. Can't cap it, started on the G. We weren't looking up to nobody, we was them OGs. I can't make this up. Tell them free dudes so we can put his ass up. We in them cars, we in them trucks. They been showing me everywhere, so I ride up. Think I'm snatching, well, just try your luck. All you heard was nigga got his ass plugged. Niggas act gangsta, whole time they ain't with it. What's his callus for the whole up in his fitted? Yeah, let's talk about these bitches. They switch quicker than them switch. Just stole the drop, the shit was dry. It's time to wash the dish. Stole the drop, the shit was dry. I guess it's time to wash the dish. You can't kill what you can't see. Learned that from my brother. He was the biggest feat. Play the game, you know it's first degree. Polo step until I DIE. You know where we be. And bro gon' let me meet. speak on that, that's RIP. Yo, bitch, yeah, fool trying to fuck on the feet, but I ain't going for none. I gotta stay with a gun. Stop smacking this bitch, boy, you better not run. You click with a 50, be one at a ton. But I'm trying to wrap something up burritos. We go wherever we go. No bad, feel like I'm mosquito. Free coat, she eat the dick like Doritos. I'm trying to talk me up fun, I like how I start and I don't need the keto. Niggas be tricking this sack, go get some money, can't get it with me though. You can get smart like a pre-roll. You can't kill what you can't see. Learned that from my brother, feet and biggest feet. Play the game, you know it's 30 degrees. So don't stop until I D.I.E. Ain't no talking, you know where we be. Come on. You know where we be. Ain't no ducking. You can't kill what you can't see. I'm that from the biggest feet. Speak on that, that's D.I.E. We gon' spin that block and flip that G. Fuck you, man. Before that 9 is too fit. Don't play about mine, just speak on the guys. When we gon' slide and start hitting. Say you want it bad, then go get it. Saying the smoke, then we with it. Man, hold on. Man, fuck on me. Yeah, let's see when the geek popped out, we glee on him. This ain't that though. Also, let the max blow. I'm in the front row, kicking the back though. Them niggas, they be on act mode. Not got down the tag mode. My block somewhere he can't go. I'm broke, that's somewhere I can't go. I told bro, pop out with the Draco. He popped out with the full body Kato. You know he stayed up, left that crib and got my halo. This man hollow, then go pop me a bottle. I bet these style assholes gon' follow. I hit the gas for a throttle. One time stop, now I swear not though. We got the cancer spot. You know it's free smoke. You flash bands to get poked. One fuck you little man ain't seeing you no more. Little bro told him to 4-4. He up pole, he gon' blow. This might be the best song that I wrote. Every night walking the Drake in the Pico. These niggas know how this shit go. I'm slinging out from the get-go. You better get low. G-Night sucker with Polo. Still free G.I. I be the B in the Beehive. I'm with the guys. We live. He got hit with his 9 that he died. And then I'm missing with Eastside. I'm on the inside, but you know I'm never inside. I'm steady outside. First nigga playing, I'm letting his B-ride. That bro whole birth when he slide. He tried swinging that run with the D-fry. Top house done like a Popeye. Tossing him up, no fat guy. No, I ain't friendly. I ain't giving no high five. Play with the game, you gon' die. Fuck nigga, watch out. Hold on, let's see got no fees with him. We gon' rock out, put a heat on him. Bro say he'll rap, gon' see about him. I put a 30 on him. Gang, we gon' beat on him. Big ass folk, nigga, give him a lift. Can't ever fold, I'm clean the field. Hold on, bro say niggas be lost. He giving out tips, I'm already here.
Your money!
Money man, South and Drake's ass, can't scrap the real. Let the bitch ride like a blade. We spin the shit with an AK. Got niggas screaming out Mayday. I'm getting money every day like a payday. We put hoes in the script, made them vacate. Smoke those eyes, my eyes move. You don't see them over there, they gone. You had man, come on, all that dumbass shit you get hold on. Look, niggas know that we got poles, ain't trying to box it out. I see he running his mouth, what fuck he talking about? Next thing you know, he got smoke, now ain't no talking out. But we steady rocking out, ain't tell who is this talking out, okay? Hey, that's the rest of the beat, my nigga. What's that was the rest of the beat? Come on. Oh yeah, we got another one, ain't got no bullshit. This joke so sweet. I ain't tripping, I just kept going, I'm clutching his hands, I get in my bag. I took L's before, but I ain't trip, I just kept going, nigga. Posted up, but won't get no chick that she got born, nigga. I had to get up, get my mind right. I'm clutching his hands, I get in my bag, right? Like from that line, like that. I'm my whole team and ice cream. I'm told in this pipe, why would I fight? A nigga play his life, man, gon' lose his life. And hell nah, I ain't thinking twice. Say you got both, so what's the price? You try to tax him on your ass like white and rice, Chick-fil-A. I just had to face it, been through it all, it still ain't fall, no, I still pay attention. They wonder why niggas can't make it, cause too many fake it. I'm smoking out like I'm Jamaican, got my mind racing, but I got on my shit. I'm getting guap, get off my dick, all on that lap, keep talking shit, got you try to duck and stick. Don't try to run, I'm on your ass, I do you just like Rick. Just know I'ma bang this fucking switch until that glitzy clip. So take your time, nigga. Hop in the booth, give me some facts, hop on that line, nigga. You don't wanna have your mama out here crying, nigga. My young niggas with me too, you know they slinging nine. I took L before, but I ain't trip, I just kept going, nigga. Post it up, but won't get no tick, that shit got boring, nigga. I had to get up, get my mind right. I'm clutching his iron tight, getting my bag right, like from that line, like I on my whole team in ice cream. I'm told in this pipe, why would I fight? A nigga play his life, man, gon' lose his life, and hell nah, I ain't thinking twice. Say you got both, say what's the price? You try to tax, I'm on your ass like white on rice. I took L's before, but I ain't trip, I just kept going, nigga. Post it up, but won't get no tick, that shit got boring, nigga.
That bitch a banger. A slapper.
I ain't doing no telling, I ain't with the city. I gotta get up and get it. We're really chasing that chicken, you broke ass niggas that chasing the bitch. I came a long way, I ain't kidding. I ain't been broke in a minute. I'm really working this dick, trying to run them racks all in the set. I ain't doing no telling, I ain't with the city. I gotta get up and get it. We're really chasing that chicken, you broke ass niggas that chasing the bitch. I came a long way, I ain't kidding. I ain't been broke in a minute. I'm really working this dick, trying to run them racks all in the set. I'm trying to stay out the way, so I gotta move a little smarter. Thoughts, bro, start going a lot harder. I gotta run the shit up my dog. I'm trying to ride with the place, keep calling. I'm on the way right now, I ain't stopped. I'm on the way right now. Let's go. I can't sit around, bro. Nigga love someone with fees, the price be low. Like nigga meet me at the stove. You can come get yours, zip or a boat. Why would I be with a nigga that's poor? I really stay with that good and it come no joke. So please don't think I'm a hoe. Niggas be tough till they get their ass smoked. The G29 too pretty. Watch how I come through with it. This big 10 minute. This bitch keep on kicking like it got some car food with it. This shit niggas say I don't feel it. You lame ass niggas be cat rap living. And I with a slide out bitch trying to be in my mix. That mind your business. I ain't doing no chillin', I ain't with the shit. I gotta get up and get it. We're really chasing that chicken, you broke ass niggas that chasing the bitch. I came a long way, I ain't kidding. I ain't been broke in a minute. I'm really working this bitch, trying to run them racks all in the set. I ain't doing no chillin', I ain't with the set. I gotta get up and get it. We're really chasing that chicken, you broke ass niggas that chasing the bitch. I came a long way, I ain't kidding. I ain't been broke in a minute. I'm really working this bitch, trying to run them racks all in the set. Time for the percolator. It's 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 time for the percolator.
Money on this bitch.
First thing first, I'm trying to put it some work. I'm trying to put a little bit in the dirt. I got this bitch on dick, so I'm knowing he hurt. Get ready to beat up tree, I ain't need me a perk. Dude don't really want smoke till he had that church. So bad business, come get you some merch. And love with the G30 games, I like how it works. I will go broke, I'ma rob me a clutch, I'm stacking each other. I pop out with that gift on whoever. There ain't no way I'ma play with that motherfucking teller. But feeling like you went to one right. He said he gon' kill me with the love fella. I'm spanking this bitch in the car, get the change in the weather. And love with this nigga, but it's 10 way better. These niggas soft with that feather. Treat him like Kanye, yeah, putting holes in his sweater. Bro, that is back in that metal. He trying to knock him the top, better get him a shovel. I better get hit with that drink, boy, he think I'm a wrestler. I'm trying to drop me a back on the top. Leaving my old head top, big shot on the vessel. I'm for that good on his ass, that's what's scary. Say they fuck with the feeling me with it. I know you told her to see it on paper. You can get hit with the drink, that top of the vessel. I'm on the run right now, boy, I can't see look out. Too many times I ain't doing no favors. I saw right there and moved out neighbors. Alright. What he say? Hold on. Free coach, she turn fuck. Play with the gang, get plucked. Fish with tacos, you better duck. Hold on, shots in the Tahoe truck. Front on the gas, I ain't letting it up. Catch some of that drink and I'm lifting it up. Texas 2 gon' crush me, thinking it's tough. You told me to stand that shit ain't enough. But I'ma just keep it a buck. Big be snacks, that's how nigga to ride. Then we gon' call it a bluff. I just be sitting back laughing. I'm trying to catch me a trap. I said we fuck. Get hit with this nigga ass out of luck. Let him try to swing, we flipping the truck. This coach too big, so it ain't getting tough. Since we do that though, still remember back then, dude was a hoe. It was real niggas start toting the pole. They'll beat in the block on the rain and snow. You cheap for the low, come get to a boat. They'll dunk in the line, ain't trying to get told. Can't go on this nigga, my fish gon' fold. But I'm trying to feel like a picture. She was just eating this dick in the goop, don't kick. I can dumb off the ass, but his ass in the bliss. These niggas too lame, type to be swiping on tip. That on my daughter, I swear I don't feel it. But since then, think he a kiss. I'm trying to come through, how about you? But me going broke, you know that's enough. I hope you don't think it's soon. I still walk late night with the jerky and coke. He flashing the road, get poked. He trying to swing in his dumb ass toe. I been in the bed, my big bro low. Yeah, this shit in this murder, she wrote. They fuck with female, they say I'm the goat. But bro, I see what's like. I really get shit, gon' be the block like sight. Told me, I ain't doing no fight. I'm in the booth, I ain't doing no right. I'm in the back of the back with a fat ass wood, so bro, done pass me the light. He said that he looking for me, yeah, lie. You gon' try to hit nothing, she that tight. Pass the big one up. Let's go. You know, that motherfucker. Late night thuggin', we try to find out some motion, we slide wherever that bread at. I ain't trying to fuck little blue in the head, ain't no suck dick, bitch, you could've said that. And I ain't trying to get toast on duck or wherever the fuck at. And I know you told I done already read that. You got the big neck, like me, so that get you honey. I be in the back with a big ass rack, get punished. I get the love, not dumb. Niggas ain't having no motion, you niggas be funny. You try to be on the road, he on the highway, go way more than 100. They hit the lights, he flush. I got the nigga in the field, I'm pulling the dust. But look, I put the glick to his neck tag. I like the Glock 3 with the Chris back, bro, cutting up in that cat. I just hope he don't crash that. Say he gon' kill me, he snap, let's bet that. 6 feet deep in the ground, where I fuck nigga rest that. I'm trying to knock over, don't know, I'm not ready to shoot, I invest that. I'm gonna get out of there, let's best that. Me and the feet, 2 blinks, that's mismatch. That short ass can't play with no slack. Out this bitch, then you better get back. I'm trying to do my on that flat. I'm chopped off, but I might spend time trying to look for the option, see where they at. I didn't take my time, give me the drop, bitch, give me that neck. I'm trying to roll this wood, but bro, let's go right up in that scat. And they try to figure out how I done ran it up and they break the sweat. When I walk flat, they break the next bitch in my line like where you at? Say you in the place, she think it's cash, bitch, I be well emotion. Late night thuggin', we try to find some motion, we slide wherever that bread at. I ain't trying to fuck little blue in the head, they don't suck dick, bitch, you could've said that. And I ain't trying to get toast on duck or wherever the fuck at. And I know you told I done already read that. You got the big neck, like me, so that get you honey. I be in the back with a big ass rack, get punished. I get the love, not dumb. Niggas ain't having no motion, you niggas be funny. You try to be on the road, he on the highway, go way more than 100. They hit the lights, he flush. I got the nigga in the field, I'm loading the dust.
I keep money on this bitch, so you know I'm finna rock out.
Reason why Duke basketball is what it is today. And so, you know, Johnny Dawkins gets a lot of credit. I would love, and John Shire told us, he said, we got to get Johnny back. So we will hopefully see this brotherhood run continue moving forward, bringing Johnny Dawkins in the same scenario.
And the best part, it's for a great cause as Cooper Flagg rising up his 3. Bert Smith and Doug Sermons, top officials here for this exhibition game.
Absolutely. The ACC bringing them all out here for exhibition game and getting everyone in shape as we see Caleb Foster handling the basketball, who will move to the primary ball handler for the Blue Devils this season.
Corey, early on, what are you looking for offensively from Duke?
Well, you want to see them be able to get the basketball inside. That's one of the areas where Cooper Flagg has been special. And we see Common Malowacz with the finish. He did not start the first exhibition game, but in the starting lineup tonight and paying dividends to John Shire early.
Alston Mason will run the show for the Sun Devils. They're going to try to look inside to their freshman sensation. Quainton's trying to post it up. He's guarded by Flagg, the good denial. It's Mason with the jumper knocking it down, and Bobby Hurley is very excited about his senior transfer from Missouri State because he does provide that scoring touch.
Well, I tell you what, Bobby Hurley's always going to be excited about a point guard. One thing for certain, you got to have a great point guard, and you got to have a great player like Cooper Flagg is, as you see him finish early, getting to the rim, getting fouled an opportunity. As you see Flagg attacking the basket, going to the rim, the ability to finish with the opposite hand, and the strength. Cooper Flagg, remember, ladies and gentlemen, he's 17 years old, doesn't turn 18 until December, reclassed up. He should be a senior in high school right now.
All right, you know grassroots basketball better than anyone. You have seen Cooper Flagg and known his family since 7th grade. What makes him so special?
His competitive nature. One thing for certain, he never takes a play off. You'll notice Cooper tries to block every shot, and he's been that way forever. He's elite athletically. His skill level is high, but it's what's between the ears that makes him different from everyone else.
That is just swatted. Malawach at 7'2" from South Sudan, making his presence felt.
And Malawach's coming over, denying Quaintance. Jaden Quaintance has the ability to go off the bounce. Does a great job getting his shoulders past Cooper Flagg. However, the help was there.
There's the turnover. Caleb Foster, Cooper Flagg, 2-on-1. Missed the lay-in, and it's Arizona State trying to corral it inside. Knipple. As Mason comes away with it for the Sun Devils. Outside three off the mark.
And you got to imagine Quaintance wants to play well. He's a North Carolina native, so this is a great opportunity for him.
Look out! Cooper Flagg rising up, and he will draw the foul on the big man, Sean Phillips. John Shire in his 3rd season as the head coach of Duke. You talked about it. He said, this is the deepest team I have ever had, but also the most top-heavy team with the top-end talent, starting with Cooper Flagg.
Well, and also when you consider the fact that, you've got the top-end talent as freshmen. So now you got to figure out, again, this is a deep team, Duke is, but there are some guys that have earned their roles already as freshmen. Not only Cooper Flagg, but also Knipple. He made it clear to us that Con is one of the guys who's been one of their best players in practice every day as we get a look at Cooper Flagg's player profile, the 2022 USA Basketball Male Athlete of the Year. And, of course, everyone knows about what he did in Vegas this summer. By the way, a guy from USA Basketball by the name of Grant Hill is in attendance today, checking out the young prospect.
There's a lot of stars in the building. This is a monster game. It's an exhibition, but it is still a big game with the return of Bobby Hurley. BJ Freeman throws it high off the glass. That was affected by Malawach. And it'll be Duke basketball.
But you also see Malawach and Cooper Flagg both contesting that shot as we get a look at Grant Hill, whose jersey hangs beside Bobby Hurley's, was retired almost 1 year later, 364 and a half days, as you see the difference between February the 28th and 27th. Make sure it wasn't a leap year, because it could be 365 if it was a leap year.
Caleb Foster, the sophomore out of Harrisburg, North Carolina, he's one of those guys that I feel like he is flying under the radar as Malawach finishes inside. There's so many top guards in the country, but Foster does a great job running the show for the Blue Devils.
And Caleb Foster was injured the latter part of the season last year, so a resurgence for him getting back in the starting lineup. But he had big games for the Blue Devils last year, specifically against Michigan State, where he was the star in their win over the Spartans.
Bashir Jihad off the bench. He's the transfer from Ball State, and he will be fouled by Tyrese Proctor, his first. Jihad is a guy who comes over as a senior. He said he has a lot of great skills, high IQ. And Bobby Hurley, remember, he was a coach at Buffalo for 2 years. He said, I know how good the level is in the MAC. And he said the top players in the MAC, they can transfer over to big-time basketball.
Absolutely. And it's hard to imagine. It's been 10 years since Bobby Hurley was a coach in the MAC. I can remember going to Buffalo, hanging out with Bobby, doing a feature on him when he was the head coach at Buffalo. But this is the 10th year he's been at Arizona State. So, of course, going back to his MAC days and hitting the transfer portal to bring in Jihad.
4-point lead for Duke early on, opening minutes here inside Cameron Indoor Stadium. There's Knipple rising up, missing the three, and he gets his own miss. Freeman, the transfer from University of Wisconsin-Milwaukee, throws that one away to Foster. Foster with a man on his hip, and he lays it in.
That's the difference between being a freshman and being a sophomore. You saw the bump that Caleb Foster takes going to the basket. However, it doesn't throw him off his line. Still able to get his feet under him and finish it for two. He wouldn't have made that play last season.
Here's Miller, the only returning starter for Arizona State, a senior from Peoria, Illinois. Going against Cooper Flagg, crossed him over, rising up, too strong. And nothing but white jerseys on the rebound.
And that's Adam Miller's first missed three in this building. He played here as a freshman at Illinois, was 3 for 3 from beyond the arc. He told us about that today. So that's the first missed three from Adam playing against Duke in Cameron.
It's funny how players always remember what they do inside this building.
Absolutely.
Cooper Flagg, turnaround jumper. That's good D by Jaden Quaintance. What a night here in Durham, North Carolina. Bobby Hurley, his first return as a head coach, and he talks to Corey Alexander when we come back.
For our veterans, the end of their service is just the beginning.
A couple years after I left Duke, and it was still too fresh, I think. I was still thinking like I was a player and not just a fan. It was hard to sit in the crowd and sit through a game. So I think it'd be a lot more natural and easy for me now to come back to Cameron Indoor and watch my my alma mater play. But unfortunately, I'm in season when they are, so I don't get a chance to come back here at all.
Well, a great chance for you to come back tonight and get a chance for really them to celebrate you. When you think about this, all that is Duke, you were one of the pioneers for this. You won the first national championship. You had it out and won back-to-back. So when you think about that and you see what Duke is now, how much pride do you have because you had such a large part of that?
Well, there was so much work done before I got to Duke, and we a lot of heavy lifting, and we were able to break through, and it was exciting times to put a Duke jersey on, that's for sure. And just playing with great players like Christian Laettner, Grant Hill, and Thomas Hill, Brian Davis, all the guys we had. It was special to play with that group, and so I take a lot of pride in that. And I think this is a great concept. I'm very happy that John did this for me. I get a chance to say goodbye to Cameron Indoor, and I think it would be something that Duke does in the future with former players that are still in coaching. It makes a ton of sense to do it. It's for a great cause with the Duke Children's Hospital.
He was so excited when we spoke to him in shoot-around, just the experience for himself. His family is here, and his players, a lot of guys playing in Cameron Indoor for the first time, as that one is swatted by Quaintance.
And Arizona State actually brought a number of their fans and friends of the program over to tour Cameron Indoor. Had dinner with Coach K last night, and Duke pulled out all the stops for Bobby coming back, which they rightfully should. I mean, again, you're talking about one of the best players to ever play the game, and more importantly, left the game as the all-time leader, over 1,000 assists in his career. Now, mind you, he was playing with some great players, but you got to make some great plays to be able to walk away with that type of record.
Think about it. This is the man who was part of the group that started it all here at Duke, those first two national championships in 91 and 92.
And if Duke is going to get back to the national championship level, it's going to be some of these guys that are in the game right now. You see 3 guys out of the transfer portal for the Duke Blue Devil. Mason Gillis coming over from Purdue, Sion James, and then, of course, Malik Brown, who was all ACC defensive team and led the ACC in steals a season ago at Syracuse, now in a Blue Devil uniform.
Well, the offense has been an issue for Arizona State to start this game. No field goals since the 1920 mark. As we take a look at the transfer list for John Shire and Duke, I had Sion James at Tulane for a bunch of years at the American. They used to call this young man the president because they feel like one day he is so put together, so composed that he is going to be the president of the United States.
Wow, that's high praise right there. But you consider the fact that when you look at this team, John Shire has a great mix of talented freshmen, returners. When you think about the starting backcourt, with Caleb Foster and Tyrese Proctor returning. But then you get someone like Malik Brown to come from Syracuse to Duke. an all-ACC defensive team member, someone who understands what it's like to be successful in this league, and, of course, a uniform swap, but now coming to what is one of the most talented teams in the country, if not the most talented team.
Jon Scheyer talked about that at shoot-around with us, and he said all these guys who came over, they could get big minutes and a lot of shots at other places, but they chose to come to Duke and buy into the system. He said this summer for us was all about finding chemistry and building it, and he talked to each one of those guys, and they told him, Coach, we are bought in. We are here as a team.
And you have to be, because when you consider, right now they have 11 guys that could be stars anywhere. As Cooper Flagg comes off showing off that much improved shooting touch, but you can't play 11 guys. Well, at least Jon Scheyer doesn't think so. Leonard Hamilton might think so. But when you consider trying to play that many guys, and it's hard to play that many guys when you have someone this good. When you've got a guy like Cooper Flagg, he needs 30-plus minutes a game. You got to have him on the floor showing off his ability to shoot the basketball. It's hard to play that many guys when you have such high-end talent at the top that you've got to get minutes for.
You know, it's also hard. They don't exactly have any leeway with their schedule to start this regular season for Duke. Normally you have, a few games you can kind of ease in and experiment and try to figure things out. That's not the case this year for Jon Scheyer.
Sink or swim, my friend. That's it. Let's jump in the deep end. Sink or swim. We're going to find out one way or another, but I believe it's going to benefit them down the stretch and will allow Jon Scheyer to understand who are the guys that he can play. You see this non-conference schedule. November 12th, you got Kentucky. Arizona, November 22nd. Kansas, Auburn. The list goes on and on and on. And, again, you're going to play in a high-quality ACC regular season schedule. So we're not even talking about that yet because the first conference games will happen right after the Auburn game.
Early 6-point lead here for Duke. We played 6 minutes. As that one off the mark, pulled down by Knippel. Into the corner. As Mason Gillis, the grad transfer from Purdue, missing the shot. Arizona State brought in a ton of shooters, but Bobby Hurley said in their first scrimmage against UC Irvine, they did not show the touch from the outside, and he said they're still trying to find their identity offensively.
Well, again, when you think about this Duke defense, coming in, playing against all the switching that Jon Scheyer wants them to do, and there's a guy who doesn't have a hard time finding his shooting touch off on that one. But when you play against this Duke team defensively, and Jon Scheyer's first year, that's really what was their calling card. Their defense, their rebounding. They slipped a little bit last year from a defensive standpoint, but I believe they'll be back this year, considering that there will be no one that he puts on the floor under 6'5". And so you have the ability to switch everything and put a lot of pressure on the passing lanes, similar to the way it was done back in 1991, 92, when Bobby Hurley and Grant Hill were winning national championships. And I can never say that without mentioning Christian Laettner. I'm tripping for that.
That was 17-year-old Jaden Quaintance. He was a guy who originally committed to Kentucky, and then when Calipari decided to take the job, oh my goodness! Common Malawach.
I just knew you were going to say, oh, my watch.
There's time. It's still the preseason. There is time.
Okay, you warm it up.
There are athletes all over the floor for Duke. They are long, they are bouncy, and they are a problem defensively. Someone lost a shoe. That's Nunez behind the play as laying it in is Con Knippel, the freshman from Milwaukee, Wisconsin, who Jon Scheyer has been one of the top players in practice every single day. He has earned a starting spot.
And he's the guy. Con has a chip on his shoulder. He was not selected to be a McDonald's All-American, and they're playing the game with Jaden Quaintance and Cooper Flagg and Isaiah Evans were in that game. So he's going to play with that chip on his shoulder all year long. You consider a young man who can absolutely shoot the basketball, but they have said he's even better than we thought he was coming in.
Ali from deep. And the cold shooting start continues. Missed layup there by Ali. And Knippel coming the other way. Nice pass finding Gillis all alone for the lay-in. Knipple sure doesn't play like a freshman.
He does not. And that's one of the things the coaching staff told us earlier. He just seems so far ahead from a basketball IQ standpoint, and he shows up every day and is consistent. And that's not something you often see with freshmen. Freshmen normally have their ups and downs, but they have two guys that they can count on in the freshman class consistently to show up every day.
Quaintance did a nice job staying on the ground as Arizona State finds themselves down by 10. And another turnover, a travel called against Mason. 6th turnover in this first half by the Sun Devils.
If you don't know the name, Common, Malo, watch me. Oh, watch me. You know what it is, Shrimp. You know what it is.
Corey Alexander will be here all night. Top recruit in the country, Cooper Flagg, showing off his moves early on.
Cooper attacking the basket, the strength to be able to finish through contact. But it hasn't been just about Cooper. The freshmen have accounted for 14 of the 18 points for the Blue Devils. You think Common Malawatch, you think about Conca Nipple. These guys have gotten involved in the offensive output for the Blue Devils here early in this one, but Duke's defense has truly been the star here for the first 9 minutes.
The number 1 recruiting class in the country, and 3 freshmen already showing why here at Duke. A jump ball as Quaintance gets his hands in there to tie it up, and it'll be possession arrow going to Arizona State.
And one of the things you see right now, the 2 youngest players in Division I basketball on the floor, the youngest guy, Jaden Quaintance, and then Cooper Flagg, the second youngest. But Cooper is draft eligible this year because his birthday is late December. And so as long as you turn 19 within the calendar year as to when you're drafted, you can play in the NBA. Jaden Quaintance will not be draft eligible because he doesn't turn 18 until July of 2025, which means that he will be, we can't say he'll be in college for 2 years. We don't know where he'll be, but he won't be in the NBA for another 2 seasons.
Proctor rising up. Did not draw iron, so the shot clock continues to tick. It's at 10. In and out dribble, getting to the hole. Tough pass inside, and it stays with Duke. 6 on the shot clock.
A great job by Quaintance, sliding his feet, staying in front of the guard, and Proctor not giving him an opportunity to score in the painted area. And Jaden Quaintance will be a guy that's talked about a lot this year. He can be one of the elite freshmen in the country. Ranked number 17, but remember, I'm really reclassed up 2 years. And so you're talking about a young talent that Bobby Hurley and his staff are so excited to have on their roster.
Knipple, head fake into the paint. But it's Miller coming away. Arizona State try to get back in this game down 10. Freeman, as Malawatch just takes it over the top of Quaintance. Pick and roll, freshman to freshman. Another freshman, Cooper Flagg, 1 dribble, puts it up. You played inside this building so many times. What is it about Cameron Indoor Stadium that makes this place so special?
Well, I tell you this, and I was having the conversation with my guys, Nick Irvin, with Jerence Howard, the assistant coaches for Arizona State earlier today. They asked me, they said, you win in this building? I was like, yeah, I won 2 out of 3 playing here. But the one I remember the most is the beating we took by the 1992 national championship team, and Bobby Hurley out there teaching me a lesson as to how to play the point guard position in this league. But what makes it so special is the educated fans. And you think about how much they love basketball, but more importantly, how much they love their team. And they know so much about them, what makes them work, what makes them click, as Caleb Foster's able to step up and knock down the 3.
Adam Miller trying to come back, but it's Darren Harris, the freshman from Herndon, Virginia, trying to go coast to coast, had it tied up, and he lost it. Duke on a 9-0 run right now. Nice spin move. Watch out. Jaden Quaintance, just 17 years old.
And that's why Bobby Hurley and his staff are so high on Jaden. You see his ability to handle the basketball and make plays, but with that size and frame, he is dangerous with the ball in his hands.
Foster with the penetration.
Jaden Quaintance with the spin move, splitting two Duke defenders and getting to the rim. No resistance there, able to finish it off. And that's a young man that you're going to hear a lot about as this season goes along, because he's going to continue to get better and better each and every time out.
So I was talking earlier how he was originally signed to Kentucky. Coach Cal decided to leave, and he got out of his letter of intent. Arizona State got in the picture. They said, we came up with the NIL money and got him here. And he's the top recruit, the highest recruit they've ever had at Arizona State.
When you first see Quaintance, you see how physically mature he is at 17 years old. But then you look at the 7'3" wingspan and the skill that he has on the perimeter that allows him to be so special.
Where's the offense going to come from for the Sun Devils? As a foul and a timeout on the floor. Grant Hill in the house, and he will be on the mic when we come back from this quick break.
For our veterans, the end of their service is just the beginning.
For you this night, experiencing the return of Bobby Hurley.
Well, it's incredible. I mean, obviously so many great memories here in this gym, and I had a chance to share with Bobby. And I was here the last time he was in Cameron, and I figured now coming back as a coach, I wanted to be here to support him. And but just great memories. We were able to do some incredible things, and just honored to call him a teammate and a friend.
And, G, you made a special trip to be here for Bobby, but also to come check out the prize freshman who you already have a relationship in, Cooper Flagg. Tell America what they're going to see with Cooper Flagg this year, because you know him very well.
Yeah, no, I live in Orlando. Cooper played the last few years at Mount Verde in Orlando and got a chance to know him then. He played this summer with us with the Olympic team on the select team. He has the mentality of a great player, a guy who is competitive. He plays incredibly hard, super athletic, wants to be great. I'll let you in a little secret. He told me a while ago his favorite player was Christian Laettner. And I'm thinking, you're too young to know who Christian Laettner is. But he's here at Duke now and obviously wants to do great things this year and will have a great career in front of him after he leaves Duke as well.
Yeah, and Coops, of course, he loves Christian Laettner, but I can tell you Kelly Flagg is actually Christian Laettner's biggest fan. So you know Kelly very well. And she absolutely adores Christian Laettner. But we think about, and we talk about late, the first time I met Bobby Hurley, my first year at Virginia, yourself, Bobby Hurley, Christian Laettner, Brian Davis, you guys show up on grounds at UVA and walk in a football game like y'all rock stars. I mean, I'm going to need you to explain yourself. What about winning a national championship made you guys feel like y'all could just come on to everybody else's campus and take over?
I didn't know you were going there. But yeah, no, we showed up the fall of '91 right before practice started at UVA, and I had a good time. And when we left, we said we'll be back here in a few months. And we'll have a good time then, too.
You absolutely did, for the record. I can remember 2 whoopings that year from that 92 national championship team.
Hey, John, I just have a question. I mean, Corey never passed the ball. He shot the ball all the time. That's all I remember him doing is shooting the ball at UVA. And I can't believe he let me come on. He threw an assist by having me come on during this segment.
Well, so my role, I just throw it up for Corey and just let him take it wherever he wants. I know what happens.
Well, Grant and I were teammates in Orlando, believe it or not, but neither one of us were playing because we were both injured.
That's
so
true.
We didn't have to worry about passing each other the ball then.
Grant, I'm sure so many kids come up to you and ask, what does it take to be a special basketball player, a Duke basketball player? Can you describe what it takes to be one of the greats here at Duke?
Well, I think you have to win. I think you have to, have a commitment to excellence, hard work, discipline. Obviously, there's values that are important to this program, and we've had so many great players through the year. We talk about the brotherhood, and you go all the way back to Johnny Dawkins, who really got things going, that first big-time commitment to Coach K back in 1982, and just a list of great players who wanted to be coached, wanted to be challenged, wanted to play at a high level, and it just continues. Cooper Flagg's here, and certainly this great young class, and I'm hearing there's another great class coming in next year. So the brotherhood just keeps on rolling.
And you speak of the brotherhood, you've got this brotherhood run that's happening tonight, but you also mentioned Johnny Dawkins and as well as Tommy Amaker, that backcourt from really the team, that the class that saved Coach K, that DMV backcourt. Would you like to see this brotherhood run continue, bringing back Johnny, bringing back, Tommy?
I like what they're doing here, having this exhibition game, bringing back, Bobby Hurley, a really strong Arizona State team. There's so many former Duke players who are coaching now. I think having Harvard, having UCF, Chris Collins is out there. Obviously, Jeff Capel and Pitt, they see each other in the ACC regular season. But I like what they've done this year, raising money and getting a chance for some good competition early in the season.
Grant Hill, we appreciate you joining us, man. Enjoy the rest of this night. It is a special night here at Cameron Indoor Stadium.
I appreciate you guys. And, John, just, make sure Corey lets you talk a little bit more, okay?
Good advice from a legend. Corey, you hear that?
I hear it, but the worst thing is I'm normally saying his name because he's texting me while I'm talking during games. So I'm always talking to him when I'm doing Duke games.
That's true. I won't text you anymore during games, I promise.
No, don't promise, because you are still going to continue to do it.
All right, guys. Well, thanks for having me, man. I appreciate you guys. All right.
Grant Hill, one of the best to ever do it. Backdoor. Nice job. Adam Miller getting his hand on that one.
One of my all-time favorite Blue Devils, and we happen to be along the same era. He and Jeff Capel, of course, at the top of the list, but was at Big 12 Media Day on Wednesday. My favorite all-time Blue Devil, Johnny Dawkins. I mean, again, when you go back and you think about what Duke is today, Johnny Dawkins, Mark Allery, those were the two guys that really started. Tommy Amaker coming in the following year, and that backcourt of Tommy and Johnny together playing in the 1986 National Championship. That group right there is the reason why Duke basketball is what it is today. And so, Johnny Dawkins gets a lot of credit. I would love, and John Shire told us, he said, we got to get Johnny back. So we will hopefully see this brotherhood run continue moving forward, bringing Johnny Dawkins in the same scenario.
And the best part, it's for a great cause, as Cooper Flagg rising up his 3 off the mark. The proceeds for tonight's exhibition game go to Duke's Children's Hospital.
I left out a couple of guys on that list, too, by the way. Both my Oak Hill little brothers. William Avery, Nolan Smith, Quinn Cook. Got a lot of Duke favorites. I'm sure my UVA family's not happy to hear that.
The college basketball season tips off next Monday, November 4th. Wow, Corey is already here. And we have you covered with a triple header right here on the ACC Network and the ESPN app. Number 6 Notre Dame women that started off at 5 Eastern when they take on Mercyhurst. Then we'll have a men's doubleheader. Cooper Flagg leads number 7 Duke against Maine. He grew up in Newport, Maine. And we cap the night with the number 9 Tar Heels hosting Elon. The Nothing But Net crew will have all the highlights and analysis at 11 Eastern. What a way to tip off the season.
Absolutely. Me and my guy Wes Durham will be at Elon, North Carolina.
Tyrese Proctor knocking down the 3, the junior out of Sydney, Australia.
And that's an area where they have to continue to get better with Tyrese Proctor. He's moved primarily off the ball this year, where he's been the point guard for the last 2 seasons. Now will be off the ball more, and John Shire wants to see him become even more of a shooter.
Foul called on Malik Brown. That is his 3rd. As Bashir Jihad will go to the line, the transfer from Ball State. Duke is on a 16-2 run, and one of the concerns Bobby Hurley said to us in shoot-around was his offense. He said, we're still trying to figure things out, brought in a bunch of guys who were good shooters at their last stops, but in that scrimmage originally against UC Irvine, just haven't seen the touch from the outside early on in the preseason for Arizona State.
But Bobby's been coaching long enough, and of course being a great player in this game, he knows that the offense comes last. And again, when you look at this, with this high-powered Duke team, if you say we're going to come in to Cameron Indoor and with 4 minutes remaining, Duke's only going to have 28 points, I think you're happy with your defense from that standpoint. The problem is they only have 11 points. That's the concern. But the offense will come. In time, guys will become more comfortable in their roles. I believe Bobby will be happy with his defense here in this first half.
Arizona State shooting under 14% from the floor, 0 for 10 from beyond the arc. Tracking down the rebound is Jihad. He's been one of the best players on the floor this first half for Arizona State. Launching a three, and there's the first one knocked down by the Sun Devils. That's Amir Ali, the freshman from Little Elm, Texas.
I tell you what, Amir Ali was confident in knocking that down, too. He could pull it up on transition, not even allowing Duke to get back and build a wall at that line.
Proctor lost his man, and the runner goes. We're seeing guys in the second unit getting some playing time, and John Shire said, I need to see some things out of the guys to see if they're going to be part of the rotation in the regular season.
Yeah, he wanted to make sure all 10 guys got some opportunities in the first half as we see the second made three go off glass. The pregame, we saw some legendary figures here in the Duke basketball program. Coach K, Bobby Hurley, John Shire, all embracing at midcourt, sharing a special night.
Insanity. Doing the same thing over and over and expecting a different result.
Would you have done something differently than President Biden?
Almost 17 minutes played here in this first half. The freshmen have come along very well, John Striffen. Kaman Malawatch with the finish on the first possession of the game, and then Cooper Flagg attacking the basket, going to the left hand, finishing through contact. Concanipple getting in the passing lane, going down, using the strong frame to avoid defenders and finish with the offhand as well. And you have to say that the freshmen are doing just fine here in their final tune-up before the regular season starts next Monday.
Cooper Flagg, 2 of 6 from the floor. He's got 6 points. And Kaman Malawatch, he's got 7 rebounds to go along with 6 points. He's one of those guys that John Shire said, we're not looking for scoring out of him. He's a guy who can bring energy, rebound. He's only been playing basketball since he was 13 years old, grew up playing soccer. So he's got a very high ceiling.
You know, one of the things, and I'll be honest with you, as we see the 3 go down, well, forgive me, that's going to be a 2. But Kaman Malawatch reminds me a lot of what we saw from Joel Embiid in college. He was only scratching the surface, didn't play much growing up, and, of course, got to Kansas and was very good defensively. His offense came along much more so once he got to the NBA level. I believe we could see that type of player in Malawatch, who many say in a traditional year may be the number 1 pick in the draft. However, I believe Cooper Flagg and my guy Ace Bailey up at Rutgers are going to have a lot to say about that.
He's a very high IQ and got some very big-time experience playing for the Olympic team of South Sudan this summer in Paris. Look out behind you. Poked away by Knipple. And the lane on the other end by Tyrese Proctor.
But you got to have your teammates tell you something. And again, everyone was quiet here because you're in Cameron, so we could hear it because they didn't want to tell on their guy. But the teammates have to tell you something. When you've got someone chasing you down trying to back tap the basketball, your teammates got to let you know someone's behind you.
Offense trying to go for Jihad. Pull up baseline. I like his game.
Yeah, strong finish right there, but more importantly, recognizing the help defender coming over, getting to a spot, raising up, finishing before the help can affect his attempt.
In double figures now, he's got 10 of the 21 points for Arizona State.
Arizona State starting to pick it up a little bit offensively now, making 4 of their last 6 shots.
1 minute to play here in this first half. Cooper Flagg, and a foul called against Quaintance.
C.J. Hod really facing up, but instead of attacking Malawatch, getting to a spot and then finishing over top of Knipple with the back tap that leads to a nice find from Cooper Flagg to Tyrese Proctor for the easy lay-in.
Everyone around this Duke program talks about just how humble Cooper Flagg is. He's one of those guys who's just excited to be a student on campus. He said, I really can't wait to get to class, to meet my classmates and really experience and get this full college experience at Duke.
Starts at home. Kelly and Ralph Flagg have raised him very well. And again, I can tell you this, Kelly don't play. She is not the mom to be taken lightly. She does not play, and she makes it very clear that Cooper gets his basketball game from her. He gets the height from Ralph, but he gets the game from Kelly, who was an all-time great at Maine. Speaking of Maine, they are high on the list of another highly touted recruit in the North Carolina area playing at Greensboro Day by the name of Ace Flag, who happens to be the twin brother of Cooper, 1 minute older than Cooper. My guy Ace didn't make the trip down today. They had team pictures, so shout out to my young guy who's at home watching right now. And Cooper's probably his biggest competitor.
A family rivalry, nothing wrong with that.
Yes, yes.
So they stop play on the floor as the officials come over to talk to Bobby Hurley.
I believe Jihad, I don't know if he has blood or...
But he got poked in the eye. So a break in the action as they check on Jihad. All right, let's see what happened.
Yeah, he's took a couple of elbows there, and one from his own teammate. As Amir Ali looked to be the culprit there, guys just going for the rebound.
$51.8 to play here in this first half. Saturday morning, the ACC Huddle crew will get ready for the day from the campus at SMU with a 60-minute pregame show leading into Stanford versus NC State at noon. They'll also have halftime shows and pre- and post-game shows throughout the day. Then they're back at 6:30 to wrap up the afternoon with highlights and analysis and to get you set for Pitt versus SMU at 8 o'clock. After the game, stay right here on ACC Network for a full post-game show to wrap up the night. Was Arizona State has picked it up offensively. Started the game just 3 of 22 from the floor, but have hit their last 4 shots. Let's see what they come out here with coming out of the huddle.
And Duke going to a trapping defense, trying to force a turnover on the possession, force a quick shot, and come away with the stop.
It's Cooper Flagg with the board.
Great job manipulating the screen and roll, and more importantly, using the clock by Caleb Foster there to get a bucket.
Rising up at the horn. One halfway down, but comes out for Alston Mason. It is Duke with a 37-21 lead over Arizona State here in this exhibition game as we take a look at the freshman for Duke. #1 recruiting class in the country, Corey.
And they've shown up here this evening so far. Raleigh, North Carolina, and he went to work in the first half, attacking off the bounce, showing off his ball handling ability and his ability to finish at the rim throughout this entire first half of the game. Look forward to seeing much more from Jaden Quaintance here in the second.
It's amazing how his body is just so put together for his age. He can bang with the best of them already here.
Yeah, you see 2 McDonald's All-Americans, Quaintance and Cooper Flagg, both having productive first halves in this game here so far. Jaden Quaintance going to need to get some help from his friends if they want to find a way to win this final tune-up exhibition game here against the Blue Devils.
Arizona State shot under 14% for most of that first half, but in the final 5 minutes, they started to put things together offensively to make this one a closer game.
And that's one of the things you and I talked to Bobby Hurley about it earlier today. When you walk into this building as an opponent, there is an awe about it. You hear about Cameron Indoor. You hear about Duke. I believe it took the Arizona State team a little bit of time to get settled in. So it'll be interesting to see how they attack this second half if they feel more comfortable against this Duke defense.
Bobby Hurley talked about that with his guys. He said, I tried to scare them. He said, in order to win this game, we're going to have to play harder than Duke in their building. Here's Caleb Foster, the sophomore, and he'll be fouled on the arm by Adam Miller and get a trip to the free throw line. For Miller, that's his first foul.
In my opinion, I believe Caleb Foster, Tyrese Proctor, they're going to be the X factors for the Blue Devils this year. I believe you know what you're going to get from Con Knipple and Cooper Flagg, because even though they're freshmen, they're very mature freshmen, and they're consistent in what they do. Caleb Foster has the ability to be a knockdown shooter, but transitioning more so to the primary ball handler, where Tyrese Proctor has been that for the last 2 years. So moving him off the ball, allowing him to show off his shooting prowess, because if you think about with Con Knippel on the floor and those two guards, if they're firing on all cylinders, you're talking about a dangerous team from beyond the three-point arc.
John Shire told us he wants to see Caleb Foster play more instinctually. How does that show up on the floor?
Well, it just shows up by making quick decisions like what we saw in the last possession. When you catch the basketball, you just make a quick move in comparison to thinking about what you should be doing, which is what he did a lot as a freshman a season ago. Now you just go out and hoop.
Foul is on Phillips. That is his third, so he did not get many minutes in that first half, the 7-footer for Arizona State because of foul trouble. But he will stay on the floor with 3. Pick and roll with the freshman, throwing it up top. And that was the 7-footer. Phillips affecting that one. Here come the Sun Devils. Mason, the senior transfer from Missouri State, started his career at Oklahoma, played 2 years at Missouri State, led the team in scoring last season, and now finishing out here with Arizona State. Quaintance on the block, and that one is swatted. Malawach, another rejection, and he is fired up.
And you can see the resistance that the Blue Devils can have at the rim. Cooper Flagg is a good shot blocker, but it seems to be Kamen Malawach is a great shot blocker. And sitting in the paint, you don't know he's back there, but look at the wingspan, the timing, the ability to go up and affect shots on the defensive end of the floor adds a different dimension to this Blue Devil squad.
John Shire said we've had to simplify things for Malawach to make sure that he knows what his role is on the floor. As they find it to him inside, can't finish, gets his own miss and puts it back and in.
And as the year goes along, and most likely Duke only has Kamen Malawach for about 9 months, right? As the year goes along, he'll dunk the first one. He won't take the chance, they bother laying it up. He'll just go dunk it the first time and figure it out. And that's one of the things you see with freshmen as they become more mature and more confident, he'll make those plays.
Freeman with the shot clock winding down. It's at 3. Good defense by Knippel right in his grill. And he forces the miss. Flagg steps into one. Out ahead, nice catch in traffic, but cannot finish. His Quaintance. He gets the air ball and puts it up and in, plus the foul. That is something they talk about, an active motor for Jaden Quaintance.
Yeah, great job by Quaintance continuing to play on that possession. Missed the layup, but didn't put his head down and give up one. It continues to play through the action, comes up with the offensive rebound, the put back through the contact, and opportunity for a three-point play.
Foul called against Malawach, his first. As Quaintance misses from the line.
Yo, what's up, Trolley?
Malawach now with 8 rebounds to go.
What's up, Trolley?
Along with 8 points for the Duke freshman. Knippel using the screen, and he nails the 3. Shire says he is the best shooter on the team this season.
And that's saying a lot because Caleb Foster's a knockdown shooter, so that's high praise for Con Knippel, but you love the way he doesn't hesitate, catches it in the shooting pocket, already let it go fly.
How about that screen by Cooper Flagg? Quaintance gets the clear out, uses the spin move. Flagg with the help D, and he forces the miss. Extra pass, Knippel with 2 in his face. It doesn't matter. Knocks down his second 3-ball in a row, and a timeout on the floor.
They are going to love him here at Cameron Indoor Stadium because you're going to see so many coaches have to call a timeout after you see Con Knippel in transition knock down a 3 as such.
For our veterans, the end of their service is just the beginning. It may come with new careers and new chaos. There might be late nights, school drops, and even haircuts. That's where we come in.
Dangerous Duke can be in a set situation. You see the play run to get Knipple a look from three. He buries it, but on the next play, Duke getting out in transition, Knipple confident, doesn't give you much time to get out there and react to him defensively, knocks down a second three from a very familiar spot.
Duke leading in fast break points, 13-0. As they've opened up a 47-23 lead here in the second half. Active hands, scrum on the floor. Cooper Flagg ahead of the pack. Hello! Nine points for Flagg. Wild shot. And they're just bodies everywhere.
And the highlight will show Cooper Flagg with the dunk, but you have to look at what Tyrese Proctor does defensively. Not only coming up with the steal, but getting on the floor after the loose ball and finding Cooper Flagg out in front. You'll love the dunk by Flagg, but John Shire will much more prefer that effort defensively by Tyrese Proctor.
Corey, this is just an exhibition, but it certainly doesn't feel like it. Knipple fouled plus the three. The Cameron Crazies are going to love Knipple this season.
But that's why it doesn't feel like it. Because here at Cameron Indoor Stadium, when you step on this floor, it doesn't matter if it's exhibition, if it's a playoff game, call it what you want. They are going to give you everything they have in this building from the fan standpoint, and they're expecting that from you when you step between those four lines wearing that DUKE across the front of your uniform.
He's from the Midwest, from Milwaukee, Wisconsin. He brings that blue-collar, smart toughness to the floor every time, whether it's practice or the game. And he's starting to feel it now. The pressure, getting another turnover for the Blue Devils.
And you're looking for him right now. He's the hot hand. You got the license to take.
Proctor, nothing but nylon.
And Knipple recognizing the defense, making sure that he doesn't get another look. Draws two. Finds Tyrese Proctor, who's able to knock down a three.
He's now in double figures with 10 as they are sharing the rock. Jihad. And a foul called before the block. Gotta love this energy inside Cameron Indoor Stadium. It's an exhibition, but it feels like we're getting ready for the regular season. Can't wait. College hoops is back, baby.
For our veterans, the end of their service is just the beginning. It may come with new careers and new chaos. There might be late nights, school drops.
Known each other for so long, John Shire said, I've always been a fan of Bobby Hurley. He's everything that Duke is about. We stayed in touch, and Bobby Hurley was the one who actually came to John Shire and said, why don't we play a game? Why don't I come back? And it was his idea originally. And John Shire said, I love it. It's the best way for our team to play high-level competition and also a way to honor someone who did so many great things for this Duke program.
And both these guys have so much in common. When you consider both fiery competitors, both point guards, playing under Coach K, and have learned so much from the godfather of this game. And Coach K doesn't show up to many games here at Cameron. Still has his office upstairs, but he made sure to be a part of this weekend with Bobby Hurley coming in to make sure that Bobby and everyone around him knew how special, how important Bobby Hurley was and has been to this Duke program.
So a lane violation, that is no good. Coach K not only showing it for the game tonight, he was here yesterday for practice when Arizona State first came onto the floor. He stayed late for a dinner to meet with the donors of Arizona State and anyone who bought a ticket here in the local Durham area. That's why Bobby Hurley means so much to Coach K. He's one of his favorite players of all time.
Absolutely is that. I asked Coach K years ago what player that he's coached reminded him of himself as a player. And he immediately said Bobby Hurley.
Con Knipple. You better put a hand in his face. You might need 4 hands.
I tell you what, he is quickly becoming a favorite here amongst the Cameron Crazies, because when you can shoot the basketball like this, that means you're a run starter. You're the guy that forces the other teams to call timeouts when you get out in transition. So there's going to be a lot of cheering for Con Knipple, because he doesn't need plays run for him to get looks. You just give him the inch, he can take care of you.
He is 4 for 4 from beyond the arc this half, as Quaintance puts it in, plus the foul. The fall seasons are ending soon, and we'll have 4 ACC championships for you. Our coverage of the men's and women's cross-country races begins November 1st. That's at 9:30 a.m. Eastern. The women's soccer championship gets underway on Sunday the 3rd. Then on November 5th, the field hockey quarterfinals begin. And Wednesday the 6th, the men's soccer championship starts. ACC Network is the home of ACC championships.
Shrift, Arizona State has scored 6 points in the second half. Jaden Quaintance has 5 of them. Again, they have not been able to really get anything going against this Duke team defensively. And Duke comes off the bench with even better defenders as Mason Gillis knocks down the 3. But when you throw Sion James, Mason Gillis, and Malik Brown in the lineup, they get even better defensively. Don't have the same rim protection with Malawach in the painted area, but defensively on the perimeter, they are spectacular.
There's James on the D right now, on the block. Going against Jihad. And that one is taken away by Tyrese Proctor. John Shire said, I want to play faster. On a miss, we are pushing everything this season. And Knipple, that is his first miss from beyond the arc this half. But he gets it back and lays it in.
But he got it back because he didn't concede the rebound to Arizona State. He just goes in almost as though there's a loose ball and blows it up. And somehow or another, the ball pops into the hands of Malik Brown, who finds Knipple for the easy layup.
Knipple now leads all scorers corner now with 19 points.
But he misses the 3 in the corner, but watch as the ball comes off the rim. He just gives up his body, runs into everyone in there. It's a loose ball, which means there's no one's possession. And all of a sudden, he just finds himself in the right place at the right time for the easy layup.
And it's amazing. We talked about the freshman Cooper Flagg coming into the night, but it's his fellow freshman, Con Knipple, stealing the spotlight. Caleb Foster back on the floor. Will run the point for the Blue Devils.
And you bring in Darren Harris, another elite shooter coming in off the bench. And he's the guy that John Shire talked to us about in Harris. He said, listen, he's that good. We've got to find a way to get him minutes. But who do you take off the floor? I mean, again, these are good problems to have. But part of the challenge for John Shire this entire season will be managing personalities, making sure he's having those conversations with his guys, because you're going to have high-level players that don't get many minutes on certain nights. But you've got to make sure they continue to be confident when their number's called.
Look at Sion James. He's a guy they can put in as the point because he's such a good distributor. John Shire said we saw him on tape in the transfer portal, but he's a better passer than we ever anticipated as that 3 comes out off the hands of Mason Gillis. Joson Sin, another highly recruited freshman out of Saxon Rivers, Vermont. Miller from the elbow, and his jumper goes.
And that's a guy that Bobby Hurley needs to have some offensive production for Arizona State to be successful this season. Their second leading scorer last year. And he's a guy that's going to have to provide the perimeter punch for them in order to get that offense going.
Foster wheeling, dealing in the paint. And that one thrown off of Foster. Ali trying to get by his man.
Great job.
Forced that one.
But a great job defensively that entire possession by Darren Harris. He helped on the other side of the lane, recovered out, closed out, forcing his guy off the three-point line, did a great job staying in front of him. Those are the type of plays that get you more minutes.
Look at the extra passing. Sion James, the Tulane transfer, knocks down the three.
Great ball movement, great recognition by Malik Brown in the paint to not try to force a shot, kicks it to the corner, and then that one more extra pass from Gillis to James, who knocks down the three ball.
Here's James defensively. He played 4 years at Tulane playing a zone, but they've loved the way he's adjusted to playing man D here at Duke.
Sion James spent some time with us at the Chris Paul, Jason Tatum camp in Vegas this summer, along with Con Knipple. And he showed us, hey, he's a guy. He's a man, no question about it. And you see the versatility of him being able to play the point guard position, but he's a guy that also could step in and guard post players.
A block is called against Arizona State as Duke continues to pour it on with 11:23 to play here in the second half of the Brotherhood Run exhibition.
Insanity. Doing the same thing over and over and expecting a different result.
Would you have done something differently than President Biden during the past 4 years?
Con Knipple has had himself a second half for the Blue Devils, getting started with a nice set play to get him a look, knock down the three ball, and on the next possession, in transition, a three from a very familiar spot. And that just got the fire started. A 4-point play for Knipple coming off the screen, and then one more for good measure knocks down his fourth three-point field goal of the second half alone. Now leads the Blue Devils with 19 points, 15 of those coming here in the second stanza.
Duke as a team was just 2 of 11 from beyond the arc in that first half. 7 for 10 from beyond the arc here in this second half.
And this is a team, again, you're talking about freshmen, right? This young man at the line right now, Darren Harris, a freshman who is another elite shooter. And the thing for him is, again, right now, Con Knipple is ahead of him. You can see that by Con getting the starting spot and also getting more minutes. But how do you keep guys like this confident and ready when their number's called? That's going to be the challenge for John Shire this year.
Explain that, because there's so many young players who equate how well they're playing with the amount of minutes that they're getting. So if you know a guy's not going to get many minutes, how do you keep his confidence up?
Well, one thing John talked to us about earlier today was he's in constant communication with each one of these guys who are getting a lot of minutes, but more importantly, the guys who are not, and keeping them, making sure that their confidence stays up, knowing that you're only one injury away from being a starter, from being a 30-minute per game guy. And so making sure that when your number is called and you're ready, because it happens with each team every year, that you're ready to perform when you get those opportunities.
Foster probing, picking up his dribble inside. Malik Brown. Extra pass to the corner, pump fake by B.J. Freeman. And Adam Miller, he's a catch-and-shoot guy, but can't hit the three. 10th rebound now for the freshman Malawach. Kick out, Foster, and he rattles in another three ball.
And we talk about elite shooters. He's another one. And then with the ability of Sion James to be able to come in and play the point, now Caleb Foster can move off the basketball and show a lot of his prowess from beyond the three-point arc. I coached Caleb when he was a sophomore in high school at Oak Hill, and we used to go back to the old Lamar Mundane days where when he catch it wide open, I yelling, lay up, because you know what's going to happen. That's how good of a shooter he was.
Sion James, they went under the screen, and he makes them pay.
You're forced to shoot it. You saw it. You go under, you have to shoot the basketball. Sion James showing that he has that ability as well.
Alston Mason, that one rinning out. And not much falling for Arizona State here tonight. Everybody getting in on the action. You said it. Caleb Foster, the layup from downtown.
So when I heard John Shire talk about Con Knipple and how he was the best shooter on the team, I originally started thinking about Caleb Foster and how that affects, because I know how good Caleb Foster can shoot the basketball, but it's a lot of shooting on this team. You start talking Darren Harris. There he goes again. Oh, wait a minute. I got to stop talking about it for a second. You can't shoot a wide open air ball, Caleb.
Freeman with a hand in his face, and he will knock down the three. Just the fourth three tonight for Arizona State. If you're the Sun Devils, what can you take away from a game like this?
Well, Bobby Hurley wasn't necessarily happy with the offense in their scrimmage against UC Irvine. So I believe it's going to be similar to this with the way the offense is performed. What you take away from it is this is the level of competition that you're going to face in the Big 12. And so as he mentioned to us earlier, they have to step up their effort level. In order to be able to come in and compete with Duke in this setting, you have to play harder than they have. And I can't say that throughout this game Arizona State has played harder than Duke. Duke has played harder and they played better. And I'm sure that's one of the things that Bobby Hurley will communicate to his team when they're watching this film.
Bobby Hurley told us in practice, he said, essentially we have 7 starters. And I've got to figure out who are the most consistent 5 of those 7. But he said at some point I might go to 4 guards to see what that looks like. He's going to switch things up to try to be ready for the regular season. Head fake, Isaiah Evans on the floor. And the 3 falls. That's Darren Harris talking about keeping his confidence up.
Evans, a McDonald's All-American, coming in not getting many minutes, but yet ready when his number is called.
And out of bounds, another turnover against Arizona State. Something about these Virginia kids, right, Corey?
I mean, there's 3 of them on Duke's roster. I mean, just for the record, I had to go count them earlier today. I was like, a lot of guys from VA on the roster. You know, the state puts out a lot of talent. Let me just say that.
I threw it up there for you. Duke is 11 of 17 from beyond the arc here in the second half. James make that 12 of 18 from beyond the arc. And Sion James off the bench, he now has 9.
And with the way that Duke will be able to defend this season, if they shoot the basketball like this, they could be hanging a 6th banner. I mean, let's call it what it is. This is the most talented team in the country. And so in the way that they're going to defend each and every night, and you have to because you have so much depth on the team, everyone has to defend to get playing time. Look at Slim, a.k.a. Isaiah Evans, as he gets a bucket. They've got more than enough offense on this squad, so you have to defend to be able to get on the floor.
Now, I have seen some talented teams already in this country. Number 1, Kansas was on the road at Arkansas Friday night, and Arkansas looked really good getting the win. Although Hunter Dickinson didn't play, Kansas was shorthanded in that exhibition game. It is raining threes in Cameron Indoor Stadium. It's the Purdue transfer, Mason Gillis. He now has 10.
And not only do you bring in transfers, you bring in transfers with experience. Mason Gillis played in the national championship game last year. It doesn't get any more experience than that.
Here's a steal. Darren Harris goes reverse and lays it in.
And so when you start talking about the most talented teams in the no disrespect to my guy Julius Hodge and Lincoln. But what Duke is doing right now, they're up 51. This is not a Division II team. They're playing against a Big 12 team in Arizona State. And you've got a guy who may be number 9 or 10 on the depth chart, and Darren Harris coming up with the steal and going reverse layup to finish. He'd be a starter anywhere else.
Yo.
It is raining threes in Cameron Indoor Stadium. Con Knipper got the party started, but
2 trailer park girls go round the outside, round the outside, round the outside.
Guys?
Guess who's back? Round the outside. 2 trailer park girls go round the outside, round the outside, round the outside.
Guys?
Guess who's back? Round the outside. 2 trailer park girls go round the outside, round the outside, round the outside.
Guys?
Guess who's back? Round the outside. 2 trailer park girls go round the outside, round the outside, round the outside.
Guys?
Guess who's back? Round the outside.
Hey, yours
involved in the mix. And when you have this many shooters on the floor, now that starts to open things up so much more for Cooper Flag, for Common Malawatch, for the interior players for the Duke Blue Devils to be able to play one-on-one against their matchups because you can't help from anyone on the perimeter.
Started talking about Mason Gillis, a guy who had been to the national championship last year. The year before that was bounced out of the first round. And with all that experience at Purdue, he's a guy who's been to a place that no one on this roster has been to before. So when he stepped on campus, he had that instant respect from all of his teammates, and they look up to him as one of the leaders early on this team.
Absolutely. And again, that's one of the things, especially for a freshman coming into this type of environment, to have that guy who's been through it all before. He's seen the highs, he's seen the lows as to what college basketball can bring, and can speak to that experience of how each and every day is important in building a championship level team.
Evans trying to go to work, has that one swatted by Amir Ali. We approach 6 minutes to play here in this game.
And Duke now into a zone defensively, showing the versatility. You got Malik Brown playing at the front of it.
There's Gillis with the rebound.
It may not have actually been a zone. It just looked like a zone because he was so far in help.
Evans, you get a three. You get a three. Corey, you get a three.
So when we start talking about the most talented teams in the country, this guy is an elite level scorer, McDonald's All-American coming off it, and he is fighting for playing time. But again, when you can make shots, as it seems that everyone on this roster can do, you'll find your way on the court. John Shire says it's virtually impossible for him to play 10. I'm not sure if these guys don't force him to have to play 10 guys because they're all performing at such a high level.
Now, you remember John Shire in his second year as a player at Duke. He said we had units of 5 guys getting subbed out consistently, and he said it was tough to experience that as a player, and he doesn't want to be forced to do that as a coach, but with all this talent, he might have to.
He may not have much choice. When you got this much talent, sometimes you got to be a little unconventional, and Coach K did that back in 2007 in John's second year. He may have to experiment with this some to make sure that he keeps all these guys ready to go when their number's called.
A 12-0 run by Duke. They are winning this second half by 40 points.
Yeah. Rich boy Wad is gay as shit. Shut the fuck up. Don't point that thing at me. I do the exact opposite of what you're coming to. Shut up. Yeah. Rich boy.
Man, Disney Channel looking ass nigga. This nigga look like some of Sweet Life of Zach and Cody. Boy, I'm finna get on your ass, boy. I'm not even finna bully you, bro, because you're a fucking kid. Like, y'all niggas tripping, bro. Y'all in the cafeteria talking about me, bro. Y'all niggas tripping.
What a head fake. But couldn't finish. Evans, turnaround jumper. Under 4 minutes to play.
Man, fuck that. No, we back on this nigga ass. Oh, damn. You lucky I don't even got the video up no more.
Oh, behind the...
Man, nigga, you look like you surf and smoke crack. Nigga, you look like you surf and skateboard. Nigga, you look like... Nigga, you look like... Tell that nigga he look like he surf and he skateboard. Tell that nigga he look like he... Tell that nigga I'll fuck his sister. Fuck that. Tell that nigga I'll fuck his sister and I'll fuck his mama. Yeah, tell him that. Straight up. Tell that nigga, man, give him the phone. Give him the phone. Give him the phone. Get that nigga the phone. Look like you sniff cigarettes, nigga. Where that nigga at?
Back pass. We see you, Amir Ali.
Amir Ali has had some productive offensive possessions in this game, something that Bobby Hurley can take back and show some positives of what Amir Ali's been able to do. Knocked down a couple threes in this one and been aggressive offensively. And again, as you mentioned, trying to find that rotation. This is great for both these coaches to see who's going to show up.
How about that in and out dribble by James, getting all the way to the rack. He now has 13 points off the bench for Duke.
Okay, it is a zone. We can call it a zone. That has been bothering me for a second, but it is actually a zone and something I'm sure that Coach Shire doesn't want to use a lot of throughout this year, but without a true shot blocker on the floor with this group, you want to be able to do that. But, of course, when you've got Kaman Malawach on the floor, I'm sure you're going to be man-to-man, allowing him to man the paint.
Harris launching. This is everything. Now, you know, to get on the floor, Duke, you got to defend. But everything going into the second half for Duke.
But not everything going great for the Blue Devils as we get an opportunity to see the celebration afterwards. Don't leave my man Coop hanging.
See, what had happened was...
You ready to...
Well, the ever-changing landscape in college athletics, let's get you updated on the conference editions. In the ACC, Cal, SMU, who got a big win in football over Duke here on campus live.
Yes, I do, sir. See? Just come on! Don't work on him! What am I cheating on her with? You want to fight? No, I ain't no bitch like you. Oh, damn. Bitches go around him.
You is a real streamer. Bro. You is so crazy, bro. You might be the best YouTuber in the world. You might be the best YouTuber in the world.
So a big step up in competition for the Sun Devils as we take a look at the ACC preseason poll and Duke.
I just looked at it. I just looked at it.
Number one predicted to finish in the ACC this season.
And this year's Duke team, a lot similar to what John Shire did in year one defensively, the ability to switch everything and put pressure on you, I think separates them. But North Carolina, I believe, will be there when it's all said and done. Wake Forest, looking forward to this year with Steve Forbes' group to be able to see if they can get over the top, get into the NCAA tournament. Of course, we know what Clemson did a season ago. Virginia coming in at 5. And I'll have to say that this preseason poll was done at Basketball Media Day, October the 9th, 10th, before Tony Bennett decided to retire from coaching. I'm not sure if people would pick the same way without Tony Bennett on the sideline. That's going to be interesting to see. How's that going? Of course, Miami looking for a resurgent year. I believe the Pitt Panthers are better than 7, and I believe NC State is better than 8. So going to be interesting to see how this all works out this year.
And here's the bottom of the ACC preseason poll. Notre Dame at 10, Virginia Tech 14, and Boston College rounding out the 18 teams in the ACC. Harris has that one swatted by Brandon Gardner. He's the USC transfer. Off the bench, and Cameron Sheffield, the graduate transfer from Rice, will go to the free throw line. And how about it? Bobby Hurley, the son of the coach. He was 10 years old when Bobby Hurley, his father, was coaching at Arizona State his first game, and now here he is on the floor as a senior.
And Bobby Hurley Jr., of course, started his career at Arizona State as a walk-on, but earned a scholarship, and not because he's the coach's son, but because his teammates felt as though he deserved that from what he did in practice every day. And that's got to make you feel good as a dad. Because I'm sure, and let me tell you this, Bobby Hurley played for his dad, okay, legendary coach Bobby Hurley Sr., and I can tell you for certain, Bobby Hurley Sr. did not take it easy on his sons, Bobby or Danny Hurley, or who goes by Dan now. I forget, I got to say that. But I'm sure Bobby Hurley did not make it easy for his son playing for him at Arizona State.
Bryson Long also into the game. Jordan Williams off the bench as well. So guys who put in all the heart and soul and sweat into practice, getting some minutes here to finish off this game here at Cameron Indoor Stadium. And for Duke, Neil Begovic, the Stanford transfer, is on the floor, as well as the walk-on Spencer Hubbard.
So, Shriff, I'm going to give you a little trivia question, but I'm going to give you the answer along with it. High school teams, ACC legends, that played in the first ever ESPN nationally televised high school game.
Okay.
All right. Two guys that played in the ACC both have their jerseys retired at their respective schools. Jersey City, St. Anthony's, and Flint Hill Prep. Bobby Hurley versus Randolph Circus.
Excuse me, Spencer Hubbard off the bench, just put in the bucket, and the Cameron Crazies are going nuts.
A crowd favorite here, of course, Spencer Hubbard, I believe the only player on the roster under 6'5".
Correct.
But you see has a much bigger game than his stature.
How about this for an exhibition atmosphere inside Cameron Indoor Stadium with Bobby Hurley making his first return being a head coach. Duke will take a shot clock violation. And it's not over just yet with 0.1 on the clock. And the officials say, you know what? It's an exhibition. Let's just end this one. Duke, the number 7 team in the country, with a dominant 103-47 win over Arizona State.
Dominating defensive performance by the Blue Devils. Did a great job passing lanes, pressuring defensively, and allowing that defense to turn into offense, which in the second half came from beyond the three-point arc.
All the freshmen were impressive for Duke. For my partner, Corey Alexander, I'm John Shriffen. We appreciate you joining us here inside Cameron Indoor Stadium.
Liberty Mutual customized my car insurance, so I saved hundreds. With the money I saved, I thought I'd get a wax figure of myself.
And Bernie, so for Tennessee, teams of this ilk need to be playing more often, and if Coach Barnes had it his way, they play more often.
Yeah, he would love to see one a week, really, all throughout October, at least 5. For the Indiana Hoosiers, under the direction of Mike Woodson, his first 2 years in Bloomington made it back to the NCAA tournament, but last year, 19-14, went 10-10 in Big Ten play, no conference action, no postseason action for the Hoosiers.
Yeah, that's unexpected for him, right? I know that he is really trying to bounce back. He's brought in some new personnel through the transfer portal, one of them being Umar Ballo, who is really going to draw the attention of Tennessee Volunteers, especially the interior players. So when you look at what they've got this year, their preseason pick to finish 3rd in the Big Ten, they're going to be a tough matchup for anyone on any given night.
Transfer class listed as the second best in all of college basketball. Meanwhile, for the Tennessee Volunteers, I mentioned a run to the Elite Eight to won the SEC regular season championship. Just a tremendous year. Everyone loved what Dalton connected as the SEC Player of the Year.
Yeah, Dalton who? I'm not. You said Dalton Connect.
Connect 4.
Yes, Connect 4. Yeah. You threw me there for a second. You know, Tennessee, what they lost singularly with Dalton Connect, obviously he was a Superman, right? He scored 21.5 points a game, did everything that they needed him to do. But I think collectively, Coach Barnes has got to be happy with some of the guys that he's brought in through the portal, and hopefully they will have that same sort of finish this year.
For Rick Barnes, he always loves this time of the year, getting to practice with his team, get them ready for the long haul of a season. But he likes how this team is starting to gel together and also understand that you got to play tough defense right away for him.
You really do, especially today. You're going to pack it in, heavy gap defense, try to make the pass from the perimeter to the interior as tough as possible because Indiana wants to play inside out. And when you look at what Tennessee wants to do, Tennessee wants to move up and down the floor. Now, we had a great chat with Coach Barnes today, probably the longest chat that we've had. But, you know, he's very excited about what this team does and the chemistry thereof.
A lot of leadership back for this Tennessee team. Meanwhile, for the Indiana Hoosiers, led by one of the all-time great Hoosiers, the 1980 Big Ten Player of the Year in Mike Woodson. Distinguished playing career in the NBA as a player and then as a head coach. And now he returns home to his alma mater.
Yeah, you know, it really does not get more Indiana than the coach that you're looking at right there. So much respect that I've got for Coach Woodson. You know, he's a basketball player there. He's a tremendous professional career. But above that, he's a tremendous individual as well. So really enjoying watching him. Hopefully, you know, we're going to see a great product on the floor from both teams. I know it's early again. Mistakes will be made, but we're certainly hoping to see a great basketball game today.
Tremendous energy inside the Food City Center for the first look at the Volunteers and the Hoosiers. Tennessee had its Market Square Madness. The Hoosiers had Hoosier Hysteria at Simon Scott Assembly Hall, but Thompson Bowling Arena, Food City Center, what a setting for this game.
Yeah, now that football's over. Oh, wait, I wasn't supposed to say that, right? We're getting down to basketball season. I know here at Rocky Top, you got 5 games left, potential playoff berth maybe for the football team, but all eyes are focused right here squarely in the Food City Center.
Underway between Tennessee and Indiana. Zakai Ziegler finding Milicic. Igor Milicic, one of the new additions to the Tennessee roster. Meshack keeping it alive for the Vols. 5 in the shot clock. Ziegler with a fake. And out on the 3. Here comes Indiana. Miles Rice getting the Hoosiers moving and a quick turnover.
Yeah, really good offensive sets by Tennessee there. I think if you're Coach Barnes, you want to see them be aggressive. They ran the great offense, but you also want to get the open shots.
Three goes in and out. Follow with the rebound. Basketball back to the Hoosiers.
This is what Indiana really wants to do here. They want to slow the tempo down, work it around the perimeter, and try to get the ball right there at the nail, the top of the key there to Umar Ballo.
To renew, but poked away and taken away by the Volunteers. Akpara tipped away, and it'll still be Tennessee basketball going up against Umar Ballo.
Really excited to see this. You know, being a 7-footer, man, I got to keep my eye on the interior, Roger. I mean, you can watch that perimeter stuff all you want, man, but I'm anxious to see Ballo and Akpara go after it.
Felix Akpara transferring to Tennessee from Ohio State. He blocked 82 shots last year. Expects to be a great rim protector. Off the back iron for Gainey. Hoosiers come up with it. Miles Rice quickly down the lane. Cannot score. More Tennessee defense.
Really like the push there by Indiana, though.
Scoreless in the first 2 minutes. Milicic. Can't connect, but an offensive rebound. Won't connect there. These teams a little rusty to get this game going.
Both teams a little anxious. I think you're going to see a much cleaner basketball game when both teams settle down.
Mayshak after the steal. Gainey's got it.
Really like what Gainey has done all offseason, really expanding his game. He's not just a threat on the perimeter. He can do the slash and dash there, which is what you just saw him do for 2.
Ziegler versus Miles. What a great point guard matchup in this contest. Ballo away from the basket. Lost his footing in traffic.
Well, if you're Tennessee, if you're Coach Barnes, you're very happy to see Umar Ballo catch the ball that far away from the basket. You look here. You get your hands in the pass.
No, I'm straight. I'm straight. I'm not trying to listen to no music.
Guys, that's a deflection for Tennessee. They keep track of those stats. And you got it zooming, jetting, Gainey down the floor for the easy deuce.
First points for Jordan Gainey after averaging 6 points per game last year. Tennessee bringing off the bench Cade Phillips as well as Chaz Lanier, the transfer from North Florida.
Chaz Lanier, the highly coveted transfer from North Florida. Rick Barnes is really lucky to have him here on Rocky Top.
Chaz Lanier off the mark there, and Ballo with the rebound.
Like the aggression, though, by Chaz Lanier.
Rice nearly lost it, kept it alive, and scores the first 2 for Indiana.
Man, what a move. Terrific move.
Ziegler feeding Mayshak. Ballo's first 2 is a Hoosier.
Yeah, that's just too easy. You know, you're going to go high-low. Ballo is, that's where Indiana Coach Woodson wants him to catch that ball in the interior.
Quick steal. Mackenzie Mbako, the steal. Left that short, but there's Renew to clean it up.
Coach Barnes will not be happy that guys did not hustle back. This is a nice cut here. Now, youngsters at home, you lay the ball up off the glass at its highest point. And Umar Ballo, if he catches the ball that deep, it's over.
Loose on the floor again, thanks to Rice. Here come the Hoosiers. Rice continues Indiana's run. 8 points in a flash for the Hoosiers.
Yeah, the Hoosiers, man. You know, Coach Barnes talked about the defensive intensity. They wanted to pick this game up, man. They wanted to make it just a slugfest. Played this game in a phone booth.
Chaz Lanier, his first Tennessee 3.
Well, that's what he does. He's instant offense. The kid is a knockdown shooter. That's why he was so highly coveted, man. Instant offense off the bench.
Rice getting past Ziegler. Feeding Mbako. Off the iron with the tray. Tennessee, opportunity. Only down by 3 in the early going. Lanier puts it up and draws the foul. And we will head to our first timeout at the Food City Center. An iconic matchup between the Hoosiers and the Vols. Thanks to the Candy Stripes. More on that when we return on the SEC Network.
All right, with that, we welcome you to college played for Eric Musselman at Arkansas last year, and Michael Ajayi, who transferred within the WCC from Pepperdine.
But when you think about keys to the game, we'll get into that earlier, but both teams right now, they're still trying to figure things out. It's not so much about the win this afternoon. It's about figuring out lineups and rotations. If I'm in the huddle at Gonzaga, I want to know who's going to bring the defensive energy, who's going to communicate on the floor, and who's going to hit the glass at both ends. Remember, the Zags want to play fast, but they also have to play efficient. That's a trademark of Gonzaga basketball.
So right on the cusp of the college basketball regular season, this is quite the dress rehearsal. A primetime matchup. USC, Big Ten newcomers, fresh off a lot of success in the Pac-12. Andy Enfield went to SMU in the offseason. It opened up the job for Eric Musselman, who was waiting for USC's job to come open. For
Now
the Trojans will take their chances in a very talented Big Ten conference. Not only is this a great matchup, Coach, but it's a great cause that's benefiting from this matchup. Again, the proceeds from tonight's exhibition to the Eisenhower Cardiovascular Institute in nearby Rancho Mirage. So ready for some college basketball, exhibition style, and Gonzaga will have it first. 2 20-minute halves here, just as we would in the regular season, and 10 ticks off the timer. A quick foul on USC's Josh Cohen, the senior from Lincroft, New Jersey, comes in with a lot of experience, over 1,600 points in his college career, most recently at UMass.
Well, he certainly is a vocal leader. He brings a wealth of experience. At practice the other day in the Galen Center, he communicated the most on the floor.
Graham Ike, one of the top returners from last year's squad that went to the Sweet 16 and lost to the eventual runner-up in Purdue. And Ike, who was fouled by Cohen, sets the illegal screen to send it the other way to the USC Trojans. USC 15-18 last year. They were 8-12 in their final Pac-12 season. Snapped the stretch of 3 straight NCAA tournament appearances. Thomas skips it. This is Cohen working on Ike.
Great post defense. Walled him up, made him pass it out.
Abo tries from the corner and draws a foul. That's on Ajayi, the senior from Kent, Washington. This is his 3rd program in 3 years. Was at Pierce College in his home state of Washington, Pepperdine last year, where he led the WCC in scoring. And Abo has a chance to light the lamp from the foul stripe.
Well, when you can see Abo, I mean, he's extremely versatile. I love his size, 6'7". He can play the 2, 3, and the 4. He's big, he's skilled, he's strong. But what I like about him most as a shooter, he's got that high shooting pocket. He can get shots off that most people can't because of his length.
Eric Musselman was telling us earlier this morning that he thinks he has the oldest team in the country when you look at their minutes played in college basketball. For Chibuzo Abo, this is his 5th college season. Spent 2 years at Texas Tech, the last 2 at Boise State, and averaged close to 14 points per game on an NCAA tournament squad with the Broncos last year.
Well, I think nationally that transfer class he brought in is underrated. I think it's the best transfer class on paper. Now they have to see if the pieces fit and they can play together.
Ryan Nimhard, first team all WCC last year, now in his senior season. Shot clock into single digits here for Gonzaga. Ike spins to that strong left hand, missed it off the heel. Ajayi grabs the second effort, and Nimhard watches the 3 ball pop around and out. Bulldogs fresh off a 27-win season. They were 2nd in the WCC behind St. Mary's and lost to the Gales in the conference tournament title game. Abo, and that will not count. They stepped out of bounds.
He's a guy, that was a good shot on the closeout with the skip pass, but he can take tough contested shots. You've got to be there on the catch. You've got to cushion the drive, but you can't give him open looks.
He was a 40% three-point shooter last year. Ike in his sweet spot, couldn't finish it. Gets it back, another second effort for the Bulldogs.
Well, SC's going to have to do a better job of finding Ike. They've got to hit first.
And the first Gonzaga bucket. That's the Arkansas transfer, Caleb Battle. Played under Eric Musselman last year. The Zags are his 4th program. He was at Butler and Temple for 3 years, and last year with the Razorbacks in the SEC.
You know, when you think of Musselman in offense, you think of pushing the pace. They're going to attack the rim. They love isolations, and best players are going to get the bulk of the shots.
Well, they play these exhibition games for a multitude of reasons. One being, remember where that out-of-bounds line is. Back-to-back possessions, USC has a 3 wiped off the board because that heel was stepping out of bounds.
It sounds good, but he's done that a million times. You can't make that mistake.
Now, it would have been St. Thomas's first points. Battle sets up in the corner. He was in bounds, and he connects. Five straight for Battle.
That's where Desmond Claude has to do a better job. You can't let Nembhard get downhill and into the paint. You've got to wall him off. That was penetrate, hit, buckets.
Caleb Battle, 182 career trays and a well-traveled college journey. First lead for the Zags. Thomas, a transfer from Northern Colorado, off 1 foot, buries the mid-range jump shot.
And that was pretty good defense. Gonzaga kept them squared up, but it was St. Thomas who absorbed contact, got into the paint for an easy bucket.
AK knocks over Cohen, and that's his second foul. So Josh Cohen picks up 2 quick ones on Graham Ike.
Well, offensively right there, you can see the penetrate, the kick out to Battle. That's an easy catch and shoot. That's like target practice for him. He's one of the most skilled players. I mean, he is wired to score.
Foul before the inbound pass, another on USC. Chibuzo Abo picks up his first.
Well, Zag fans are going to love Battle. I mean, he can heat up. He's got great size at the 2. He's like a microwave.
And Gonzaga quickly turns it over. Preseason favorite in the West Coast Conference, to nobody's surprise. The big news outside of the transactions within the transfer portal for this Gonzaga program, they're moving to the Pac-12 here in a couple of years, Coach.
Well, you talk about one of the elite programs, not just on the West Coast, but nationally. Mark Few has built it. They come, and they've just been unbelievable during his run.
9 consecutive Sweet 16s for this Gonzaga program. Clyde down the lane, hangs, and draws a foul. It's on Ike. And so both starting big men in some early foul trouble here. That's 2 fouls on Graham Ike.
What I love about Desmond Claude is just his size. He's big, he's strong, he can get into the lane. You're going to have to level him off and make him play sideline to sideline. He's really crafty at drawing fouls. He did that in the Big East. He plays through contact. He covets contact. You know, what I'd like to see him, Chris, though, is get a little tighter with the ball. But the next level, he's going to have to be a point guard. And at 6'6", he's got all the ingredients to do that.
He was the Big East most improved player at Xavier last year. Went from 4.5 points per game as a freshman to more than 16.5 points per contest as a sophomore. USC reclaims a 1-point advantage early.
I like the high hands by the Trojans inside, whether it's on the perimeter or if it's inside. When you close out, high hands, trace the ball, be like a windshield wiper.
Gonzaga gets a second chance. Ike can't finish, but he's fouled. So Graham Ike, in his second year with Gonzaga, will head to the stripe. His first free throw attempts of the night here.
Well, when you think of Graham Ike, he's 6'10". He's got a 7.5-foot wingspan and a size 18 sneaker. I had a game where when he was at Wyoming and he didn't play, and I shook his hand. His hands are bigger than Kawhi Leonard. He's intelligent, competitive, and he's a huge target in the paint. They can throw it in to get a score. They can throw it in to force a double, and he's a good passer out to the perimeter.
Jalen Shelley first off the bench for Eric Musselman tonight, a true freshman from Little Elm in Texas. As Ike sinks the second free throw. We mentioned Graham Ike spent 3 years at Wyoming, his second year at Gonzaga. This is his final college season. Thomas passed up on a good look. It's the freshman. Shelley can't connect. Loose ball, fought for underneath. Greg and Abo get tied up. And the thumbs go skyward. Possession arrow will keep it on this end with USC. Reset the shot clock to 20 for the Trojans. Squad that will open the regular season with 6 straight at home. Thomas backing down Nimhard. Watches it wiggle out. Ajayi dribbled it off of his sneaker. Shelley trying to get there. Ajayi on the deck. And Greg clears. Gonzaga will slow things down after the helter-skelter sequence. There's Nimhart through the contact. Battle touch pass. Ajayi for 3. And last touch by USC. USC and Gonzaga meeting in a charity exhibition tonight on Big Ten Plus. Glad you're with us. This Gonzaga program just flat out consistent. 9 straight Sweet 16 appearances. And they always seem to score a lot of points, more than 85 points per game last season. They bring back 6 of their top 7 from that Sweet 16 squad a season ago.
Well, that's what makes them so good offensively, because with Mark Few, they want to play fast, they want to play furious, they're extremely organized, and they love to attack the rim.
And how about that out-of-bounds play? Michael Ajayi throws it down. His first points tonight. Played under Lorenzo Romar last year at Pepperdine and led the WCC at more than 17 points per game. Abo from deep. He connects.
Well, Ben Greg has got to be there. He's got to get a hand up. You don't want Abo to get into a nice little rhythm, because Abo can hurt you inside, and you just saw he can kill you from the perimeter.
All 5 starters still out there for Gonzaga out of the first time out. Ajayi, he can shoot it from out there. Off the heel, rebounded by AG.
Well, the Trojans got lucky. They've got to move on the flight of the pass, be there.
I already looked at it. And my fault, guys. My fault, bro. I already looked at your video. I already looked at it. Okay. Yeah, you good. Yeah, I looked at that jump. What do you play in the instruments? What y'all be doing in music, or y'all just be singing?
On perimeter catches.
USC having all sorts of trouble in front of the Gonzaga bench. That's the 3rd time already that they've stepped out of bounds.
This is something that I haven't seen maybe ever watching Mark Few's team, is having the platoon sub. And again, it makes sense because this is an exhibition game, Chris, but right now this is the deepest team that he's had probably since 2017. So he's trying to figure out who fits, who's digesting the schemes on both ends of the floor. This was like a hockey substitution.
So a line change, which is appropriate because this is also a hockey arena. That misses everything, but a high IQ play made by the Tarleton State transfer, Emmanuel Inachinte. Well, I thought he had thrown it off of USC, but I guess last touched by Gonzaga.
Well, I think it was a good choice for us to wear socks with these Gucci loafers, because my feet are freezing. My socks are thin. I should have worn some wool ones.
Gucci loafers. Speak for yourself, man. You don't want to roll with those type of kicks. You inspire me, though. Early 1-point lead for USC. This is Thomas. Claude out of the shot fake, drives. And a foul called on Gonzaga.
Just when I told you that I thought the Zags had some really good team defense, it broke down. You've got to have defensive discipline. You've got to square up and keep your man.
You said we was playing with y'all was playing with y'all hands, bro. You serious? Are you serious?
And in front, again, be close enough to contest the shot. But Mark Few wants you to keep the offensive player in front. Easy rule when you're guarding teams. Don't let your man's shoulders get by your defensive shoulders, and you're in good shape.
One of Desmond Claude's strengths in the first exhibition last week against UTSA at home was getting to the free throw line. He attempted 9 shots at the foul stripe and knocked down 8 of them. This is already his 4th free throw attempt of this first half.
He's just so crafty at getting into the lane. You know, we know that he can get downhill and his paint touches. And, you know, we talked about him drawing fouls. What I need to see him be is a more consistent perimeter shooter and putting in work under Musselman, who is great at player development along with the staff. He's got a good shot to play at the next level. This is going to be a big year for Des Claude.
Nolan Hickman coming off the bench tonight, which was somewhat of a surprise considering he was in the starting lineup for the bulk of the games last year. Got a foul away from the basketball on USC.
Well, I'll tell you, I love the way Diani comes in. He's the 7-foot freshman, number 24. He was in there as a target. He was just moving his feet. I always say when you get a piece of the paint, it's like scooping ice cream. You scoop it with the scooper, it gets deeper and deeper. They've got to get the big fellow the ball. He's got to have his palms to the passer and use those target hands.
This is Dusty Stromer, Southern California native. His teammates call him Hollywood.
He looks it.
Huff powers it up, gets it back. And finally the whistle blows.
Well, I thought that they were either going to have to call the foul or call 3 seconds because if there are 3 pump fakes in there, I saw the 3 seconds. But, you know, Huff is an elite offensive player. He's got a good touch around the rim. He can run, but in there, he's just battling. He's surrounded by 3 Trojans. I don't like the way he brings the ball down. I want him to chin it. You know, put his chicken wings out, his elbows, and not swing them, but use his cylinder of verticality to be able to go up and score.
Braden Huff, all West Coast Conference freshman team last year. He was 13th in the country, shot 70% on his 2-point attempts last year.
Well, he certainly has a gift for scoring. You know, what they need from him is the consistency, and he's got to continue to improve defensively. If I were the Trojans now, I would go down on that other end, and I would attack him offensively. He's been foul prone, previous seasons.
One of the true freshmen expected to see time in the rotation for Eric Musselman in the game for USC. Matt Nolan backs down Stromer, puts it in, plus the foul. One of 2 Ivy League transfers on the squad. Nolan was on that Yale team that upset Auburn in the round of 64 last year and has an and-one bucket early in this game for USC.
Well, I like the way he Barclays him down a little bit, and then he sees the angle game. The defense has to stay squared. But when you look at Matt Nolan the other day at practice, he can play 1 through 4. He's that skilled, and that's one thing that Coach Musselman and his staff has done. He's recruited height. 6'6", 6'7", 6'7", 6'7", 6'10" is the starting lineup, so it's positionless. But Nolan can play point forward easy.
Second effort off the missed free throw. Claude misses the teardrop. And Elohim was out of bounds.
Well, that's where Huff has got to go up. When a shot goes up, you can't go to get the basketball. You've got to find a maroon jersey. You got to hit him, get him on his back, and then release to get the ball.
Gonzaga has not shot it well early from the field. Just 3 of 11 for the Zags to start. Huff down the lane. More contact, but this time it's an offensive foul.
I'll tell you, I love the team defense that you saw. High hands on the perimeter, and AG was moving as the ball moves and was in great position to take that charge on his numbers, absorb the contact. Really good.
You said your little brother got you copyrighted? When? When he get you copyrighted?
Team defense.
In comes the other Ivy League transfer for Eric Musselman, the senior Clark Slackert, returning close to home. Grew up in Oak Park, not far from Los Angeles. Had over 1,000 points in his 3 seasons at Penn. Slackert gets it. Thomas wraps it around, but out. Thomas gets it back. This one bounces in. A tough bucket for St. Thomas.
Where you talk about crafty, he just does a little bit of everything. He's another guy. He can play 1 through 5 at 6'7". He's wired to score as well.
Thomas, who transferred from Northern Colorado, producing power conference transfers in consecutive years. Of course, the big Northern Colorado transfer a season ago, Dalton Connect, had a terrific run with the Tennessee Volunteers, now playing here in Southern California for the Los Angeles Lakers, who played a pair of preseason games in this venue earlier this month.
This is an unbelievable venue out here in the desert. You talk about a fan-friendly, not a bad seat in this arena. There's going to be some very, very good college games here for the years to come.
Well, Emmanuel Inocente, sophomore from Italy, to the free throw stripe. Played under Billy Gillespie at Tarleton State last year, was on the all-WAC freshman team.
Well, when you watch his feet, he's got a chance to be the best perimeter defender on this Gonzaga team. He's from Italy. He was first team all defense in the WAC last year. I just look at his feet on defense, and he's just strong.
1 for 2 on the free throws for Inocente. That's Thomas. Here comes Gonzaga. Hickman bumps Slackert, who was whistled for the blocking foul. It's been physical in this charity exhibition. 7 fouls apiece. USC 15-11 over the 6th-ranked Gonzaga last year. They'll learn all about life without Zach Edey. Are the Boilermakers going to be this good again?
Well, they lose 25-12, but I love Braden Smith, the junior point guard. They've got 3 starters back from the Final Four team. You know, the other team I really like is Indiana because they had some big-time transfers just like USC. I love that they got Ballo from Arizona, Rice and Carlisle, and they got a really good shooter and Luke Good. And I think Rutgers is going to surprise some people. They had a great recruiting class with Harper and Bailey. They've got really good length.
USC confident that they can find their way into contention in Eric Musselman's first season at the helm. 13 newcomers for the Trojans. Slackert, one of them, as is Noling, who drives and finishes with a left-hand finger roll. Second bucket for Matt Noling.
He's just undersized, but he's able to take the outside. He can take the inside. I remembered watching Noling. He single-handedly killed Wahlberg, and I think he caught the attention of a lot of scouts in that national game.
Another foul on USC at time with Sean Agee, who was a walking double-double at Bowling Green last year. Second team All-MAC, 17 double-doubles a season ago. Senior from Chicago will have plenty of trips close to home with USC embarking on its first Big Ten schedule. Big Ten play starts in early December and then back to non-conference play for a little while before the conference season resumes shortly before the new year.
You know, with DK, if you're a Gonzaga fan, you're hoping that he picks up where he left off last year. I mean, he had, you know, an unbelievable second half. You know, he's got to be the anchor on the block offensively, but also down here defensively. He's got to be a pit bull in the paint. They really don't have a shot blocker per se, but he's got to take up size down on this end of the floor.
Dabo picked up by Stromer. Out to Thomas. Agee trying to chase it down and couldn't save it in. Well, St. Thomas is now opened 2 for 7 from the field. Missed both shots from outside. He was a prolific scorer at Northern Colorado last year. Led the Big Sky at almost 20 points per game. Stromer in some trouble. And nice touch by Thomas. USC won its first exhibition last Tuesday over UTSA, 84-63. It was a tight game at the half, but Trojans really cut down on turnovers. Had 10 through the first 20 minutes, only 3 after that. That helped them pull away. See Thomas wearing that face mask. Suffered a broken nose in that UTSA exhibition. but still came back to play and led all scorers with 21. AG underneath.
That's when I think the Trojans are best in the half court when the ball is moving. At practice the other day, I was talking to one of the assistants, and they want to have 200 passes a game. And when Russ was at Arkansas and they did that, they won 87% of their games. So they've got to move the basketball, and then they've got to get to the free throw line a little bit more, which means be aggressive, attack the rim, get downhill.
Gonzaga now 3 of 13 from the field. USC will give it right back. What have you seen from this USC defense that's held Gonzaga without a field goal almost 6 minutes now?
Well, I like the way they're being proactive. A lot of teams will be reactive, but I love their high hands. I think they're talking more, than they had even when I saw them last Tuesday at practice. Because remember, a quiet defense is a bad defense. You got to talk, and you got to be able to help recover, track back. And remember, the man with the ball, it might not be your man, but it's the most important man on the floor.
Nimhard dumps it off. EK finishes off the glass. First field goal for Graham EK, who missed his first 3 attempts. 50-year senior from Aurora, Colorado, just outside of Denver. Nice feed inside. AG playing a little point forward, finds Noling for the score.
But he's a really good passer being out there on top. That was great patience to let the cut happen.
And that's what they like about AG. He can do a little bit of everything. Mentioned his scoring and rebounding, the 17 double-doubles last year. But surprised he didn't break out the binocular celebration after this, Coach.
Yeah. Now, I'll tell you, that's just on time, on target. The one thing in watching AG practice, he made great passes in practice, so your teammates know that if you move with a purpose, you'll be rewarded. With AG, the one thing he's going to have to work on going into the Big Ten, he's got to work on his foot speed, because he may struggle to defend laterally at times, but if he can play the angle game, that'll neutralize it.
These two programs met on a neutral floor last year. Gonzaga beat USC. Wouldn't be fair to compare much between these teams this time around, with a completely revamped roster for the Trojans under their first-year head coach Eric Musselman. He had a double-double against USC in that regular season tilt last year. Last time Musselman and Mark Few locked horns, it was in the Sweet 16 back in 2022, and Arkansas got the better of Gonzaga. That was Gonzaga's year with Chet Holmgren. Josh Cohen from the mid-range knocks down the jump shot.
Well, I love the patience with USC, not trying to force anything. The Zag defense was pinning them to the sideline, and what do? You go to Josh Cohen, their 6'10" big that can shoot the ball.
There's Michael Ajayi spinning to his right.
Yo, what's up, gang?
The tempo is starting to tick up between these two teams.
Like the versatility of Abo to be able to rebound the ball, push it down the floor, and not force anything.
Noling misses the flip. Cohen on the offensive glass. Thomas wraps it in.
Well, he's good in the open floor. He's good in the half court, and he can create shots. St. Thomas is very unique. He's a dynamic scorer that the Big Ten is going to have to reckon with.
Well, St. Thomas tied for the team lead with 6 points, and right now leading the USC Trojans to a 7-point advantage over the 6th-ranked Gonzaga Bulldogs. We're in the Coachella Valley Palm Desert inside Acrisure Arena. Josh Cohen was assessed for a technical foul during that last timeout. So we get the 2 free throws with Gonzaga already in the double bonus here for the reach-in foul that occurred prior to the timeout. And then the 2 technical free throws on top of that. So the Zags get 4 freebies here out of the break, trailing by 7.
And it was interesting. I was going to see who they were going to send to the free throw line. And we can see right there, Battle gets to see if he can add 4 easy free points to his total.
No shortage of fouls in this first half between Gonzaga and USC.
What's been interesting to me thus far, Chris, is the points in the paint. You know, with Zag's big, especially with EK in there and, you know, Ben Gregg, who can be inside and out. SC's got a 10-point advantage, 14-4 with points in the paint. I think that's a huge plus for the Trojans.
This is the final of 2 exhibitions this preseason for USC. Gonzaga will play one more exhibition contest against NAIA Warner Pacific next week up in Spokane. And then embarking on one of the nation's toughest non-conference schedules. I mean, opening night, 8th-ranked Baylor inside Spokane Arena, and then they're at San Diego State in late November. Battle for Atlantis in the Bahamas, Kentucky, UConn, and UCLA before they reach the West Coast Conference schedule. And that's nothing new for Mark Few.
No, that's the one great thing. You know, everyone always say, well, they're in the WCC. You know, they really have, you know, one test, and it was usually St. Mary's. And usually there'd be 1 or 2 other teams that would be good, but they were just so dominant. But he'll go anywhere. He'll play anybody. I'll tell you what's keeping Gonzaga in this ball game is the free throws. Before he shot those 2, they were 11-14. So of their first 20 points, 11 of them came from the charity strike.
12 of their first 21 by way of the free throw line. Thomas couldn't finish this reverse. Battle drives through the contact. Abo got a piece of it.
Where Abo's doing a little bit of everything on offense, and they're on defense, just getting back, getting turned, absorbing the contact on his chest, defending without fouling.
Cohen still in the game with 3 first-half fouls. And picks one up on Michael Ajayi. That's the second on the Pepperdine transfer. You talk to this Gonzaga staff, Coach. They feel like Michael Ajayi might be the best pro prospect on this team.
Right, I tell you, as I watch him a little bit, you know, the fans maybe up there in Spokane, they're hoping he can replace some of the shoes of Anton Watson. You know, I mean, here's a guy that, you know, he was the leading scorer in the WCC. He's second in the WCC in rebounding, you know, and, you know, he plays with so much energy. Watching him at Pepperdine, he was athletic, he was physical, and he just plays with joy. And there's a lot of relentlessness in his game, and those are things that I'm sure makes Mark Few and his staff very excited to have him.
Fair free throw makes for Josh Cohen, who shot him at nearly 70% playing under Frank Martin at Massachusetts last year. And the USC lead balloons back to 6.
Now here's a big key to keep Nembhard out of the paint.
Ajayi throws it down. Off the feed from Battle.
He can score inside, he can score outside, attack the rim, shoot the 3, post up, duck in, or give you an old-fashioned shot fake for a dunk.
Second first half flush for Ajayi. Now he picks up Thomas. Into Abo. Missed the short turnaround.
The other thing I've noticed with USC, they're making hard cuts, whether, you know, it's on the backside, the strong side, and cutters always help your offense when you add good ball movement to it.
EK snatches a second effort. Greg, much easier this time as he drops the hammer.
Well, that's what we say about Nembhard, an elite passer, push the pace, just knows how to play and puts it right on his palms.
Ben Gregg, 50-year senior, was a big part of Gonzaga's mid-season turnaround last year. Flood dishes to Abo. There's a corner 3. So Chabuzo Abo, his second downtown hit, and the third for USC.
Look at the high hands. As soon as their man gets the ball, you've got a Trojan with their hands up trying to take away vision. Now they've got to take away penetration.
Battle left alone. He buries the 3. Second tray for Caleb Battle, who played his best basketball last season down the stretch. Coach, this guy averaged almost 30 points per game. Eric Musselman's final 7 games at Arkansas last year, including a 42-piece against Missouri.
Well, I'm telling you, you look at him, 2 words come to my mind: dynamic and different.
Nolan drives on EK. Big man got a piece of it. Ajayi spots up. Yes, sir. The Zags are starting to heat up, and Eric Musselman wants to top. 6 straight points for the 6th-ranked Gonzaga Bulldogs, triggering a USC timeout with 5:02 on the first half clock. Great to have you with us on Big Ten Plus tonight, charity exhibition with Coach Dave Miller, Chris Sylvester, Jess Eichhorst, our producer-director. And Gonzaga getting a little more comfortable as this first half moves along.
Yeah, picking up a little three-quarter pressure right there. Let's see what they drop back into. Should be man.
USC has opened 10 of its first 20 from the field. They've also added 8 points at the free throw line. Abo from the elbow, missed everything. Tempo has certainly picked up for the Bulldogs. Huff twirls around, watches it spin off the cylinder.
That was pretty good footwork until he shot it sideways. Whether it's a free throw, a jump shot, or a post move, you've got to turn, play the game low to high, and square your shoulders to the rim.
Jun Sukyo in the game for the first time. The junior from South Korea appeared in 25 contests last year, and he's headed to the free throw stripe. These will be attempts 17 and 18 already for Gonzaga.
Well, that's what has kept them in the game, getting into the free throw line. There you see the nice little pass. I love the way he plays off 2 feet. You can always go with an old-fashioned shot fake to draw the defender up and then to play through. You know, the big key in them being able to now get separation with the 2-point lead has been the defense. It sort of, they became proactive. I talked about the Trojans doing it early, but the one thing about Gonzaga, they've struggled the last 2 years to me with their team defense. In 2017-21, I thought they had the best defense in the country, but their Achilles heel has been a rim protector. I talked a little bit about that when we were talking about Ike, but since Chet Holmgren left, there's been some holes in their defensive paint.
Coach, it happened again.
It just might be that corner. We gotta see if the court is squared off.
Was Ronnie James stepping out a bunch when the Lakers were here playing preseason games earlier this month?
There's just no excuse for that. You got to get down there. You got to get your feet set. And but you know what? It's an exhibition game, so do it now, because in a week or so, the real deal starts.
Nimhard drives. This is Sukyo underneath again. And USC comes away with the loose ball. 8 straight for the Zags, last couple of minutes. And a foul on the pass against the Bulldogs. 9th on Gonzaga will take us to our final stoppage of the opening 20. Exhibition hoops. It is great to have some.
He played all 4 seasons at Michigan. Last year started all 31 games. I mean, they're going to need his experience as they venture into this new conference.
114 games, 58 starts in his 4 seasons under Jawan Howard and Michigan. As Braden Huff turns it over.
They're going to need to get Terrence Williams started a little bit. You know, he shot 52% last year in transition threes. They've got to defend and get out on this end of the floor, get some good looks.
Clyde with a nice move to get by Stromer. Couldn't finish it. Gonzaga just 8 of 24 from the field as they turn it over for a 5th time. Clyde launches from deep. Off the heel, second effort, hauled in by St. Thomas. Williams will try again. USC now 3 of 6 from the long line. And 6 of 18 from 3-point land in their first exhibition against UTSA from the American Conference.
Instead of having their hands extended out, I want to see them up, elbows out, and be able to trace the basketball, take away vision. They did a really good job at the start of the game, Chris, but right now their hands are their shoulder level, but they're not doing anything in terms of taking away vision.
And it's the 3rd first half foul on the redshirt sophomore Braden Huff.
And the one thing we haven't seen Gonzaga do is their duck-ins and their high-low. I mean, that's what they're known for. The Zags want to push it and go, no go. They want to get the basketball inside off the pass or dribble penetration for drops.
Claude probing. And an exhibition wedgie.
One thing I didn't think I'd hear you say during this broadcast.
It's a little different when we get the preseason wedgies. Possession arrow pointed the way of Gonzaga. They'll take it after the stuck leather. Hickman's been quiet as he front rims the jump shot right to Battle. Another opportunity as Huff chases down the loose ball. Battle knifes inside, and it bounces in.
The Trojans can't give second chance opportunities. Zags relentless on the glass.
The game-high 12 for Caleb Battle. Williams attacks, and Battle whistled for the foul. Well, this was the type of score Caleb Battle was down the stretch for Eric Musselman at Arkansas last year.
But we talked earlier about just his ability to be different and to score in a variety of ways. And again, Terrence Williams, we talk about him. I mentioned the 4 seasons at Michigan, started all 31 games last year. He led the Big Ten in minutes played, so he's got to be a leader on this team. He brings experience. The other day at practice, he had a great basketball IQ, and he really plays with no fear.
Yeah, we asked the USC staff earlier today, so many new guys. Has someone stepped up as a vocal leader? And they singled out Terrence Williams. They just feel like he's earned the respect of his teammates with all the experience he has in the Big Ten.
He has, and the other person that's got to step up we talked about earlier was, Josh Cohen, because he's going to anchor the defense. He's your center fielder. He's got to direct traffic. But the more talk, the better on this end of the floor, and trying to eliminate penetration.
Pocket pass taken away by AG. Errant pass right back to Hickman. And he'll cash in on the floater. So Nolan Hickman has his first field goal of this opening half. Gonzaga leads by 2. 11 seconds separate the big clock and the small clock here in the Coachella Valley. Nolan backing in Stromer, lost the handle. Down to the hardwood. And the possession arrow will keep it here with USC. Trojans will have just 8 on the shot clock.
It's good to see Hickman in the game now for Gonzaga. I thought he was their best shooter last year. He's got to continue to grow. When you look at his career with Gonzaga, sophomore to junior leap was massive. Now he's got to continue to make progress and stride. I mean, he's had an up and down career. That sophomore year, he was their starting point guard. So it was a great learning curve. But good things are expected from the coaching staff from him this season.
Late in the clock. Thomas finds Nolan rolling to the cup for 2.
Trojans doing a great job of moving without the ball and, more importantly, moving with a purpose.
Final seconds of the half. Battle trying to beat the horn. Couldn't massage it in, but the putback goes. Braden Huff on the offensive glass. And the Zags have the last laugh in the opening 20. They'll take a 2-point lead to the locker room.
Well, the Zags worked on their defense, but it was their offense that got it going late. You see the shot up, Huff, right time, right place. Gonzaga up 2. We're going to have a good second half. Stay tuned.
Coach, it's great to have some college hoops back. 5 ties, 7 lead changes, and a 2-point lead for the 6th-ranked Gonzaga Bulldogs over the USC Trojans. Exhibition hoops, benefiting the Eisenhower Cardiovascular Institute. Rolls along. USC 44% from the field. Gonzaga just 36, but made a lot of hay at the free throw line. 14 of 18 at the stripe for the Bulldogs in the opening 20 minutes. USC 10 of 14 from the free throw line in the opening half.
Well, the saving grace was the made free throws that they were able to get to the free throw line, as well as those second chance points. There was just some great effort plays. Those are winning plays that Gonzaga fans have been spoiled with over the years under Mark Few.
Oh, a great game for a great cause. Proceeds from tonight's exhibition benefiting the Eisenhower Cardiovascular Institute in nearby Rancho Mirage. We've seen a bunch of these come up across the country. And Mark Few told us earlier today that the scrimmage of this magnitude is a lot more beneficial than the closed-door, quote-unquote, secret scrimmages that you often have this time of year around college basketball. This mimics the routine of a real game day, and both clubs feel like they're going to benefit a whole lot from this when it's real time.
Well, think about it. This is USC's second exhibition game. They had their first one against UTSA, so they got some film to make some corrections. But this is Gonzaga's first game out. Everybody knows what you're running in practice, and, you can cheat it to an extent. Right now, you're just able to run your stuff, and you're grading it. Offense, defense, understanding of the schemes. Who fits, who doesn't fit, who should get more minutes. Right now, everybody is on display trying to make that top 8.
Gonzaga one and done out of the break off the EK miss. USC's done a nice job defending the All-American from last year. Graham Ike just 1 of 5 from the field. Cohen has it broken up by Nimhard.
Cohen can't make that pass. He's too experienced. He's too good of a player. He's just too close, and he telegraphed it. That's just an unacceptable play.
Nimhard finds Battle. Slicing inside, and Claude got a piece of it.
That was Desmond Claude's physicality on defense, absorbing contact, not fouling.
Desmond Claude, so long, he can play 1 through 4, and that's what USC was looking for in the transfer portal this offseason. Guys that can play positionless basketball. Claude, the defense on one end, the bucket on the other, and this game is tied for a 5th time. First field goal of the night for Desmond Claude, the Xavier transfer. Nimhard skips it. EK powers it up too strong. Claude steps into a 3. 4th rebound for Graham Ike. Nolan Hickman came off the bench first half, out there to start the second half, and it's another EK miss. They're trying to get him involved, just can't finish around the rim as USC squanders an opportunity to seesaw back in front.
Because we mentioned in the open the 13 new faces and the 1 returner for the Trojans, but when I went to practice the other day, it was very glaring to see that Musselman and his staff, they recruited character, they recruited academians. I mean, you go to USC, you got to go to class. There's meat and potato classes, and most importantly, he got pieces that fit basketball-wise. And so far, from what I've seen at that practice and this game and the first one, there's been a great buy-in. They've done great bonding activities. I was impressed. Must say he lifts with the guys during the week. He's in the weight room lifting. So, when you can build trust and respect, then you can coach guys hard.
Well, that doesn't surprise me. Muss always looks like he's got a chance to run out there and compete with the guys. Graham Ike, tough start to the second half with 4 missed shots. Heads to the bench. Braden Huff, who had the final bucket of the opening 20, is in. And a foul on USC will send Caleb Battle to the free throw line. Now would be a good time to tell you that there are unlimited fouls in tonight's game. The officials did not alert us of that before the contest, but at the break they told us that nobody can foul out of this game, which might explain why we've got the high free throw totals on both sides.
Yeah, but that never happens when I buy tickets for family members to see like LeBron play or Steph Curry. Guys foul out. You want to keep them on the floor. I like that rule.
Caleb Battle over 1,300 points in his well-traveled college career. From the Big East to the American to the SEC. Now to this Gonzaga program, picked to win the West Coast Conference this year.
Little 1-2-2, 3-quarter court. We saw that for a second in the first half.
Battle nearly had a steal. Abo lets it fly off the heel. Nimhard rebounds. Battle pulls the trigger. Battle 2 for 4 from back there.
Ajayi didn't get it, but I like the way he was in there between some Trojans fighting for that offensive putback.
Cohen faces up on Huff. And hits the turn around right-hand hook.
Right, he's skilled. He's good at dribble handoffs. He's a high-level N1 player. He's got a knack, when he's inside to be able to get those N1 plays. Good footwork.
Nimhard with a beautiful step through. Couldn't put in the teardrop. Here comes USC. Williams catch and shoot. It's good. Terrence Williams with his second three-pointer.
Well, that's what I was looking for. Like I said, in the Big Ten, he shot over 50% in transition threes. He gets to his spots. Credit his teammates finding a bucket net noise.
90 trays in 4 years at Michigan. Puts USC back in front. Huff around the shot fake. Backs in Cohen. Spins to his left and puts it in.
I'll tell you, just that move there, and I don't know if Gonzaga fans are going to agree with me. They've seen this team play more, but that just showed me signs of Drew Timme in the area of footwork. And he might be a little bit better shooter than Drew. He's really had some good understudy working with Drew Timme.
Josh Cohen fouled. Heading to the free throw line for a couple. Unlimited fouls. A defender's dream, right?
You keep mentioning that unlimited fouls. You and I'm so hungry. I'm going to hope we go to an unlimited buffet out here in the desert.
Rashawn Agee will replace Chibuzo Abo for USC. Agee saw time in 12 minutes that opening half.
You mentioned that he came from Bowling Green, where he was just a heck of a rebounder. He just undersized, but just powerful.
Oh, Nimhard races ahead of the field for the easy lane.
That's the first really coast-to-coast, fast break basket that we've seen, and I've been accustomed to watching that over the years.
His first field goal of the game. Claude using that size underneath. There's going to be a lot of matchup nightmares with this lengthy USC backcourt this year.
Well, I'm telling you, when I mentioned it earlier, their starters 6'6", 3'6", guys in the 6'10". That's NBA size.
Ajayi misses from the baseline.
And the other thing that Musselman loves are guards that rebound down. Everybody thinks about rebounding at your bigs. When you're a great rebounding team, you got guards that can go get you a rebound.
Nice defense from Huff to alter the Cohen flip. Bailiff.
It's either a foul or a travel.
It's a foul. And it's on USC. UCLA joining Washington and Oregon to bring the membership up to 18. Washington should be much improved under first-year head coach Danny Sprinkle. Oregon always seems to get hot at the right time of year under Dana Altman. And you expect UCLA to be much improved after somewhat of a down year a season ago.
Well, they've got some good players. Andrew's going to lead the way. But the Mac kid is really going to be good. But the questions I had when I saw that graphic, does the Big Ten slow down the West Coast editions, or does the Pac-12 speed up the Big Ten? Because you recruit regionally, you recruit different players. In the Big Ten, it's that tough, it's physicality. The West Coast, it's fluidity up and down. So that's going to be a really, really interesting thing to see once they start conference play.
Well, this is a fun West Coast exhibition tonight in Coachella Valley as Huff trickles in the game time bucket.
He's got a great way to score. He's just, I'm not going to say he's an elite offensive player, but he's pretty doggone good to get your buckets in his operational spots.
8 points for Huff. Greg defending Claude, but he finishes anyway off the glass. Greg steps into a three. Wide left. Quick trigger on that possession. Gonzaga one and done. Williams feeds it. Agee finishes. And the foul.
What a high degree of difficulty pass. On the run, threading the needle. Great synergy. And that's what the Trojans need to do. They need to get out. He just splits two defenders on time, on target, able to keep his chin on the rim, and he's able to finish through contact. Big time play by the 6'8" grad transfer.
It's Matt Nolan on the pocket pass that set up AG for the and one bucket. And this is what he did against UTSA. He had 8 points, 7 boards, 5 assists in that game. He has a chance to be a Swiss Army knife coming off the bench for USC.
He does, and the coaches really sang high praise of him because he's worked in the lab. He gets to the gym, he puts in his reps, he gets up his shots, and they made note he's improving his three-point range, which will also help the Trojans.
Nimhard on a tough take, dumps it off for Greg, and he misses.
Like Ike getting back, he's just directing traffic. He was pointing before the Trojans crossed half court.
Abo ducks in on Stromer, left it short, gets it back. Another and one for USC. Abo with the hoop and the harm.
Well, the one thing I liked about him at Boise State, he could draw fouls, shooting threes. He would kick out his leg. There, he just draws the foul by being relentless. The pump fake, he sees the angle game, he's ready to go up, and he just stays and follows his shot and just makes it a relentless winning plays to help his team and looking for the old-fashioned three-point flood.
Well, for a group that probably had to learn each other's names just a few months ago, there seems to be a lot of chemistry here with USC. Not only the starters, but the guys that have come off the bench too.
Well, this might age me, and you may have to Google this, but watching this game, it was like, okay, the Zags walked in this morning and this afternoon for this game, and it's like the TV show Friends. They all knew each other. And there's a credit. All those guys could have maybe tested the waters to go somewhere. They all believed in each other and came back to play for Mark Few. That doesn't happen much in this landscape. And then when you look at the Trojans, it's like extreme makeover. 13 new faces, one returner. And trust me, they're experienced new faces, but not together.
Inocente had it partially blocked by Thomas and last touched by the Zags. This is a terrific stretch put together by USC. 7 straight points. And the Trojans have hit on 6 of their last 8 from the floor.
The other good thing, you look at the identity of the Trojan bench. When guys are getting up, that's a good sign. One of the hardest things to do in life, not just as a basketball player, is to be happy for the success of others. That bench looks like they're bonding.
Abo, good look from the corner, and he rattles it in. And it's a 10-0 run for USC. Their largest lead of this exhibition contest with 13 minutes left to play. Nimhard. DK's been quiet. That's a blocking foul. And free throws for the big fella.
And when the big fella gets 2 feet in the paint, number one, you got to get around him. You got to have those boxer's feet. You got to be on the balls of your feet. You got to have your knees bent, and there's got to be contact. Whether you're fronting him or three-quarter side. But just as importantly, there has to be pressure on the perimeter to deter the pass inside. He's a big target.
DK 1 for 8 from the field in this game. The guy that connected on 60% of his field goals last season. Led the Zags in scoring in his first season with the program after 3 years at Wyoming.
Like I told you, he had a great finish to that season last year. Boy, he was hot.
Caleb Battle's been hot tonight, Coach. 17 points. That's his 3rd tray.
Well, there's also something there. It could be a storyline. He's playing against his former coach, so he wants to show him, not show him up, show him, hey, you may be a better player, and I'm going to let you know tonight.
Thomas patient with the dribble, finds a step, finds Nolan for an easy 2.
I talked about St. Thomas being a unique scorer. He's a very willing passer, and it looks like he's going to be a good facilitator for the men of Troy.
The 2 big men tried to hook up there. Greg airmails it over EK. And Gonzaga wants to talk things over. USC, they have come out on all cylinders and
you have to understand he's non-negotiable on defense. Okay, there's rules and there's schemes, and you got to follow. But it's great about playing for Muss, and I think it has a lot to do with his NBA experience as a head coach in the NBA. He gives his players freedom. He'll give you the roadmap, but if you can get there a little quicker or sooner, and it's the right play, he's going to give you the freedom to be able to create. And that's fun basketball, you know. And again, as he creates his culture, he's trying to teach these kids habits, and you can't execute until you develop positive habits on both ends of the floor.
USC basketball out of the Gonzaga timeout. Thomas backing in Hickman, but couldn't finish the flip. See if Graham Ike can get going down the stretch. As a late whistle comes in, the foul on AG. That's where he's been able to score tonight. At the free throw line, Graham Ike 4 of 6 from the field, just 1 of 8. And he'll take those free throws right now. USC's bench got up. We thought we had a timeout, but the Gonzaga timeout served as our under 12.
And that was part of the story. The other part is they didn't think that was a foul.
Well, when they're unlimited, I mean, what's the harm?
Right, but that can't justify a big going up there. I mean, when you look at Ike, you know, I wish he would have caught the ball, though, lower in a stance and been able to power up. You know, you shoot the ball with your legs, whether it's a jump shot on the perimeter or it's a post-up move in the paint.
Graham Ike trying to shake off the rust from a long college basketball offseason. Thomas drives, and he's fouled.
Thomas just does a little bit of everything. You had mentioned, you know, playing 1 through 5. I told you he's a good passer and he can facilitate it. He's definitely putting some work on his outside shot, which makes him a triple threat, because now you got to go to inside, you got to go to outside, and you also have to play it to the pass. You better trace the ball, because he's going to find an open man. It's very unselfish from what I've seen.
St. Thomas was at Loyola Chicago for a couple of seasons before transferring to Northern Colorado last year, where he was not only one of the nation's best scorers, but one of the nation's best rebounders. He was the top rebounder in the Big Sky, 22nd nationally at almost 10 rebounds per game. And this guy, you could call him a late bloomer, because before he averaged almost 20 points per game last year, he had never averaged more than 3 his first 2 college seasons.
Systems and putting your work in. Starring in your role, whatever that may be.
The aforementioned Thomas misses, but AJ's there to clean it up.
That's just a great shot to your defense. Just a winning play, an offensive putback, easy score.
11 second chance points for USC, and there's a much needed and 1 for Graham Ike. Just his second field goal of the night.
You know, again, when you guard bigs, you know, right there, this is in the pick and roll. Somebody's got to meet him. Somebody's got to come off on that left-hand side of the floor. You got to tag him and stand him up and see if his man gets back to him or you keep him. But, you know, the key to guarding bigs like Ike, you got to meet and greet him. And I'm not saying foul, but sometimes you got to give him foul. You got to put your elbow right in between his sternum and his Adam's apple and let him know you're not coming into the paint. It's going to be a battle all night long.
3-point play for Ike to skinny this Trojan lead down to 8. 11 minutes left in the Coachella Valley. Charity exhibition tonight. It's Thomas. It's a 3.
Boy, what an offensive acumen he has. He read the defense. He saw that the defender was a gap and a half off. So instead of putting it on the floor and reversing it, just rose up and knocked it down.
Thomas 33% from back there last year. Nolan Hickman has a big response for Gonzaga. 80 triples last season for the Bulldogs.
Well, I mentioned that jump from sophomore to junior. He was their best shooter. They need to see more of that, a little bit more consistency, and then the ability to play make for others will be much needed this season from Nolan.
Thomas feeling it. He'll try again. Too strong. Ajayi up over the top of Williams to grab the miss.
Williams has got to hit first, block him out.
Rusty Stromer's been quiet off the bench. finds Ike. He scores. A guy like Graham Ike can get hot in a hurry. Maybe just needed to see it go in.
And they're getting the ball. I think they're looking for him a little bit more, and that's a double-edged sword. You got to want the ball, and then your teammates have to reward you for position.
Hickman the steal, races ahead, and lays it in.
You got to get a timeout right there and organize your defense and your offensive execution.
Gonzaga is back in it. A 7-0 run for Mark Few's Bulldogs.
Right, made me think as I was doing my research, my 3 favorite Zags that he's coached. First would definitely have to be Sabonis. To me, he was the ultimate competitor and warrior. I love Corey Crisper, the 4-year guy from Seattle, elite shooter, elite scorer. And then I liked Andrew Nembhard. I thought he was the smartest player that Mark Few has ever coached. And what a passer. And to me, he epitomized Gonzaga. He doesn't run a lot of stuff, and players make plays, and they will their system on you. They don't adapt to you. You have to adapt to them.
That's an offensive foul, moving screen on Graham Ike. His 4th foul, but unlimited fouls tonight. That's not much of a factor. USC 50% from the field tonight. Another near turnover. Cohen to the hardwood, gets tied up with Nembhard, and it'll stay with the Trojans. Right now, USC in the midst of a scoring drought just north of 2 minutes.
Well, that's where you have to pick up your defensive intensity. You've got to get some stops. I always think on the bench there should be an assistant. You should chart every 5 plays, and your goal is to get 3 stops out of every 5 offensive possessions for your opponent. And then once you get those stops, you've got to be able to push the pace, get some easy baskets. There you see a little foul right. Cohen took it.
Okay, so
right
let's fast forward a week and a half. If Graham Ike's in the game playing with 4 fouls, he doesn't make that mistake, right?
You know what? I don't know. As a coach, I would have told my players that was that rule.
Let me ask you this. Does that even get called if a 5th foul takes that big of a piece out of the game for Gonzaga on that type of foul?
I'm going to answer this 100, as the kids say. It depends on what venue.
You use that 100 emoji a lot. I want to say it's one of your more frequently used emojis.
To answer your question, it does get called. You crushed him, but...
That puts Josh Cohen at the free throw line. From St. Francis to UMass, over 1,600 points in his college career. All-Atlantic 10 selection, playing under the former South Carolina and K-State head coach Frank Martin last year at UMass.
I got to talk to him for a second, before they came out to warm up. What a classy guy, and fits everything you want on and off the court. If you're a USC Trojan, Trojan fans could be proud of this collection of guys that Muss has put together.
Nembhard into the elbow jump shot and sinks it. And his older brother Andrew, who you mentioned is one of your top 3 that have played under Mark Few in his quarter century at the helm, was a big part of the Pacers' run to the Eastern Conference Finals earlier this year. He was terrific in the NBA playoffs, and a foul away from the basketball against Gonzaga. We'll put Cohen back at the line.
Yeah, you think of all the good guards that have played at Gonzaga under Mark Few. Last year, Nembhard, he broke the single season assist record. I don't have the number in front of me, but I was reading it this week. It had to be over 230, if my memory is correct. But we think of the great guards that have played there, for him just to be able to do it. Elite feel, elite vision. And, I haven't seen a lot of it today. But a year ago, I thought he managed the 2-man game as well as any point guard in college basketball. And for some reason, he never gets mentioned on, on the national shows or the national list. But I think he does an unbelievable job with his ball screen reads.
A couple more free throws for Cohen to stretch this lead back out to 6. 8 minutes left to play. AK got positioning underneath, and a foul called.
It was pretty good position until he grabbed him around the waist. You know, and you might not have been able to see that, but you got to defend without fouling. And you should have met him sooner and not let him dug a piece into the paint. You want to push him out of the paint, showing your hands.
6-point lead for USC down the stretch. Tournament MVP for the Colgate Raiders last year. He was top 25 nationally in assists. Wearing street clothes tonight, and he'll get used to that get up. He's expected to redshirt this season because of all of the depth that Gonzaga has in its backcourt. Similar to what Nigel Williams-Goss did a number of years back when he came over from Washington. The reasoning behind it, Mark Few wants him to get really comfortable with this offense and have a monster final 2 college seasons.
And isn't it great to have the luxury as a head coach to be able to do that? Because, again, you mentioned his accolades. The other thing I liked about him when he was at Colgate, Chris, he was top 25 nationally in assists. So, you know, he just steps right in and he hits the weight room. He's with their nutritionist. He's getting the best of care you can have in a college basketball program. And just the experience. He could have played in this game because it's an exhibition game. I thought we might have seen him, but when he came out in street clothes, you know, I guess they decided not to play him. But what a great addition for the Zags.
Late in the clock, Cohen watches it bounce in.
Nice little soft touch. That looks like an easy shot, but when you're standing there that wide open, you're like, whoa, I'm that open, and you just toss it up.
13 nice for Cohen. Hickman launches a 3 and connects. That's his second tray since the break. Nolan Hickman heating up, and he's got a dozen.
Well, I'll tell you, when you defend him, you can't give him open looks. You better be there and contest all shots. And the best thing is to do is to deny him the ball.
That's Williams. That's his third triple. Well, Terrence Williams looking very comfortable. The Michigan graduate transfer puts USC back up 7. Ajayi sidestep 3. It's raining threes in the Coachella Valley.
And I thought it was hot outside when we walked in. It felt like 100 degrees, but both these teams heating up. I don't know if it's just great shots or lack of defense. We'll see in this last 6:34 because somebody's got to get stops, consecutive stops for more separation.
Going out of the shot fake. Dishes to Williams. Right now, the floodgates have opened from deep on both sides. This is a long 2, and Williams will have a chance to make it 3 at the free throw line.
We talked about his experience and how he can lead on the floor. Also, definitely isn't shy about shots. Really nice release, and he does a great job of reading defenders, not just his, but help side defenders. They're right there, little step back, creates enough space to be able to get it off. And again, you watch that Trojan bench just having joy for their teammates and feeling good about guys that are doing well on the floor.
Terrence Williams, a career-high 12.5 points per game in his final season at Michigan last year. Graduated from Ann Arbor with a degree in sports management, now chasing that master's degree in the Big Ten at USC. Nembhard with a step and a finish. Anything you can do, I can do better.
Well, we know about his passing, but when you let Ryan Nembhard turn that corner, you better have a help side defender. He read the defender's foot right there. He side saddled him. The Trojan defense was never able to square up on him, and the help side was a day late and $1 short. And when you have somebody that is that good and that experienced, he's getting to the hole.
Ryan Nembhard embarking on his second season at Gonzaga, spent 2 years at Creighton out of high school. Set the Bulldogs' single-season record for assists last year.
When he puts the ball on the floor, you better have a hand and carry that hand on his dribble because he's going to get to his spots.
Reach and foul will send USC back to the free throw line. Desmond Claude will shoot the 1-and-1 for the Trojans. We'll send Williams to the line. Chibuzo Abo back in the game. USC gets a little smaller on the inside with the 6'11 Josh Cohen back to the bench.
So now if you're Gonzaga, you want to push the pace in transition, no go. You want to find your big inside and try and get that basketball inside and get Huff started.
Williams puts USC up 6. Inside of 6 minutes left to play.
Huff wants to get that basketball. He can come up and set that middle ball screen. He can also space up top.
Nimhard nearly had another and one. Instead, back to the free throw line for a couple this time. Brian Nimhard led the West Coast Conference in minutes last year. Averaged more than 35 minutes per game. Gonzaga was 14-2 in the West Coast Conference, although St. Mary's won the regular season title and beat the Zags in the conference tournament title game. And then Gonzaga ousted Kansas in the round of 32 before running into the bulldozing machine that was the Purdue Boilermakers a season ago. Purdue, the preseason pick to win the Big Ten this year. Clyde gives it up. It's Williams. He hits another one.
A smart decision by Des Claude. Nemhard, a great job walling him off of the paint. What does he do? Finds a teammate. Easy pass, easy bucket.
Braden Huff trying to take advantage of the mismatch underneath. Couldn't finish it. Gets it back and scores.
Trojans are going to have to do a better job when a shot goes up of finding a man and putting a body on him. I sound like a broken record, but they got to make it one and done on that end of the floor. Contest.
5-point game, 5 minutes left to play. Claude attacks. It rolls in.
That's what I love about his size and his strength and his physicality to absorb contact and get to the rim and finish.
Hickman picked up by Thomas. Loses his dribble. It's taken away. Knowling the steal. And lays it in. 9-point lead for USC. And a timeout. Ryan Nimhard has 13 points to go along with his 7 assists.
Then the other problem Les is thinking about is where's the help side defender? As the ball moves, you move just like that.
Clyde took an extra step. And rather obvious. USC turns it over. The Trojans give it away for a 13th time. That matches their turnover total from their first exhibition at home against Texas San Antonio. 6-point game inside of 4 minutes. Nimhard pulls up. And it bounces in. Soft touch from the senior.
See, I think Nolan has to give him a little bit more pressure. And I know Nolan's 6'6", but that was the matchup coming down the floor. You got to make him uncomfortable. Nemhard is getting into a rhythm, and we're seeing him score a bunch of points.
And the Zags fans that made the trip down trying to become a factor late. Clyde takes it in and missed it. Here come the Zags. Nimhard dishes, extra pass, battle for three. It's good. Around the world and down, it's a 1-point game.
And that's Gonzaga basketball. Push it, move it, share it, knock it down.
A 20-piece in the desert for Caleb Battle. Thomas trying to respond. No good. But a foul on the Zags will keep it here with USC. And it's free throws for the Trojans when we return. 8 straight from the Bulldogs to make this a fun finish in Palm Desert tonight. Are you sure this is just an exhibition game, Coach? Well, Gonzaga, they trailed by double figures in this second half, but they put together 8 straight points within 1 against USC. Charity exhibition inside Acrisure Arena in the Coachella Valley. Proceeds from tonight's contest benefiting the Eisenhower Cardiovascular Institute in nearby Rancho Mirage. And it's a nice preseason measuring stick game to see where these programs are at. I mean, Gonzaga gets thrown in the fire right off the bat. They play 8th-ranked Baylor opening night.
Right, this is their first game. So this is the first time that they're playing somebody different, away from home, just gaining experience. And neither coach loses this game. I mean, sure, we're all competitive. You want to win. But this is going to give you the good, the bad, the ugly. Now you have a whole 40 minutes of game tape that you're going to be able to break down, not just team-wise, but individually, and bring players into the office, and you watch film. That's how you get better. You practice hard, you do all the right things, you go to school. But the players that get to the next level study film, and they understand their strengths and their weaknesses, and then they work on the weaknesses all week long.
Up across the floor, Nembhard out to battle. This is for the tie. Short. Huff on the offensive glass has the stick back.
Again, Claude thought he may have went over his back, but Claude made no attempt to root him out. You've got to, again, hit first, create space, and then release to get the basketball. Those are just the long arms of Huff. I mean, no foul there.
This is starting to feel like the Kennel South. Gonzaga fans into it with 2 minutes left. Claude with the blow-by, up the escalator for the finish.
Now you can't celebrate. You got to get back, you got to get turned, and you got to keep the white jerseys in front of you. Good job by Cohen.
Nembhard has been explosive down the stretch. Dishes to Ajayi. Bullseye! Michael Ajayi ties the game. The 89's on the board. The Zags have caught fire in the desert. This is only October. Clyde steps through, and that foul's on the floor. The entire USC bench up out of their seats wanting an and one.
Yeah, easy call on the floor. But you're right, this is heated up. There you see 2 defenders are caught behind Williams, and when Claude sees that, he just reads the footwork. And, Nembhard right there doesn't force a shot. A lot of guys are going to put it up, finds his teammate in the corner on time, on target for the easy basket.
So Desmond Claude, last season's Big East most improved player, puts USC back in front with a $1:17 on the second half clock. Graham Ike returns for Gonzaga. The Yale grad transfer Matt Noling back on the floor for Eric Musselman.
Watching Ajayi, definitely there'll be some NBA scouts watching and tracking him this season. I mean, you look out there, he checks a lot of boxes to play at the next level. And this year, he's going to be a mismatch nightmare on a nightly basis.
16 for Claude, 2-point lead to USC. Ike out of the high post, here's Nembhard.
Trojans have to have high hands. They got to deter inside penetration off the dribble or the pass.
Battle for the lead. Off the heel. Williams clears. Big stop for USC. Final 45 seconds. Trojans seeking a big add-on bucket. Claude crossing blades with Nolan Hickman. Now battle switches. Shot clock to 5. Claude hangs and hits off the window.
That's the strength of his ability to keep his head up, chin on the rim, and finish strong.
Nembhard attacks, and Claude reaches in. No bucket for Nembhard, but free throws to bring it back to a one-possession game with the game clock down at 21 seconds and no more shot clock for the rest of the night here.
That's what Claude just has to beat him. I mean, it was just a couple inches, and Nembhard is so good when you see the defender's foot and it's not squared up to be able to play low to high, create that separation. Good guards can get at the defender's hips, and that's what gets you space to be able to explode to the rim.
Timeout Gonzaga after a couple of Nembhard makes. He's up to 17 points, but Desmond Claude, we had asked USC staff earlier today, you guys are learning so much about your team on a daily basis. Who do you put the ball, who do you give the ball to at the end of games? answer tonight has been Desmond Claude.
Yeah, and the one thing that they do is that whether it's USC or Gonzaga, everybody every day somebody steps up. So that's what you're trying to find out. Who can be your guy, and not just every day there's somebody that is really starring in their role. Now, it's great for balance, it's great for practice, but you got to have your go-to guys that you can depend on. And, you know, Desmond Claude, St. Thomas, those are next-level guys, right? They got to play team basketball, but they've got to get better and better at a couple things to be able to play at that next level. But they have the ingredients. Both of them check a lot of boxes.
Claude and the Michigan transfer Terrence Williams leading USC with 18 points. Caleb Battle, who played under Eric Musselman last year at Arkansas, has led the Zags with a 20-piece. But USC in the driver's seat, up 2 with the basketball, 21.2 left to play in this charity exhibition. And if this doesn't get you ready for college basketball, I'm not sure what will. USC having some trouble inbounding, and Williams takes timeout.
Boy, I thought that was great individual defense by 5 players in white to be able to not let that ball get entered easily. And then I like the wherewithal of the Trojans to be able, in your mind, when you're taking that ball out, you're counting 1 1,000, 2 1,000, and you've got to get rid of that ball before you hit 4 1,000.
USC will open the regular season against Chattanooga at home. Gonzaga, one more exhibition Wednesday against NAIA Warner Pacific at home, and then arguably the biggest matchup of opening night against 8th-ranked Baylor at Spokane Arena right after Monday Night Football. Quite the stage.
Big time.
Of course, the rematch of the 2021 national title game that went the way of Coach Drew and the Bears.
Always look when you're trying to get the ball in bounds. If there's a screener and there's a switch, the man that sets the screen should be the one that rolls back to the ball.
Williams triggers in. It's Claude. Battle knocked it away, but he was out of bounds. A corner that had been so beneficial to Gonzaga the first half. USC fortunate to keep it.
Great hustle by Caleb Battle to get on the floor. Just unfortunate he was out of bounds. You can see right there, the ball goes in, and Dez never really was able to grab it and chin it. And you can see half, at least his shoulders and above was out of bounds.
Williams skips it in. Claude out of the double team to Williams, and a foul call. Take it down to 14.8.
Williams strong with the basketball, had 2 hands on it, treating it like it was 24 karat gold. You know, the first thing you do when you're teaching press attack is you want to meet your pass with the jump stop, catch, turn, and look. You don't want to put it on the floor. Williams strong with the ball.
Williams 4 for 5 at the charity stripe tonight in this charity exhibition. 76% at the free throw line last year with the Michigan Wolverines. And by the way, should be a lot of fun under Dusty May, who took the job there after a nice run at Florida Atlantic.
Well, Dusty May left Indiana and came to USC as a video coordinator and was a manager at Indiana under Bob Knight, and really could not be happier for him of what he's been able to do at Florida, then Florida Atlantic as a head coach, and now he's got a big-time job in the Big Ten.
This is the big one for Williams to extend it back to a 2-possession game. Williams now game high, 19 points. He sinks it. The 5th-year senior, calm, cool, and collected in crunch time.
Now you got to pick up and just keep them in front. You don't want them to get ahead of steam, but you got to locate shooters and be there on the catch and then defend without fouling.
Nimhard, and it's a blocking foul on USC. St. Thomas sent to the hardwood.
But he took a shot.
He's been beat up and bruised in these 2 exhibitions. A broken nose in the first exhibition against UTSA, and now a little back and forth with Zags fans in the courtside seats.
You have Travion Henderson and Quinshon Judkins. Donovan Jackson's probably a second-round pick right in there. Like, he's a high draft pick. Back at home off of an off week and a loss to Oregon. So when we go into Columbus, like, that's all the talk is, all the coaches, all the players talking about all they want to do is get back on the field. And you can understand why. That taste in their mouth from the Oregon loss was not a good one. And they all felt like they let one get away. To a man, they felt like they let one get away. And it's hard to argue with them. Listen, Oregon played a tremendous game, and they were so good on the offensive side, and they were explosive, and they made the plays necessary to win. They made some bold decisions on the coaching staff, the onside kick, so on and so forth. And rather than litigate that game, I will tell you that, like, Ohio State felt like we have things to clean up, yes, but glass is half full, not half empty. We should have won the game. We were in position to possibly win the game. It didn't go our way, and now we just want to get back onto the field, and they had to wait 2 weeks to do it. So when we got into town, like when we're meeting with them on Friday, that was the overarching thought and feeling within the football building as we're in the Woody Hayes Center, is that they just wanted to get out there and play. They wanted to go out there and fix some of the things that had gone wrong against Oregon, and they were itching to play. Now, they were very confident, and you can see why. Like I said, they're taking a glass half full approach to what went on in Autzen Stadium, and they just saw their opponent on Saturday, the Nebraska Cornhuskers, the previous Saturday, get beat by 49 on the road in Bloomington. So I don't want to say that the Buckeyes were overconfident, but I got the sense on Friday that it was like, oh yeah, we can't wait to get out there. We can't wait to correct the wrongs. And it was a confident bunch. I'm not going to say overconfident because I don't feel like that was the case, but then the game happens, and all of a sudden you win a 4-point game, 21-17, in a game in which Nebraska had the ball in the last possession to go down and win the game. And it's like, dang, I mean, they took the lead in the fourth quarter. This was not the way they felt like it was supposed to go. Speaking of the Buckeyes, we all knew that. Watching the game. You could feel it in the stands. The offense, not even close on Saturday. Offensive line, not even close. And yet it was the defensive side of the ball that came into that game with all the questions. As I'm watching that game unfold, I'm sitting there and I'm like, all the questions were on the defensive side. And yet now all the questions I have are on the offensive side moving forward. So let's break it down. Let's start on that defensive side of the ball. They didn't get to the quarterback against Oregon, and they gave up 8 plays of 25 or more yards. So that's what everybody was talking about over the course of the last 2 weeks, was this defense. And would they get it corrected? What was it going to look like? The news that Ryan Day spent the bulk of his time with the defensive coaching staff over the last 2 weeks, and how there were, tough conversations in some ways. And there were definitely some things fixed and emphasized on that side of the ball. And then everyone wanted to see what it was going to look like. Well, this is what I saw. Okay. This is what I saw. I saw a lot more creativity in the pass rush. So you have to understand, first and foremost, what they would do against Oregon is that a lot of times they would just rush their 4 down linemen. And that's been a staple for Ohio State for a long time. They've always had good pass rushers, some of the more elite pass rushers in college football, and they've relied on those guys to get the pressure without manipulating the structure of their defense, whether it was adding a second-level defender in a blitz and or creating a twist or a stunt up front with the defensive line and get it moving side to side and horizontaling and try to mess with the eyes of the offensive line and try to spring a rusher free in the quarterback's face. That's not generally what they used to do. And yet, right away against Nebraska, and it's like alarm bells. And we actually, in the broadcast, did it right away after the very first 3, the first 3 third downs of the game all were either blitzes or twists. So that's different. And I'm just like, okay, boom, here we go. And we showed it right there. And for the most part, that creativity and aggressiveness, I would say, continued for the duration of the game. And this was a defense that you could tell they had a clear objective. And the objective was twofold. Number one was they wanted to get their cleats in the ground and stop trying to make calls and adjustments while the ball is snapped. They felt like they got caught a lot of times against Oregon 2 weeks prior. And so they wanted to get their, what they would call cleats in the ground, get their eyes in the backfield and let these quality athletes play. And once the ball is snapped, they wanted to be more creative and more aggressive with their defensive structure. And they did that. They did that on Saturday. There's no doubt. And the numbers bear that out. They got the 3 sacks of Dylan Raiola. They got 13 tackles for loss. Part of that is how aggressive they were being, but also part of that is the nature of Nebraska's offense. Nebraska's offense, even when they throw the ball, is going to be at or near the line of scrimmage. I was talking about that quite a bit during the course of the game. Nobody in the Big Ten throws the ball at or near the line of scrimmage more than Dylan Raiola and the Nebraska Cornhuskers. So you're just going to have more opportunities for those tackles for loss against Nebraska than really any other team in the conference. But give Ohio State a lot of credit because they were able to capitalize and actually make those tackles. So the production on that side went way up. And a lot of that was due to the creative nature of the way that they wanted to rush the passer and as well as the aggressive nature with which they wanted to call the defense. Get lined up, be aggressive. Get lined up, be aggressive. Get lined up, be aggressive. That's the mantra that started to unfold as the game played out. And that's certainly what I was feeling in the booth. And I'm sure you felt a little bit of that watching or being in the stands. Now, I will say, like, what you're going to have to take with that, if you're an Ohio State fan, is that you're going to see man coverage on the outside. You're going to see single coverage on the outside of the numbers. And again, we saw even Nebraska this time starting to target the corners for Ohio State. And these are corners that a lot of us thought very highly of, whether it's Igbinosun on one side or Denzel Ward on the other. Denzel Burke, excuse me. I always think of Denzel Ward just because the famous call, but Denzel Burke on the other. These two guys are quality corners, and yet they're being attacked. Why? Because they're in single coverage. And now, if this is going to be a mantra that is used moving forward from Jim Knowles in this defense in terms of the aggressiveness, that will continue. And so what you will see is teams will continue to take their shots in those one-on-one matchups. So those guys are going to be tested now every single week after what they've seen, what those opposing teams have seen on film. So that's the defensive side, and listen, it was good. It was good. Was it great? No, I don't know if it was great. You gave up some big runs, the long run to Raiola. That was certainly not one that you would love to give up, but it was good. It was good. Not many people will be talking about it because now all the questions are on the opposite side of the football. You see, against Oregon, the offense played actually pretty well. Now, it came up short at the end with some, the OPI call. You had the penalty, you had the clock issue, and then Howard doesn't get down, you don't get a field goal. But it's not like people were saying to themselves, like, man, that offense just didn't get it done. They didn't cut it. See, that was reserved for the defense after the Oregon loss. The offense was widely praised for how well they played, even Will Howard, even with the mistake at the end. And now, after this game against Nebraska, I think it's totally flipped. The questions and the concern, I think more aptly put, is all on the offensive side. And we know why. It's because of the offensive line. It's because of the offensive line. So if you watch that game on Saturday and you aren't worried as an Ohio State fan, then something's wrong. Then you've got the Buckeye color glasses on. Because those 5 guys up front were not playing very well. So we knew that this was going to be a big question coming into this game because you looked up and Josh Simmons, who is playing some incredible football over at left tackle, he gets hurt and he's out. And that left side of their offensive line, I felt like was their strong side of their offensive line with Donovan Jackson at guard and Josh Simmons out at left tackle. That's where they were very strong. I felt like they were even more of a left-handed running team. They were more effective running the ball behind those two guys than they were on the opposite side with Shabola and Fryer, and Josh Fryer on the right side. So in steps Zen Michalski. And this was always going to be a question at least. And so that's exactly where my eyes were right away at the beginning of the game. Watching in the booth, and we've got some of our ISO cameras on monitors that I can see in the booth, and right away, Zen Michalski gets beat, and I'm like, whew. And then he gets beat on a run play, and I'm like, whew. Like this is not going well. This is not going though, and this is exactly what the coaches will be watching too. If you're calling plays and you're Chip Kelly, or if you're watching this as the head coach Ryan Day, that's where your eyes are. You're watching Zen Michalski because that's where your questions are. What are we going to get out of this guy? Now, they said all the right things about him. He's making his first start, and they said, listen, he's a great athlete. We're confident in him. He's been in the program. He's worked hard, all the things that you would want to hear. But the fact remains is that he could not handle what Nebraska was giving him on the other side. And it wasn't even that they were putting kind of their veteran dominant players on him. He wasn't having to block Ty Robinson quite a bit. He was having to block, Jamari Butler for a lot of the time. Willis McGahee, a true freshman, got him at one point, who's their jack player. So it wasn't going well on that side, okay, for Zen Michalski. And then he gets hurt. And then you start to realize, like, they can't run the ball today. It was staggering to me watching them force the run game as heavily as they tried to force it and just get no production out of it. No production out of it. I think that they've basically had 6 straight quarters where they've been largely ineffective running the football. That's worrisome because here's what I do know is that it's not because of the backs. Those 2 backs are 2 of the best backs in the country, Travion Henderson and Quinshon Judkins. It's not because of the scheme. Chip Kelly has run the football everywhere he's been, including the National Football League. So it is the 5 guys up front. And I think I mentioned something along those lines on the broadcast as well. So now the run game against Nebraska has 64 yards on 2.1 yards per carry. Yikes. Yikes. That doesn't cut it. You have Travion Henderson and Quinshon Judkins. Donovan Jackson's probably a second-round pick right in there. Like, he's a high draft pick. And they can't run the football. That's a problem. That's a problem, and they knew it. And the reason I knew that they knew it is because it felt like they were actively trying to fix it during the game. It's almost like Chip Kelly was calling that game for the rest of the season than he was for that specific game. And in fact, in hindsight, that's exactly how I feel he called the game. He was trying to figure out and to force the square peg in the round hole of the run game because it's like, I know that we have to run the football moving forward. I don't know what I'm going to get out of this new rebuilt offensive line with Zen Michalski. And then all of a sudden, Luke Montgomery comes into the game and Donovan Jackson's got to go out to the left tackle because Zen Michalski gets hurt. And that doesn't look very good. And now it's a real makeshift offensive line. It's like, well, how are we going to run the football? Well, let's see. And we've got to fit. We've got to force it. And we've got to force it. And we've got to force it. And you look up at the end of the day and you're like, hold on, time out just a second. That game was not called from an offensive perspective as if it was just Nebraska on the other side. It's almost as if it was called for the rest of the schedule. And that's not a knock. That's human nature because of what's going on up front with that lineup. The reason I know that is that I look up and the best player on the field had 4 total targets and only 2 in the second half, both of those on the first possession of the second half, and then not 1 target the rest of the game, and that's Jeremiah Smith. That's crazy. That's crazy. And you know what? They're going to watch this film and they're going to say to themselves, like, that can't happen again. Because, again, number 4 is the best player I have seen at his age in my career, just period. And that it is what it is. He's got the potential to be one of the all-time great wide receivers, not just in college football, but just period in this sport. That is what you don't have his size and speed and athleticism and tracking skills and body control and hands, all of this. He has it all. He has it all. And he got 4 targets, 2 of them in the second half. And those 2 both happened on the first possession of the second half. And they were in a 4-point game at the end with Nebraska having the ball at the end of the game. Just imagine for a moment that Raiola drives down and wins the game, and they lose their second straight game. And we're sitting here and you're like, hold on, you ran the football for 2.1 yards per carry and threw the ball to Jeremiah Smith 4 times? Whoa, wild. Can you imagine what the conversation would be like right now if Ohio State had lost the game? So that's why I say it was called for the rest of the season rather than Saturday. Because if it was just called for Saturday, Smith gets more targets. And by the way, you've got to throw a Mecca in there as well, because he also only had 4 targets on the day. These 2 guys are elite players. They have to get, I would say, 8 to 10 targets each. If you're attempting, 30 to 34 pass attempts, if you're really feeling like that's kind of the MO of the offense right there, about 50-50 split, you're running, about 70 plays, you're going to attempt 30, 34 passing attempts. 16 to 20 of those better be to those 2 players. And they got 8 total between them, 4 each, 3 catches each. Now, Carnell Tate had a nice day, and it's not like they have, nobody else to get the ball to. And I understand that, but it was just bizarre to me. They threw the ball down the field twice on Saturday. Ohio State did. And both were for touchdowns. Carnell Tate had a long touchdown, and Jeremiah Smith had a long touchdown. That was the only 2 passes that traveled 20 or more yards down the field. Both touchdowns. It's like, why didn't we see that more? You know why? They were trying to figure out the offensive line. That's why it's a major concern. It's a major concern. If they can't run the football, it's going to have to turn into what we've seen in the last 2 or 3 years, which is just a passing team at the end of the season. Now, do I think that they could still be like an elite team just throwing the football? Yeah, I do, because of those guys on the outside. And actually, I thought Will Howard is just continuing to develop in a pretty strong fashion. That team has major questions moving forward, and now they've got to see Penn State. And here's where I'll just sit with all of this, and then we'll move on into other games and teams, is that now Ohio State is going to take a totally rebuilt and brand new offensive line into Happy Valley to face Penn State and that pass rush. Nobody has more sacks over the last 3 seasons in college football than Penn State. They rush the passer. Nobody tries to get off the line of scrimmage faster than Penn State. Now, it does 2 things. 1, it gets them pressure on the quarterback. And 2, they actually have more offside penalties than anybody in college football. But, with that crowd noise, they are going to get, some serious pass rush. This is why Michigan had to abandon throwing the football last year and run the ball 32 straight times, because they couldn't block them in the passing game. That's why they ran it 32 straight times. They couldn't block Chop Robinson. So now you're going to get Abdul Carter in this athletic defense, and it's like, folks, this is real adversity for Ohio State. Real adversity. You thought losing to Oregon was adversity? No. That's a speed bump. This is real adversity, because this is lineup issues, this is schematic issues, and this is matchup issues moving forward in what I think will be one of their toughest games of the season. That aggressive defense, by the way, if their offense isn't going to be able to go and get into a shootout, if their offense isn't going to be able to be a balanced offense and run the football, and if this offense can't score 35 a game, then this defense might want to get less aggressive and run less man coverage and have less opportunities for explosive plays for the opposition. It's just something to feel out moving forward, because now I do feel like this entire season for the Buckeyes is shifting for the Buckeyes, and it's getting real in a hurry. And the coaching staff will do a great job. I'm convinced of that. I do want to give some Nebraska thoughts on the sound, but before I give more overarching thoughts on Nebraska, I thought that their head coach encapsulated the day better than I could. So I want to start with what Matt Rule said after the game. Here it is.
I was proud of that football team today. I was proud. They didn't back down. They had some really tough breaks. They had some things really go against them, even the way we started. And they competed. It was the first time. It's the first time since I've been here that I felt a championship mindset in the locker room. Along with the championship mindset, as those who compete know, comes utter disappointment when you lose. So that part's hard. It's hard for the guys. But I saw a group of guys, even at the very end, take the field, going out there to make one more play, have a chance to compete against one of the best teams in the country.
I just got to give that coaching staff and that team a lot of credit because I saw them in back-to-back weeks. And, yeah, both of them were losses, but, boy, both of them felt a lot different, didn't they? If you're a Nebraska fan, I think that you're proud of what your guys did on Saturday in the Horseshoe. I think you are. And in particular, after answering the bell of adversity from the previous week, getting beat by 49 against Indiana. And I thought that the two games encapsulated what a coaching staff really has to do. And they have to do this weekly, because it's a case study really in terms of a human nature. And sometimes we can get away from what our best is and we can get away from our strengths. And so many times I firmly believe that being great at something is not about not having weaknesses. Being great at something is identifying your strengths and then building processes and habits that only enhance those strengths. That's how you become great. And I think that that's from an individual standpoint, but I think that the same can be true in group dynamics and certainly true in terms of football teams. Every team is going to have some weaknesses, and the teams that focus too hard on correcting their weaknesses. Now, this is going to sound crazy because, yes, you've got to address your weaknesses, but if you focus too hard on trying to correct your weaknesses or trying to do something that maybe is not your strength for some, I don't know, element of surprise or something, or you get away from what your strength is or your identity is just because maybe you're not paying attention, you won't play your best. You just won't, okay? And in the last 2 weeks, we've had a case study in that with Nebraska football. Nebraska has a veteran defense that's incredibly tough at the line of scrimmage. We saw that a year ago. We saw that for the majority of this season. And you've got to understand that like they've got a calling card. They've got a fingerprint. They've got an identity on that side of the football. And I would argue, and I think they would as well, in particular after talking to them over the last couple of weeks, that their calling card is stopping the run. That's what they can do. If you were saying like, well, what do you believe that you can do? We can stop the run. And against Indiana, they built a game plan that was built to stop the pass. And then all of a sudden, Indiana's looking up and they're like, well, hold on. That structure invites us to run the football. And Indiana ran it so well against Nebraska to the tune of, what was it, almost 220 yards, something along those lines. Certainly a season high that Nebraska gave up on the ground. And Indiana torched them on the ground, torched them. And there were so many times that in passing downs, Nebraska would get really wide in their defensive line techniques and give up large bubbles in the interior of their defense just from the structure. And Indiana alertly and very smart, by the way, took it. Take what the defense gives. And they took it and just inside handoffs. So they would go for 8, 9, 10, 15 yards, not even being touched until they got to the second and third level. And so we get back on the phone with the Nebraska coaches after that loss, and we're preparing now for the Ohio State game. And I'm talking with Tony White, and I hope I'm not giving up too much information. I think Tony is a great coordinator. There's a reason they gave him, $1.5 million, $1.6 million, because everybody's coming after Tony White. He's really good, okay? And he gets on the Zoom. I really appreciate and enjoy talking football with Tony White. And he gets on the Zoom and he He's one of the only people that calls me Jay, but he was like, Jay, I'm really sorry, man. I was like, sorry? Don't be sorry to me. What are you talking about? And he was like, no. And I can tell he's distraught. This is Wednesday, right? This is the middle of the week after that loss to Indiana, now preparing for Ohio State. And he was like, that won't happen again. It will not happen again. And that's when I knew. I was like, boom, I knew it. I didn't have to ask him any more questions. We actually didn't talk about what I'm about to say to you. But I knew right then and there that their game plan for Ohio State was going to be like, listen, hell or high water, you're not running the football on us. If you want to throw it to those great wide receivers, go ahead. But hell or high water, you will not run the football on us because that's our identity. So we're going to go down with our best. That was what Nebraska wanted to do. And you know what? Kudos to them because that's exactly what happened. And Ohio State leaned into that for them. And so it became a closer game than it probably would have if Ohio State would have thrown the ball around a little bit or tried to push the ball down the field, because Nebraska was just not going to allow what happened the previous week to happen to them in this game. They were not going to give up those not rinky dink, that's not the right word. Those little passing down, easy handoffs in the middle of like kind of a bubble oriented defense. When I say bubble, that means there was like one defensive lineman over the center, and then the next defensive lineman was like outside of the tight end. And there's just a huge bubble there. There's no down lineman against Indiana, and Indiana would just take it. That never happened against Ohio State. They got in there. They played at times bear defense, which means they're covering up every offensive lineman. There were a lot of times when their big two defensive tackles, they were always in the interior, and they were just saying, like, you're going to have to move us to run the football. And I appreciated that about the adjustment that Nebraska made, because they walked into that game and they said, we might go down, but if we go down, we are going down with our best. And that's what happened on the defensive side. Kudos to them, man, because again, 2.1 yards per carry, they did exactly what they set out to achieve, and that is to stop the run. Now, on the flip side, if you're watching their offense, it's both tantalizing and maddening at the same time with their young quarterback, Dylan Raiola. He does some things that I really love, and then he does some things that I really hate. And I know hate's a strong word, but that's just the truth. There are far too many times when something is there, and I'm talking about like a big moment, like a touchdown throw, and he overthrows it. And then there are things that he does, and you're like, that's awesome. And I remember vividly this happening during the game against Ohio State. Early in the game, Ohio State brought one more blitzer than Nebraska had pass protectors. So you've got to throw hot. You have to, at that point as a quarterback, protect yourself. The numbers suggest that you have to get the football out. He's got an in-breaking route. That route's eyes, I believe it was Ja'Cory Barney, is all over the quarterback. So the route knows he's hot. It's kind of a side adjust hot right over the football. And Raiola didn't throw it. He didn't understand. He did not see the pressure in terms of the numbers of the pressure from Ohio State, and that they couldn't block it. So that happens early in the game. Then later in the game, the same exact thing happens, and he backpedals and throws the hot, and it ends up being kind of a touchdown called, and then they reversed it, but scored right away regardless. He learned from that. So I love the things he does in that respect, but then there are times when he has guys open and he overthrows them. He had Barney open in the end zone, overthrows him. He had the tight end open against Illinois, overthrows him. Those things can't happen. They just can't happen, and he has got to make sure that he hits those routes. For all the skills that he has and the arm talent that he has, he can't miss those routes. And Nebraska fans, you know exactly what I'm talking about. I personally believe that he needs to play with a more solid foundation in terms of his footwork and platform. All the off-platform throws are fabulous. Okay, I get it. Like, he's got talent for days, and he can drop down and he can throw off platform and off balance, and he's got that talent. The problem is that you got to give me layups as well. Okay, so yeah, you can hit the 360 dunk. You can dunk from the foul line. You can hit it from the logo. All these things to make a basketball analogy, but you got to make layups. You got to hit the 18-foot jumper. Okay. And as a quarterback, you have to understand that there are moments that you need to play with your footwork and your platform connected to the structure of your offense. And when your platform and your footwork are connected to the structure of your offense, your mind is connected to the structure of the offense. So what ends up happening is that your timing and your accuracy take a nice bump. And when that happens, then your offense is really moving efficiently. See, all the other things are for when things break down and when you need to become an eraser as a quarterback. When you need to erase somebody else's mistake on your offense, then your ability to get off platform and get unconnected from your feet, that pays dividends. But you cannot play that way all the time. You just can't. So the fact that he misses some of those throws, to me, lies in this equation of like understanding when he needs to be connected to the offense and when he needs to be unconnected from the offense. And only time can tell you that. And I can, and by the way, this is why I still get excited about Dylan Raiola, is because not many quarterbacks can make plays off platform, unconnected, off schedule, as an eraser. Okay. Not many guys can do that. So when you have that ability, you have the chance to be great. But the problem is that you got to do the fundamentals as well. Someone needs to work with his footwork. Someone needs to work with his connectivity to the passing structure. Because too often he's taking things that should be connected and he's trying to make them unconnected. He's a young player. I think that can change, and I think that it will change, and I think that it'll get better. Let me move on to some other games because there were some other really good games and some interesting ones as well. Penn State went up to Wisconsin, and Penn State gets I thought a really gritty win over Wisconsin. That was a game that you look at the schedule and you know that Penn State and Ohio State are playing this next weekend, and it's pretty easy to talk yourself into like, oh yeah, Penn State, they could struggle up there. And guess what? For the first half, it was a struggle. It was a huge struggle, and Wisconsin was playing great football. And remember, Wisconsin under Luke Fickell has gotten better and better and better. And over the last 3 games before this Penn State game, they had only given up 1 touchdown as a defense. So Penn State was going to have some issues in this game, and they did in the first half. Understandably so. And then all of a sudden, Drew Aller gets hurt, and Bo Pribula goes in the game. And Pribula has been getting a lot of time, by the way, because they deem him one of their best, 12, 13, 14 best offensive players. And so the reason that he sees the field, multiple times per game is because they understand that they need to get him on the field because of his athleticism and his ability and what he provides to their run game. Because remember, when you've got a mobile quarterback and when you've got a guy at quarterback or taking a snap that is a threat with his legs, then the defense has to account for that guy with at least one player. And so when one player has to account for the quarterback, now you're equating numbers. And we talk about this all the time in the sport of football, but that's why it's so important to get him on the field and get him touches, is because he can equate numbers. Now, as Aller goes down, Pribula goes in the game, and now all of a sudden, guys, like, that run game took off. Penn State ran it for 127 yards on 6 per carry in the second half. And I'm not, I'll just tell you, there were a lot of text chains I'm on Saturday night. My phone blows up on Saturdays, and there's a lot of text chains. And a lot of those text chains were saying things like, is Pribula a better option for Penn State? Man, this offense looks like it's even better. Is Pribula a guy that could take them to the next level? Is he going to start next week no matter what? That's what's going on in the text chain. Smart people, by the way, on these text chains. People in the sport. I can't argue with that take because of what I saw in the second half. Pribula definitely gave that team a spark. He definitely helped that run game, and it's a run game that doesn't actually need a ton of help. This is a really good run game with Allen and Singleton in the backfield. But now when you put him in the backfield, it kind of takes it to another level. So then the question becomes can he throw it down the field? The answer to that is maybe. It's not a resounding yes. And the reason it's not a resounding yes is because if it was a resounding yes, he would already be the starting quarterback because he gives you the element of the run help with his athleticism. You see, it's clear he's a much better option for the run game of Penn State than Drew Aller is. But the problem is he is not a better option from a passing perspective. I will tell you this, when it comes to what is the best way a quarterback can help the run game in any offense, it's actually being able to be a threat down the field throwing the ball. That's how you get safeties out of the box the quickest. Now, if you can't do that, then you better be able to run in order to equate numbers up front. But you're still not going to be able to account for the safeties, even if you've got a running quarterback. Okay. So the best thing that any team can do for their run game is play a guy who can throw the football down the field, and he can do it well. All right. That's foremost. So the answer to the question, can Pribula throw the ball down the field, is maybe. Because if it was a yes, he would absolutely be the quarterback already, because he gives you that element in the run game that Drew Aller doesn't give you. That's a question moving forward. And this is, by the way, a passing game that had question marks surrounding it really for the last couple of years in terms of their wide receiver core. Did they have the guys to go out there and win a matchup style game like this? They do have some injuries now. Denied Dennis Sutton, he was banged up. Aller's now banged up. So there's question marks as far as what they've got going on in terms of a lineup. But here it is. Here it is. They go get a gutsy win over Wisconsin. They've got Pribula in there. They feel good about themselves. This is a recruiting class that we've been talking about for quite some time. And now it's here. It's finally here. Penn State fans, you've been waiting for this all year long, because you know that this coach that you have, James Franklin, this team that you have, this is the only game that they've been struggling in, is Michigan and it's Ohio State. These are the games that they have to win. It's great that they went out to the Coliseum and beat USC. You know what? That's great. And in particular with Aller coming back and facing adversity and turning it over, and he won the game, and that makes you feel great. There's no doubt. But now it's real. Now it's real. Penn State, you're at home. You've got an Ohio State team coming in that just ran the football against Nebraska for 2.1 yards per carry and has a completely makeshift offensive line with your crowd noise and your pass rush about ready to face them. Now it's real. Penn State, James Franklin, here you go. This is everything that you've wanted right here, because you could eliminate Ohio State from Big Ten conversation. You could eliminate Ohio State. You can put yourself in the driver's seat to go to Indianapolis and play for a Big Ten championship. If Penn State wins this game on Saturday in their home stadium, they are almost a guarantee for the college football playoff, and they might even get a bye as the Big Ten champion, because they would certainly have a great chance to play in that game. It's all right there. Right here. You've done everything you've needed to do to this point. There can be no excuses. You can't say, hey, my quarterback's banged up. You can't say, hey, denied Dennis Sutton is banged up. It's right here. This is it. It's never been more real over the course of the last 3 years, and maybe even in James Franklin's tenure, than this Saturday in Happy Valley. It's right here. It's right here. I personally believe that Pribula is more of a threat against Ohio State than Aller. And the reason is because of the style of defense that now Ohio State has clearly leaned into, which is an aggressive, man-oriented defense. When you play man defense, one of the riskiest things that can happen is the quarterback takes off. The evidence was the Raiola run Saturday in the Horseshoe. Raiola's not a fast guy, and he torched him for an explosive play. Why? Man defense. When you play man in the secondary, you can lose the quarterback. All of a sudden, a zone gets flooded out and the routes leave that area. So, to me, I understand you would love to get Drew Aller back, I'm sure. There's some people, but even with Pribula, that might even be a better matchup for Penn State for this Ohio State team. I wanted to get to this SEC game because the LSU A&M game, in a lot of ways, the winner of that game was going to be in the driver's seat. As we know, they were going to be in the first place in the SEC. They were going to be the only team in the SEC to be undefeated in league play. And this was pretty impressive from A&M, I got to tell you. And by the way, you want to talk about throwing absolute haymakers at your post-game press conference? Mike Elko, here you go.
And this is a real program. It's not fake. It's not a politician running this program, talking fast and BSing everybody. This is a real program. And for all the recruits out there, this is a real place. And if you want to be really good at football, this is a really good place to be.
Wow. Everybody listening knows. Everybody. We know. Mike Elko. Just. I mean, all I can think of, honestly, right now is the Charlie Murphy True Hollywood Story. When he's like, "Oh, Charlie Murphy, you are cold as ice, cold-blooded." That's all I can think of right now because, damn, Mike Elko just throwing absolute haymakers. Whew. I hope Jimbo had his guard up on that one. My goodness. First question I have, is that the best $75 million ever spent in college football history? Probably. Most likely, or absolutely yes? I would say absolutely yes. In fact, let's conduct a bit of a straw poll. I would love for you to leave a comment below. Was the $75 million that A&M spent to buy out Jimbo Fisher the best $75 million check ever written in college football history? Because at this point, it probably looks like it is. It probably looks like it is. And then he just threw the haymakers to prove it. Now, to be fair, I had picked LSU in this game, and for the majority of the game, that pick looked to be exactly right. A&M's trailing by 10 in the third quarter, and Wigman had been largely ineffective, and this was a game and a style of game that I kind of saw coming. What I did not see coming are two things. I did not think Nussmeier was going to make the critical error, number one, and two, I didn't see Marcel Reed coming. And then those things kind of collided in this game all of a sudden right there in the second half. Nussmeier throws the terrible interception, and Marcel Reed comes in and bang, right away. Touchdown on his first play, and he runs it in, and now that place is going bonkers. So LSU kind of falls apart at that point. You've got the interception. You've got the miscommunication on the field goal and the snap. Brian Kelly is losing his mind. Veins are popping out all over the place. He's screaming at the holder. Now, all of a sudden, Marcel Reed, he comes out. He throws a couple of passes down the field. They go for 70 yards. He's got 3 rushing touchdowns, and it's just a steamroll at that point. And you're looking up, and you're like, hold on. Wasn't it a 10-point game in the third quarter? Yes, it was. And it got out of hand in a hurry. And you give a lot of credit to Elko and that Texas A&M team and the fan base. And I've come back to this a lot because for a long time, I had talked about the fact that I thought A&M was just always overrated. And under Jimbo and largely before that, that was pretty true. Not with Mike Elko. And I've said this, and I'll stand by this. This is one of those fan bases and programs in America that absolutely deserve success. A&M fans have backed their program like an elite program for a long time. This is one of the great fan bases in America. I always appreciated playing Texas A&M, got to do it a couple of different times and was fortunate enough to do that and playing Kyle Field. We played a phenomenal overtime game in Kyle Field and ended up heartbreaking loss for us. We fumbled in overtime and lost the game, but like that is a great fan base. I called games in Kyle Field. I love that. I really love that place. And what happened on the field over the course of the last decade plus was unfortunate. There were small pockets of success, but nothing sustained. And you, Aggie fans in Aggie land, you deserved some sustained success. And I hope that you get that with Mike Elko. And here you are sitting at the top of the SEC standings. And this is real. And he's exactly right. Now, moving forward, can Marcel Reed throw the football, well enough to go win an SEC championship? I'm not sure. But you look up at the standings, and there's only one loss overall. It was that Notre Dame game to open the season. They're undefeated in SEC play, and they're likely to wind up in Atlanta. And at that point, they're in Atlanta. They're in the college football playoff. I'm going to regret saying this. I just don't see, with the way they play and the man that is their head coach, I don't see a scenario where they stub their toe to the point where they miss the college football playoff. I just don't see it. They're now 5-0 in the SEC. They've got at South Carolina, then the random SEC, New Mexico State. Then they're at Auburn, which is not a real good football team. And then they host Texas, which all of a sudden is becoming just a monster game. If it wasn't a monster game already. Oh my goodness. We haven't seen that game in I think it's 13 years. And now we're going to get it. And it's going to have all of its fury right there. So kudos to Texas A&M. And what Mike Elko has done, and to that fan base, you do deserve this. You have supported this team at the level of the great programs in the country, and you deserve to have a great team. Aggie fans are really tremendous. They really are. Elsewhere in the SEC, Bama bounced back with a big win. Although, let's face it, Mizzou has gone on the road to 2 real teams. They've played 3 true road games. They went to, UMass? I think it was UMass. Yeah, I think it was UMass. They went to Texas A&M, and now they go to Bama, and they've lost the 2 SEC games 79-3. So Missouri has always been overrated. They've been overrated since the beginning of the season, and with all of their injuries, this was not going to go well. You do credit Bama's defense. This was a defense that a lot of us, including myself, questioned a few weeks ago, and they came out and played incredibly well. Cook got hurt early for Mizzou, hurt his hand early, didn't play in the second half. How much do we take from that game? I'm not sure, because I don't think Missouri is particularly good, but you win an SEC game 34-0. That's something. A shutout in the SEC, I think, is something. Elsewhere, Texas holds off Vandy 27-24, and Clark Lee just continues to impress with that Vandy bunch. I love watching them play. What do you take from Texas? I'm not totally sure. It seems to me that Coach Sark is really pressing and forcing publicly his support of Quinn Ewers. It feels over the top. And I think it feels over the top because underlying, how quick the trigger might be. We've already seen it. He's effusive of his praise publicly of Quinn Ewers. And you know what? Rightly so. I like Quinn. I think he's a really good football player. I really do. But there are times when he can just lose it for a moment and not see it. And that happened against Georgia. I think it happened early against Oklahoma. There are times even in last year's Red River game. There were times against Washington last year. And it's just he'll have a series or two where you're just kind of like, man, what's going on? And I think Sark knows that, which is why publicly he's so effusive in his praise. But we have seen now how quickly he'll go to Arch. So just something to take in your back pocket. He said, if he plays like that for the rest of the year, we're going to be okay. We're going to be just fine. He constantly has to talk about it. Elsewhere, Oregon dominates Illinois 38-9, a win in Eugene. Here's all I want to say about Oregon. They're getting better and better and better and better every single week. And you know what? Shame on me for not understanding how difficult it was going to be to get a transfer quarterback ready to play right away. And I talked to Dan Lanning about this summer, and he talked about how long it took to get Bo Nix going, and that Bo wasn't really effective until late in his first year and into his second year. And so you could understand why it would be a little bit messy early in Dylan Gabriel's tenure, even with all of his experience, even with his track record of success. And what you see from Oregon is that every week that team gets better and more balanced, and they can beat you in a number of different ways. I think their defense is quick. Their offense can run the football. Dylan Gabriel can run the football. He can throw it down the field, and they've got speed for days. So right now, Oregon is absolutely the best team in the country. That's what they have proven so far right now. And I believe that we're just seeing the possibilities of what could be for Oregon, because this guy and Dan Lanning knows how to continue to press his team forward, and this team is just going to continue to develop. I think that every time that they play, we're likely to see a better version of themselves. That doesn't mean that they won't go out there and lay an egg, and every college team does at some point. But up to this point, man, Gabriel feels like a perfect fit for that offense, just like we were talking about in the offseason. And then lastly, I just want to finish up on some Big 12 talk, because BYU and Iowa State continue to play well. Man, that BYU team, they were fun to be around a couple of weeks ago when we did that game against Arizona. Retzloff continues to play well. Those veteran players on the defensive side continue to play well. They're going to be a tough out, and their schedule down the stretch does not look all that difficult. They stay unbeaten with that 37-24 win over UCF. By the way, UCF started as a favorite in that. That was weird. Iowa State still undefeated. Kansas State comes back in the fourth quarter to beat Kansas. They moved to 4-1 in the Big 12, and they are doing what I said good teams were going to have to do to stay afloat and competitive at the top end of the Big 12, which is win one-possession games. So now we've seen them win that one-possession game on the road at Colorado, and we've seen them win that one-possession game at home against Kansas. And in both games, they had to come back, and they were down within the last 3 minutes of the game and won both of those games. So that's a huge feather in the cap of Chris Kleiman, Avery Johnson, and the rest of the Wildcats, and they're going to continue to be a tough out. And then guess who's in fourth position in the Big 12? Look up, and all of a sudden, who's 6-2 and 4-1 in the conference? That's the Colorado Buffaloes, and now number 23 in the AP poll. I tell you what, Colorado is bowl eligible. Deion Sanders has done something that, I got to be honest, I think he's done this quicker than I even anticipated. And I'm a guy that was a believer in Colorado. I was the one in the preseason telling you that I thought this team could win 8 or 9 games. Well, guess what? If they continue to play like this, they might win 9 or 10 games in the regular season. Deion Sanders has done something that has been totally remarkable at Colorado. This was the worst Power 5 team in college football 2 years ago. The worst. They were 1-11 and lost those 11 games by a total of 349 points. That is 29 points per loss. Per loss. The next closest during that year in terms of average margin of defeat was Northwestern, and it was half of the 21. They had lost by about 13.5 per game. 29. Deion Sanders gets hired. He brings his son Shedeur Sanders and Travis Hunter. He talked a big game about the transfer portal, and he has rebuilt that entire program. The sideline is full with energy. The stadium is full. It's a sellout. The university is full. There are more students at the university than have ever been at the university. They're getting more applications from more spots in this country than ever before. Deion Sanders has been an unequivocal success, and I mean home run success. There is no other way to categorize it. And all of you that want to take shots because you don't like his style now have to sit there and watch his team play tough at the line of scrimmage, do a better job with the offensive line, running the football and take care of the ball. And now they're 6-2 and they're going to a bowl and they're ranked, and they're 4-1 in the conference and have an outside shot to actually play for a Big 12 title, which would mean that they've got 60 minutes to go to the college football playoff. And it's 2 years removed from losing 11 games by 29 points per. Are you kidding me? Where are all of you now that think Deion is a joke? Where are all of you now that think Deion is only in it for himself? This guy can coach, man. And I'm glad he's doing it at Colorado. Shedeur, 25 of 30 for 323 and 3 touchdowns. That's your top pick in the draft. And at this point, I don't know if it's all that close. Maybe Cam Ward or Shedeur Sanders. Those are your 2 best quarterbacks in the sport right now. Deion, congratulations, man. There's a lot of people that take a lot of shots at you. The haters are out, and you're still out there winning. 6-2 going to a bowl. Colorado's ranked. Wild. That'll do it for today. A lot coming up on Wednesday. We're going to take another dive through the playoff. We're going to project a playoff and talk about all the teams that are in the race, okay? Legitimately in the race for the college football playoff. That's coming up on Wednesday. Have a blessed day, everybody, and I'll talk to you then. You have Travion Henderson.
Introducing the Godwin GOAT. If you're looking for a durable, high-quality indoor basketball that looks good and feels good,
Lowry's going to fire again, and this time tie it up at 6.
And they're down bodies. Nice job by Jackson coming to cut that off, but they're down the bodies in Philadelphia.
And then it's Gordon doing what he does, hitting a 3. Yabusele has it knocked away, but into the hands of Gordon, who misses, but Yabusele gets the offensive rebound.
That's what he does. He gives you extra possessions, and they just got a bucket because the Pacers didn't rebound. Neesmith got himself in foul trouble. But the other thing with Shepard is a ball mover. So he moves his body, it's partially blocked. Get to him early. You got to get to him early.
He's got 12 points off the bench. They scored the game's first 6.
See how strong he is to try to go right. He comes back over his left shoulder, but to get to his right hand. He's just not as good going to his left shoulder. Don't foul him. He's just trying to get you to foul him.
And the Pacers on the run. Here's Shepard. And he is...
It's clean block. Yeah, no, actually, he got it clean. He got up before Shepard did.
That's when Kyle Lowry hit the 3 to make it a 6-point halftime game. Here's Maxey. And we're tied.
You got to stop the drive and communicate. That's what Kyle was talking about. He didn't miss games. You know, there's some that might pass in the little games. He does not.
Here's Maxey again. Philadelphia's come back. They've taken the lead. Eric Gordon is in.
Yeah, but this is because Max is starting to get loose. I'm telling you, because Max is starting to get loose, they had to take a timeout. Force him to his left hand.
Maxey off the glass. It's been all Tyrese Maxey.
All Tyrese Maxey. And you've got to find a way to get to your man and stop him.
Tried to bounce it into Siakam.
You got to watch Lowry. We'll try to fix it.
Maxey came back in.
Oh,
tosses it up and in.
Left-handed. Do a teardrop up there, left-handed. One you're going to have a hard time getting to. So you got to battle it to the end.
This guy's been on
right. I mean, I can hit a bench screening. They're screaming. He's going right, and he is.
Maxey off the Yabusele screen. Oh, look at Tyrese Maxey. The step back in Siakam's face.
And the Pacers fight for the rebound. Yabusele. Maxey.
Offensive rebound. Nice job. Stay right there, Nemhart. Because he's got to go. He's still going to come back to that left shoulder. And he's got to touch. But he's coming back to that left shoulder, and you've got to know it. Halliburton.
Against Maxey.
Go double it. Go double it. There you go. Go double it.
Oubre drives on Neesmith. Puts it in. 8 straight points. Maxey.
You can see when he stopped, he was able to get his balance.
2 minutes to play. Tied at 110 in overtime. Halliburton's hit a couple of threes. Maxey scores.
No, come back and double. Yeah, he came back to double. Otherwise, he's going to leave.
And it's in, and a 3-point lead on the Maxey drive. He has 42.
Introducing the Godwin GOAT. If you're looking for a durable, high-quality indoor basketball that looks good and feels good, then check out the Godwin.
He tries to attack, kicks out to a wide open shooter. There is good. And he drills it from deep. Makes him so good. Mike, he can shoot it from anywhere. He can make it from anywhere. But he's also got the ability. And Shea has speed. Even with Capella in the vicinity, he's able to know much about Lisa Shea. Didn't quite get the same publicity that Victor Wembanyama did, despite coming from France. As well as Holmgren, he finally drills his first three of the year. On the bump, but Caruso still had possession of the ball. Speaking of possession, there is SGA from that pass like he always does in the lane. Isaiah Joe, the transition three, no. Chang, he was 44% last season. Never afraid to shoot. Always got to be careful if he's taking charges inside. Shea. Daniels on him, tough fade away. What a shot from SGA. With Case and Wallace, Isaiah Joe, Chet Holmgren, SGA. There is SGA pulling up, and he got right up over Capella. He is just always under control.
Good job by Joe to get out there on him. Doesn't need a whole lot of room to get that shot off.
Shea again driving on Daniels. Oh, the shoulder puts it up. He's going to track it down. It looked like Capella was going to get possession. Step back three for SGA. Knocks it down right in front of Capella. He took a shot. 6-point game. Shea. Dort, he'll let it fly. Dort's got himself a three. As Holmgren, he will pull up off the nice lead from SGA. Good touch there from the big man. So the Thunder finish out these final 3 minutes. Looks like Young got caught in the air. There's a turnover.
That's good defense by Caruso.
Oh, nice pass. It's quick from Young. He's used to those double teams. Now he sees it again. Has an open man. It's J-Dub. Goes right around the Daniels and he puts it down.
And about that pass was perfect.
Seen from Atlanta the years past. There is a swipe away by Caruso.
He's had 3 of those already.
Shea serves it, and there's J-Dub. Well extended out on the perimeter. Shea feeling the pressure. Open man, it's Holmgren. Catch fire three. That's good.
Gaining some momentum here.
Oh, a little stutter step to hesitation. SGA down the lane. Bisect in the middle, and a tough finish.
A couple of contacts on that play.
They run Daniels off the three-point line. There's another deflection, another steal, and an Atlanta turnover. Years with the Houston Rockets got traded to Atlanta. Oh, and now SGA recovering on the backside, able to swat that one out of bounds. Daniels just really aggravating SGA out on the perimeter. Shot clock hits 3. He'll pull up for the 3. Right over Daniels and knock it down. Shea used that big body screen from Holmgren. Holds up the baseline. That's a shot that he is so comfortable with. Again, a possession deep in the shot clock. Good defense, Jason Wallace. He'll send it up to Shea. Back behind the defense. He'll put it down.
On Trae Young.
That's what the Thunder can do. They can just put waves of defenders out here. There's a swat of balance by SGA. The defense starting to pick up here in the fourth quarter. Just cannot discount the defense, though, with Case and Wallace. 2 big plays. Force some turnovers. There's a sidestep 3. Throws on the way. He buries it. That the defenders have done by on Trae Young. There's a Young gave it up to Daniels. Shea came over, got swatted by Holmgren. Ball pops out. Shea takes it away for Daniels. All the way to the other end to throw it down.
just can you put together the energy, the effort for one more night? Stacey Wallace lines up that 3-ball in that corner pocket.
Introducing the Godwin GOAT. If you're looking for a durable, high-quality indoor basketball that looks good and feels good, then check out the Godwin GOAT at ballhawkgloves.com. We also have pads, ball handling gloves, and shooting eggs for a limited time.